how could this thing, be worth $100 but have an infinite range? But there's other ones, $1,000 or $10,000, and it's got 300 mile or 300 meter range. Like, what the fuck? Like, what's the discrepancy? It just turned into a shit show.
Yeah, and you know what they win when they do that? They can tie up flat Earth resources, engaging in that shit show behavior. Yeah, so back to that.
Is it me or
claim,
Ames?
right? I mean, the claim is that they're able to produce.
Yeah, he's cutting out a little bit.
And what's really funny is you can defeat them with their own paradigm on this point.
Amish, you're breaking up, bro.
They, within their own framework of how the Earth is distributed. Sorry. Testing. Is this better?
Yeah, I hear
There's an uneven distribution of mass. They can't claim a straight plumb line because of that.
Good point.
Am I coming in better?
Still roboting a little bit. Cutting out.
Yeah, same old for me, I think. was very short to be able to tell.
Means he was too close to the truth. They're shutting him down.
All right, I think this is better.
Are you on the road?
Yeah.
Damn.
I'm beginning to think that bars lie to you. If you got 2 bars, you're fucked.
I could go for that.
I mean, we hear you. At least I do. But it just like there's a pause, like a half-second pause from time to time before the rest of the message comes in. You know.
Yeah, so much for 5G microwaves.
Oh, yeah, right. Well, I mean, that might explain it actually, you know, because millimeter waves and shit, you know, they are short range, you know.
Yeah, they're supposed to be high bit rate, and they're supposed to space these towers like every 2 feet apart from each other. You're supposed to wear one.
Oh yeah. Well, I thought I understood that. I thought I was going to say I thought I understood that technology was like the next wave of the 5G. Like initially they were going to do, instead of, you know, every 100 feet base, you know, telephone pole type little pods, you know, that there would be regional base stations that then connect to those. So for now, everybody's using those, you know, more local base stations that have a lesser powerful you know, a more powerful range, less powerful microwave for the signal. I don't know. I don't use it, but you know, from what I've understood, that was the approach. I don't know. Anyway, sorry we missed that guy.
Right, so yeah. So did my point come through about the Earth having an uneven distribution of mass, right? And this would alter the plumb line's direction. So they can't even claim to have reciprocal zeniths in the first place.
Not even over a small distance like that? Like where are they claiming? A kilometer or 2? Mile or something?
Over any distance. Nobody knows what's underneath the Earth.
True.
And them as a hostile witness claim that we can't have parallel level lines on the globe because of plumb line deflection and plumb line curving.
Wait, what? Plumb line curving? That's a new one for me. The hell is that?
It's if you were so the reason why they claim latitude and longitude is because they're essentially doing astrogeodetic surveying. They're looking up to see if a star is at a particular point in the sky where the nautical almanac or their whatever resource they're used says it should be, and it's not there. So they say, well, it is really there, but it's not apparently there because gravity's curving the starlight.
Okay.
And then plumb line deflection is when the plumb is not like pointing straight down where it should be. It's actually deflecting like horizontally or vertically a certain amount, very slightly. You know, in both cases, these are features of what they claim is the geoid, which is the gravity model of the globe.
And they call that curving as opposed to just the simple deflection? Because isn't it just an angular shift from any individual point on the surface?
Well, a deflection is one point of angle change along the curve.
Oh, okay.
So because they're curving and you see a deflection, this is their claim, you don't really know at what point along that curving vector your plumb line is. Is it near like the end of a curve and straightening out again, or is it going to get even worse the further down you go? Nobody knows.
Oh man, that's so fucked up.
Yeah, it is fucked up. And they were writing about this in the 1800s.
Damn.
Right? So that's what I'm saying. You get these folks coming in, these dorks with their Fisher-Price theodolites and their spreadsheets, and just everywhere they happen to go, this Earth just magically conforms to the WGS 84 idealized model of a sphere, or rather an ellipsoid, spheroid. They have beautiful, like, curvature everywhere. There are no flat spots that they happen to be standing on, no concave parts of the globe that they happen to be standing on. It's just always curving down gently, positively everywhere they go, because Earth is a globe.
But aren't they doing it at
their own
peaks
higher
of
literature
mountains?
doesn't bear that out?
Aren't they doing it at higher at peaks of mountains and shit?
Yeah, like some of the older surveys, like the North American Arc of the Parallel. Yeah, they're climbing up mountain peaks with donkeys and backpacks and tents.
No, I mean the recent guys, like the Jesse Path of Light guys, type of guys.
Oh, he's taking angles to the top of mountains. No way in hell he's climbing out on top of Mount Shasta.
Oh shit! Okay, so he's because I thought I remember him sharing something. I just got the impression it was something that he did, in one ear out the other. I guess. Okay, so he's just citing somebody. Okay,
he's citing like the mountain peak in one instance, right? And here's the thing, like the Skunk Bay footage. You know what I'm talking about with the warbly? Yeah. So that is what's happening in the air. Imagine trying to get an elevation angle to an object in the Skunk Bay GIF.
Oh, forget it. Yeah. No, I've heard that type of argument back and forth. It doesn't go anywhere.
Yeah.
I get it.
Right. So the real pros, right? They go out and they take multiple sightings and they average them out.
Yeah, of course. I was just going to say quickly, I see Genevieve joined us. I don't know if she's spoken in here before. Good morning.
Oh, great. Newcomers. Hello, new people.
Well, one. Genevieve, do you want to say hello? Or just listen? Up to you. Ah, she gone. There we go. I did it. Anywho.
Was that Genevieve?
Yeah.
Yeah, I invited her. You just gotta let her be when she pops in. She's a little nervous, so she'll ask her questions or start up a conversation when she's ready. Yeah.
God damn. Okay. Never seen her before. Well, if you're in touch, feel free to invite her back. There, I'll ignore.
So the geometric principle of reciprocal zeniths is quite sensible on paper. If you draw a big arc on a piece of paper an arc segment of a circle, and you select 2 points arbitrarily on that arc, and you set tangents to those points. What's perpendicular to those tangents will intersect at the point of origin of what that arc segment from the circle represents. And then you can calculate the distance.
You cut out again, man.
I mean, so did you hear that? You got an arc, you find 2 points, set tangents to those points. Perpendicular lines drawn to those tangents will terminate at the center, the point of origin of the circle from which the arc segment represents. And this is what bothers me about flat earthers who come in and say, you can't use flat angle measurements on a globe. You can't use flat angle measurements for anything that curves. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? You ever have like 10th grade trigonometry in high school?
Well, I think that, aren't they talking about in those contexts a angle from directly from the surface? Because they're talking about the surface is curving away, and you can't have a curved line for a triangle. Like they go from that, right? They're not necessarily talking about from the origin to 2 points, right?
Well, to get around this, they're taking what's called a depression angle and not an elevation angle. I'm not saying this is right, but I'm telling you what they argue, and they're absolutely right to argue that point from their standpoint.
Yeah, I see that. So they take a straight line up, and then they draw an angle from there downwards. So your straight line up, there's your straight line, and then, yeah.
Right, but this is another problem, right? This requires their plumb line to be vertical.
Yeah.
Sorry, Eli, go ahead.
Never mind.
They still have a problem, though, because they're still working with a perpendicular angle, right? They still have their vertical and an applied horizontal from that vertical at 90 degrees, which does not comport to the surface that they're actually pretending to take measurements off of. Right, so we know it's flat. But there's a much bigger, profound issue here at play, and that is you can't use the Nautical Almanac celestial sphere on a flat surface without projecting a distortion. Conceptually, that is absolutely true and on point. And this is why sailors, for the past 500 years at least, have used cosine and sine tables and even logarithms to basically warp the flat surface of Earth into a curve to match the curving sky, so they get a 1-to-1 mapping without distortion.
Hang on. Alarm's going off. 1 sec. All right, sorry.
It's also accurate to point out that nautical miles are derived from conceptual arc segments of the sky, and therefore they themselves must be arc segments, unless you're going to allow for distortion.
And I think they don't do that.
Well, this is why sailors figured that the Earth is a globe. because they used that system and it worked. It's, it works. It's basically affirming the consequent. If Earth is a sphere, then this will work. It works, therefore Earth is a sphere.
Right.
But what they've done in the first instance is they created a sphere out of the celestials. And you can do this, right? I mean, if you do the time-lapse footage and stuff, you can kind of get a sphere out of it. Whether it doesn't really behave that way, they spent a lot of time and effort and energy into construing it such that it does, and they now use it that way. But that doesn't mean it really is a sphere. But because they construed the sphere as a choice out of how to arrange the celestials with two points of origin connected by celestial longitudes, and orthogonal to that running are celestial latitudes, those are right ascension and declination. Those correspond then to latitude and longitude on the spherical surface that is mapped directly below it, 1-to-1. So they've reified the ball by construing a celestial sphere system out of the sky. There are other ways to use the stars besides a celestial sphere. Those other manners of use are not that popular, but they are in use. They're actually claimed to be in use in modern space systems, ironically. And using it as a Cartesian vector coordinate grid instead of a sphere, they say allows for precise measurements of distance and is agnostic to the surface of the Earth being a sphere. Now, the mathematics are way more complicated, but that doesn't mean that it's not right. So for our purposes, right, I mean, we invalidate the sphere by testing it with a flat baseline and seeing if there's any divergence, and we got none. So, you could almost reasonably conclude that the celestial sphere model of the stars mapping to a celestial or terrestrial sphere of Earth is not going to be as accurate. So the Globers will say, but we have verified distances, right? We got verified distances with GPS. Well, guess what they're doing? Circular logic. They're using the same celestial sphere concept in another way to validate the celestial sphere distances that they calculated. So you got to break out of that by doing an external critique. Instead of using spherical geometry, use planar geometry and conduct your measurements. And we do that with lasers and so on and so forth. And the fact of the matter is, Earth measures flat and doesn't curve like the globe is said to. So you don't have to be like some technical math wizard genius to have these discussions. As long as you understand the underlying concepts at play, you understand we're testing the curvature of the Earth, and it doesn't curve everywhere you look. At least not with respect to the globe. I got to go. Take
it easy, man.
Mike, you're hot micing.
Oh. Thank you.
Oh yeah, on that note, I'd be curious to see how Nathan Oakley's book shakes out, because the way he's describing the sextant argument has a lot missing. I'm going to say that there's a lot of wiggle room for the globe to make counter arguments.
Yo, do you guys believe Earth is flat? Hello?
Yeah, I'll wait to see who wants to jump in, but yeah, absolutely not. It is absolutely 100% not a belief.
Like, do you guys believe Earth is flat? Like, are you
No, okay,
claiming?
I say it again. No, it is not a belief. No belief is simply not required. The Earth is
So
what the Earth is, and belief will not change.
Yeah, that's true. So do you argue that the Earth is flat?
Yeah, the surface of the Earth could be described as flat, and the motion of the Earth can be described as stationary, and that's a fact. And belief is not required.
Yeah, like surface of the Earth is flat. That's absolutely true. But like, if we look at Earth from like out, like in space, but it looks round. Do you guys like? What do you think about these? Like planets are round, you know? Do you think planet Earth is round when we look at it in space, like a ball?
When did that happen? When did people see Earth from space?
Like there are many scientists which have gone into moon and space, you know. Like there is some
Yeah.
I think his
When did
name
that
was Neil
happen?
Armstrong.
Do you know when that happened? Did that happen ever, or is that never happened?
Yes, that happened. Like there was this guy called Neil Armstrong, if I'm not mistaken. He was the first person to throw like step on moon, and like he saw, like we have pictures of Earth being round, you know.
Who saw the round Earth?
Like you have pictures from satellites, right?
Ah,
Like we have.
so if they show you something else, is it true also?
Yeah, it can be true, and it cannot be true. That's also correct, but the
But
scientists won't show you the incorrect thing.
are you sure? How do you know?
Yeah, because they are scientists. They're like,
So they speak the truth always?
like when they show something, it's based on proofs. Like Newton gave laws of motion. He had proofs for that observation, and this is based on proof. If they show you pictures of Earth being round, that means it is round because they have satellites in the space which capture the photo of Earth and these things.
But you have no way of verifying that, do you? So it's a
Yes, we
belief.
cannot verify. We cannot verify that. So, what do you
Yeah.
guys think about? Do you think that scientists are fooling us? That Earth is round?
No, not necessarily. Because that would be weird saying everybody is in on it, saying the Earth is round instead of, whatever else the shape is. No, that wouldn't work. So they are believing in what they've been taught. That's pretty much about it. They follow that indoctrination, that paradigm.
Mm.
They have models, they have math. They go with that. But like I said, you can't verify any of the things up there. Same goes with them as well. They believe in it because they have the math, they have the models, and it works. That's it. That's enough for them. That's their standard. basically.
Yep, and never forget, we started off with that same model, and we started off in the same standpoint as them. So, yeah.
Good of a tune. What did I miss? Rocking, hate these tunes.
No, I think he was playing with the soundboard and didn't mean to play one, which was like going through it. Because sometimes you hit preview, but it won't preview. It will actually play instead.
Ah, okay.
No, that was for the guy who was here earlier who left.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. He didn't have anything else. He left. Yeah.
I know what Steve would say about that.
They're crackpots. You're dealing with crackpots.
Who was that? Brenda?
No, Steve A. Steve
Oh,
Alm.
Steve A. Oh,
Yeah.
they almost sound the same.
Some of these ones on Flutter Central or Ethergrass are really funny. Like your sound.
Category error. Flat is not a shape.
That's a good one.
Oh, this one's kind of like Apollo 1 was a like like a ring of fire, like the song I fell into a burning ring of fire.
Apollo was a burning thing. Wrong.
Man, I'm so glad we got the soundboard back, man. It's like some of these things are golden. Whoever allowed it, like, thank you, because it makes it like that much more entertaining. Appreciate it.
Yeah, it's like just being able to use the soundboard responsibly, because sometimes like people get like overboard with it, and it's like, oh, like not in the middle of a conversation, dude. Like it's got to like kind of fill the void spots, where like I don't know. It's a tightrope walk. If someone's really good at sneaking in a little soundboard clip and they know exactly what it is, and
Timing is everything.
Yeah, it's gotta be timed.
Timing is everything.
Yeah. Even mid conversation, like you kind of just hear it mumble in the background. I don't know. I think it's perfect.
Is it a mod thing, the soundboard?
No, it's like they added it with perms based on your server rank, so it will go.
Okay, yeah. So it's not something that any Tom, Dick, and Harry can just start abusing.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
Like if you get some globalist in there who says something like really silly, and before a flat earther responds, someone quickly sneaks in.
Stop the cap.
You have stop it. Get some help.
Oh yeah, that'd be a good one too. Or like
I
say
get
if
a
a
real.
flat earth,
Yeah. Go ahead.
oh, I was gonna say if a flat earth like says something that causes a globalist to pause for a second.
I always get a real kick out of the Jesse Lee Peterson ones. CB plays them all the time. I don't know. It's just I'm in the background, I'm dying every time they come up because they're used more sparingly now than in the past, I think. And I don't know. They're just nukes that get dropped the perfect time. Like I'm dead over here every time.
Yeah, it can be really entertaining. I'm saying, like the soundboard, it's a skill. It's an art and a skill to really pull it off.
I'd go with that. You can use it to gas people up as well. Like if somebody's just spitting absolute fire, and you drop a little "perfect" from Street Fighter while they're laying it down. So it can be used for good as well as evil. Admittedly, one's much funnier than the other, though. Let's not get it twisted.
Here's a new argument. The reason for unemployment is flat earthers. That's why there's so much unemployment.
Good one.
Hello.
Hello.
What up?
What is upside down?
Australia?
Yeah, I'm down in Australia. Or over in Australia. How about you? Are you in Canada?
Really?
No, I was wondering if you're in Canada. I think you're
I'm in
roboting.
England.
Yeah, your mic's fucked.
My mic?
Your line's not very good. You're dropping out there. Anyway, I can hear you now. So what brings you here there? What brings you here there? Are you a globe earther or are you a flat earther or you just have questions? Or just listening or... Anyway, welcome. If you've got any questions about the flat earth, just sing out. Let us know.
Yeah, I do have one question.
Oh, you're still there. Yeah, shoot.
I was wondering, what purpose would I'm assuming you would believe that, the elites of society, the global elites or whatever, are hiding the fact that the Earth is flat and pretending that it's round or something, right? But what would the purpose be? Why would they? What do they gain from it?
Don't know.
You don't know. Oh.
But you can ask yourself that question: if Earth was flat, and why would they lie? There's a number of reasons you can imagine. Just power and control, manipulation.
Power or control would they gain?
Yeah. By telling everyone what their cosmology is, what their reality is, and manipulating them around that. For instance, you could say there's a meteor headed towards Earth that's going to destroy everybody.
No, I have a much more believable one.
But
I have a much more believable one. What about outside of the ice wall? There are much more valuable resources that are I don't know, harder than diamond or more conductive than gold, or that's a much better explanation.
It's raining donuts over the ice wall. No, I don't know, dude. No idea if there's an ice wall or if it's just, the end of the container, because the container that holds the gas pressure would need to meet the Earth at some point. You would think. So it could just be a.
Wait, what do you mean?
Could be a mountain range.
Oh, you mean because?
Could be mountains. Could be.
When you say end of the container, is that in regards to the whole?
So gas pressure needs a container. Yeah.
The inside of the container thing. Okay.
Thermodynamics and all that. Yeah, it needs to be a container to hold the gas. Or else all the gas would just fill the space. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm a complete idiot. I would assume there's a pretty reasonable explanation that I don't know as to why gas doesn't actually need to be held within some kind of solid thing, but I don't know.
I mean, the given explanation is gravity, isn't it? That's the given explanation.
I don't know. I think so.
Yeah. That's the given explanation as to why the air doesn't expand beyond Earth, doesn't float away into space. It's because gravity's holding that air down.
Yeah.
Can you think of any examples you've seen in real life where gravity doesn't hold the air down, though?
What, like gases that are lighter than, like the
right?
gases that are lighter than whatever the.
Or can you have gas without a container? Can you have a gas pressure reading without any containment?
I don't know, dude.
So you can't, because the gas just escape everywhere.
Hang on. I didn't come here to disprove flat Earth to you guys. I just came here for a chat.
Okay, yeah. Oh, we're chatting, so. But I mean, you asked,
I'm
so.
I'm not coming in here going globe Earth. Yeah, I'm just.
No, fair enough. We do get that.
Even though I don't believe in flat Earth, but I'm.
So we don't.
Definitely not smart enough to have an argument about it.
Well, it's not. Don't say that about yourself. I'm sure you're not. Sure, you're very intelligent. But yeah, there's a lot of things that we don't know. Like, is there an ice wall? Is there land behind the ice wall? Where's the dome? Where's the container? How high is it? It's a lot of stuff we just don't know. What are the stars? Why does the sun move around? Really, over here, we really don't know because we don't have any evidence for it. We don't have any hard evidence. We can't test it for ourselves.
Is there anybody in the flat Earth community that claims that they've been to the ice wall or like outside of?
That's insane, bro. No. There's
How come
no superhero flat earther who's been there. No.
How many flat earthers are there in the world? There must
10%,
be
roughly 10% of the population is flat Earth.
And what percentage of those are people who have access to, or do you think people who have access to some kind of transportation that could possibly get them to the ice wall, even if they might be stopped, right? Like, surely someone could have made it out there and then come back. I mean, like, hey guys, I made it out there, and there's an ice wall.
Don't know, dude. No idea. Never heard anyone doing it. No. I mean, I mentioned the governments would be able. They would be the only ones who would be able to do it because they've got all the money and equipment to do it. The average dude doesn't have enough money and equipment to go sailing across the planet, the Earth, to find an ice wall. Or you didn't find the ice wall, it comes back and says there's no ice wall. It's stupid. But no, we don't know, dude. You can't go anywhere without, I mean, all countries are protected. You can't go to Antarctica on your own.
Yeah.
You're going to go into waters of another country, and they're going to, pick you up. Fuck, dude. Unless I was fucking Batman, all right? You're not finding the edge or the wall or nothing.
What do you think the Earth is like sitting on? What is like?
No idea, man. How? No idea. How would I know? No idea, bro. Wouldn't have the foggiest. But I do know it's stationary. The Earth is stationary.
Really, like physicists or astronomers or whatever that have some kind of like theory for how a flat Earth system would be
Yeah.
placed in the universe outside of it?
Oh, yeah, there's a few books about it, and there's Static Astronomy, and there's some of the guys, early guys in the 1800s, wrote books about the flat Earth and the celestials and that sort of thing. So there are some writings and stuff about it, about what the stars do over a flat plane. But again, how the hell will we know? We can't test them scientifically. We have no idea how far away are them or what even they are.
I've heard a lot of people in regards to like what's outside of the Earth. I've heard a lot of people who link flat Earth to creationism. Do you think creationism is necessary for flat Earth? Or do you think the Earth can be flat without God or Christianity or Catholicism or any kind of creationist God?
Yeah, well, I think the flat Earth proves the Bible is correct. It's not that the Bible proves Earth's flat. We've got Earth, we've had a lot of navigation and observations.
I am curious.
Oh wait, hang on. Wow.
We know that Earth's flat.
The Earth being flat proves the Bible.
It proves the Bible is correct. Yes.
So I'm curious if we didn't have like
yeah, there's a conversation already happening. Supreme Potato, just a second.
No, I'm not asking about the Bible.
Yeah, you interrupted the conversation already happening. So just a second.
It's okay. I don't mind.
No, about the flat Earth in the Bible.
Yeah, you're interrupting Starlight in the conversation already happening, sir.
I don't mind if that guy jumps in. You can say something.
Okay, so yeah, as I just said to the other guy, we don't say that the Bible proves flat Earth. It's the other way around. It's flat Earth proves that the Bible is correct in regards to containment being stationary and flat. But that's it. There are atheists who become flat earthers and then say, well, I think there must be I think there's a creator now. They're not religious. They don't go into any religion, but they just go from that being, I don't believe in God, to, now I do believe in a creator of some kind.
Yeah.
Most of our guys are just agnostic, I think. They're kind of agnostic.
So in regards to flat Earth proving the Bible is true, would you say you start at a position of
measuring the Earth,
of discovering
getting a measurement of the Earth? Yeah.
After you've found out that the Earth is flat, would you say you start from a position of the Earth being flat and then work your way to the Bible being true? Or are the two hand in hand in some way? If it's the former, how do you know that the flat Earth proves the Bible and not any other religious scripture?
Well, yeah, I've forgotten it. The Muslim book, Quran, says the Earth's flat. So the Quran, and the Judeo-Christian Bible says Earth's flat. And you've got all the other cosmologies that also depict Earth as being flat. Native American cosmology, all these ancient dudes. Yeah, they're all models of flat.
Oh, okay. So you don't believe in the Christian Bible, then? You believe in?
Why would you say that, dude? You're starting to fucking piss me off. Why would you think you fuckwit? You're really pissing me off, bro. Just drop the Bible, alright? You fucking idiot. What did I say that suggested I'm not a Christian, you moron?
That went from like 1 to 10 pretty quick.
Yeah, it did. Because you're not listening and you're asking dumbass questions. I already said
So,
that I say that the flat Earth proves the Bible is correct. The Bible correct.
yeah.
So you don't
But
believe
then,
the Bible, do you? You've been a fuckwit, all right? Don't do that.
no, so I was asking because you were saying you were mentioning other religions that also
Yeah.
account for a flat Earth, or that also
Yes.
suggest a flat Earth. So I was asking, do you believe that the flat Earth necessarily proves the Christian Bible, or
No.
do you believe
No.
that all
No.
religions that say a flat Earth could be
No.
true?
No. It proves the Bible is correct in Genesis, in the specifics of the Earth, describing the Earth, not the whole thing. I'm already a Bible believer before I was a flat earther. So I already had complete faith in the Bible, but was kind of diverted away from taking Genesis literally.
Do you think being religious?
So other things prove the Bible, but just the fact that Earth is measured flat, there's no Coriolis effect, and there's no movement, and we need gas pressure, would prove that bit of the Bible is correct in describing the Earth. That's it. Doesn't prove the whole Bible. It's just that bit of creation that it substantiates. Yeah.
Do you think being religious to start with helped you find the truth of the flat Earth, or
no?
Do you think you would have found that if you weren't religious?
You have to be really open-minded about things.
Yeah.
So I'm really open-minded. Religious people, not necessarily open-minded, they can be closed-minded. People who aren't religious can be very open-minded. But yeah, you got to be open-minded. You got to be willing to be open to things and not rigidly, stonewalled into a belief that you don't really can prove. I hope that answers your question. But I know there's you Globers come in, you're picking on us, you're picking and picking to find out that, you have to be a Christian. You have to be a Christian to be a flat earther. All flat earthers are Christian. It's a religious cult. I know that's where you're going.
No, I'm not picking on you.
No, you're just saying, yeah, you're all Christians, aren't you? You got to be a Christian. That's where you're coming from. But it's not true, dude. It's not true. There's people here are the atheists, Muslims, pagans.
I was just wondering because I've had flat earthers think the Christian Bible before, so I was wondering what your view on that was. That's all. I promise I'm not picking at you at all.
No, a lot of people became Christians after discovering Earth was flat. When they realized Earth was flat, they went to the Bible because there's a lot of atheists around, right? Before the flat Earth broke in 2015, atheists ruled YouTube, and they would use flat Earth to debunk Christians. They say, your Bible says Earth's flat, and they'd use that to embarrass Christians and turn it against them. But then when flat Earth came out, they went, holy shit, and they went straight to the Bible and they started reading, and they just kept reading, and they became Christians and they started going to church. And the preachers called it the flood. 2015, 2016, the preachers in all the churches were describing it as the flood. They called it the flood. So the numbers went up really high, and there's a lot of people coming in asking about Genesis and creation. That's fact.
Okay, I have a different question. How far down do you think the Earth goes? Like,
no idea, bro. 8 miles. We get 8 miles. That's it. So we dug out
more than 8 miles because people.
No, it's 8 miles.
That, right?
No, 8 miles.
12 kilometers.
Check it out.
What's the longest tunnel dug so far? It's huge, isn't it?
Tunnel? Well, you got the Euro tunnel, you got the Channel English Channel
No, there's
tunnel. What do you think? Got the other
there's a-
tunnel.
No, I mean straight down. There's a tunnel straight down that's like really fucking long. Hold on.
No, it's 8 miles. Super deep borehole in Russia. It's 8 miles. That's it. Couldn't get any further. Anyway, I'm in a bad mood. My football team lost, so. Anyway, sorry about that. Sorry to crack the shits. I always get touched about religion, about Christian stuff. I always. But no, sorry.
If you dug and dug and dug and dug and you got through the flat Earth and got out the other side, what do you think would you fall? Or is there or would you be attracted to the other side?
I've no idea. For some reason, I'm thinking about that bit in Star Wars where Luke Skywalker just jumps down that hole, and he ends up he just falls in the hole at the bottom. He kind of gets sucked into a side tube and all that, and he ends up at the bottom of the ship kind of thing. But that's kind of, who knows, bro? Who knows? But it's 8 miles is it. It's as far as we can go. Probably won't be able to go further than that. It's not very far, is it?
No.
Hey.
I cycle further than that to work every day.
Yeah, it's not far at all. So, but when they got to the bottom, when they got to 8 miles, the drill's starting to get chewed up. They couldn't drill any further. It said it was liquid diamond or something.
Is it density or okay?
They just said it was like liquid diamond. It's really thick stuff that just ripped up the drill bits. Anyway. But you can go to this 24/7 Flat Earth home server, and we've got resources in there. Absolutely tons and tons and tons of videos, all alphabetized in terms of the different subjects and stuff. That's a good resource. Go there and saw a lot of good stuff there. If you're interested, if you're curious about, you're curious about, I don't know if they have ice wall videos or what's under the earth videos, but they have basically everything about the flat earth. So, but yeah, if you've got any other questions, man, you can just hang around, you can listen. People come in wanting to debate. You've got people wanting to chat.
Do you think there's more than one flat Earth? Like so if let's go with the ice wall idea, right? So there's we live on a flat Earth, and then around us is like a circle of ice. It's really tall all around us, and then the multiverse. Imagine that, but instead of multiple universes, just multiple ice wall circles.
Is that map you're talking about where it's got all the circles and there's all these countries outside of the? That's a really interesting map. Yeah, it's kind of cool to look at and speculate on. But man, how will we know? There's no way. It'd have to be Batman in the Batplane and fly there.
You could go for a really long swim.
Yeah, there's no way to do it, bro. It's impossible.
Sounds wild.
Or trillionaire superhero, you might be able to get there, but
yeah, sounds crazy.
There's no play, dude.
So when people that say
nobody here advocates for an ice wall.
Individual people that aren't part of a corporation or anything, just like individual people that have decided to fly around the world, do you like? And they say that they've been they've flown around the world and not seen ice fall or anything. Like, you don't believe them, do you? Like, if somebody's traveled across the whole world,
Yeah,
and they
who
don't.
did that?
No, I
Who did
just mean
that?
like. Well, I mean, a lot of people have, haven't they?
I
Haven't
don't
a
know.
lot
I
of
don't think
people
so. You have to have a big
traveled across?
giant fuel tank, don't you think?
I mean, some people cycle across the world. You don't have to have a fuel tank. You just got to spend a long time doing it. It just
Oh,
takes
I
a long
see.
time.
So where do you stop in the middle of the ocean to get fuel?
I don't know, a boat. You can use a boat. I don't know, dude.
No. You can give it a try, see what happens, but I don't
Well,
think
no,
you'll
I
get
mean, I'm
very
not going
far.
to, but like, I mean, people that say they have. I'm saying, do you not? Do you?
I don't know of anybody that says they have.
Yeah. Neither do I, to be honest. I mean, I know, like sailing across the world is something that people have done before. I don't know. I don't know if those people have also sailed across where you would assume the ice wall to
Those
be.
people also
Maybe.
sail close to land. So if you look at all of the sailing that's going on right now, it's all near land. People don't want to go off in one direction and not know where they're going, and then have nowhere to get anything. Just stuck in the middle of water, and they run out of stuff. So what do you do? Call somebody?
Yeah.
So great ideas, but in reality, you can't really do stuff like that. So nothing really you can do about it.
Starlight, you're hot micing there.
Sorry?
Can you go on mute if you're not talking?
What's up?
You're hot micing. He said go on
You're hot
mute if
micing.
you're not talking.
What's
Yeah,
hot
thanks.
making?
You're making noise through your microphone's open. You're making noise.
Oh, my bad. Okay, well, I'm gonna dip anyway. I'm gonna go play some Halo. But,
Okay, bye.
fun,
Oh,
guys. Love you. Bye-bye.
No worries. No worries. Thanks for coming in. Halo.
Yo, yo, yo.
Yo, wow. Oh, what's up, brother?
That's good, Daz. How are you, man?
Good, man. I am good, man. How are you?
Good shit, man.
What are you doing?
So if the Earth is actually spinning, how come the water don't fall off it, right?
Oh my goodness. There's no evidence it's spinning, dude. What's the spinning evidence you got?
Well, let's say
Tomato?
because the sun. Wait, you know what thing does? If we use the Earth like as a global model, you can actually explain every single almost every single thing that we can see. But if we use it as a flat model, it doesn't explain anything. Doesn't that like give you an idea of that might be like a little bit like
Name one thing that it can explain. Name one thing.
The eclipses.
What does it tell you? What does it tell you about the eclipse?
It tells me like the normal shit, bro. Like basic fucking science about eclipses.
Like what?
Geology. The fucking.
No,
Earth,
wait. Like what? Like what?
Shit like
like what? You didn't explain. You didn't explain
lunar
anything.
eclipse.
Yeah. What about it? What does it tell you about the lunar eclipse?
It tells me that the Earth is going to be between the sun and the moon, and we see the Earth's shadow on the moon.
Yeah. How did they figure that out? How did they with using the globe? How did they figure it out?
Why do I need to know everything? Like
because
I
you're
can get
making
you.
a claim. Because you're making a claim and you don't know how to back it up. That's why.
you're making a claim and you don't know how to back it up too. But
Yeah,
what is
no,
your
you
logic?
said it. You said it, not me. You're the one saying that this is what the globe is useful for, and you're making a whole bunch of claims, but you don't know how to back them up. So it shows that you don't know what you're talking about right now.
There is many.
You're failing, aren't you?
He failed. Tomato
You're
failed.
failing, huh?
Bro, have you looked anything up? Have
Bro,
you
you
searched?
don't know how to explain your own claim.
You deny everything.
No,
Have you
you
seen
made
the
these
experiment?
claims and you don't know what you're talking about. Tomato.
Oh, really?
Yes, really.
Tomato, the science denier.
Yeah, you got
Hey,
any more,
you
Tomato?
had 2 days to look this shit up, Tomato. You've been in here 2 days. You joined the server 2 days ago. You had time to look it up. What have you looked up?
Any more, Tomato? Any more? Make another claim and back it up. Let's check you out. Any more?
No, you guys are embarrassing me.
Yeah,
Yeah,
damn sure I am. Hey, try it again.
Yeah.
Make another claim.
Yeah.
Make another claim, Tomato. Yeah, all you can do is nervous laugh because you can't explain
Tomato.
how the Earth is a globe. Not even a little. Not even a little.
I think you broke him, Alpha. You broke Tomato.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I thought. Clam up, dude.
Squished him.
Clam up, dude. Disrespectful.
Tomato.
No, it's not disrespectful.
Tomato sauce.
It is not disrespectful to ask you to back up your claim that you come in here saying you know exactly what it is. You see how that confidence just blew away like leaves in the wind? Well, back to the original programming.
He left.
Nice. Roasted. Roast tomatoes.
I like roasted tomatoes. So much confidence. Morning, fellas. What we got in there?
What's going on, Alpha? What's going on?
Hey, going Alpha?
Pretty good, pretty good.
Are you home from work? You're not working now? You're chilling?
Yeah, today is one of my days off.
Oh, sweet.
I was trying to hang out, see what's going on. Sure enough, you know, we're trying to keep our activity up here in this room because the numbers seem to be bumping up a little bit. Which is always a good thing.
It's a couple of days where it was empty there last.
Just went to the other server. That's why they were bouncing back and forth. That's all.
And then we just
numbers aren't going down. They're just moving around.
Yeah.
Yeah, they aren't going down. I invited a few people, and I just like to say I won't expose anyone. They say when they come in here and they listen to people and they fail miserably at, explaining the globe or trying to defend the globe, they say they would rather listen, and they say you guys do a good job of, defending the flat earth.
Thank you, sir.
So initially they want to come in and speak, but they hear people being flat smacked, and they're like, okay, I just listen.
Yeah, that's awesome. Well, from our side of things, like people that we speak to in IRL, we'd like them to come in here and, have conversations with folk in here. I always tell people, I'm like, dudes, like anybody I speak to out in real life out here, not in the internet, I'm like, if you're going to come in here, just be sure that, it's not going to be like, just because you know me, doesn't mean that they're going to be like, oh, we're going to just be nice. No, you're going to get the same kind of welcome everybody does. It's like there's no favoritism here. You know what I mean? Like, you got to get the full experience. Yeah. So go in there and just ask questions like you would if you were just anybody else. Yeah, Sporadic E's been on fire lately, man. I don't know if you've been listening to him.
Oh yeah, he's been going hard.
he sometimes, he puts some information in when we got some dead air, and he'll start talking about like the inconsistencies of the globe and the technicals of like stuff that they would purport NASA and all them guys. I think that's kind of cool, highlighting the reason why people have this idea that they think that Earth is a globe in the vast cosmos. We see Mr. Dave Hinkle just joined us. What's up, Dave?
What's up, Mr. Alpha? You in here trying to take away people's vast cosmos again?
Now, what makes you say that?
You know they love the vast cosmos. You can't take it away from them. Come on, man.
I know, but it's not real. What's weird is some people are more attached to space than they are to the globe, I think. What do you guys think? Like, they don't care what the Earth is, but as long as you can still travel out there and visit other worlds,
If they don't want to let go of that possibility that we can get off this rock and go somewhere else. There's so many people attached to that idea. Correct.
Flat Lloyd put the smoking shoes. What's up, bro? I think he might be listening on YouTube. So, yeah, you guys have pretty good, interesting conversations with these guys earlier. Saw there was a little bit more people, but then was just here.
Looks like no new people at the moment, as far as I can tell. Is that correct?
Just the usual suspects, yeah.
Just the pesky globe Earth deniers. What's wrong with you people?
Well, we got Elbow in here. Flat Earth Ranger's been hanging out. Got Sporadic in the bottom over there. What's up? It's probably at work. Who's Sunflower? Have we spoken to Sunflower? Hello, Sunflower. Welcome to the group.
I like the name, Mickey. I like Sunflower. Got any questions, Sunflower? Hello?
It says on Sunflower's tag, authoritarian left. There's a couple of tags that Sunflower has. Not really sure. Tags on this server, I'm not really sure if people just get them for fun or they're actually using them as identity markers to see who they are. Don't know. It could be the case. But just for conversation's sake, Sunflower, if you're there, chime in and let us know. Is that true? Any of those tags, do they resemble what you identify as? Well, yeah, the Earth is not a globe. It's never been used for anything practically. And when you try to demonstrate if it has any usefulness, it just shows that there isn't anything it's good for. So not only that, but it's not flying around or floating around or whatever you think it's doing in a vacuum of space. It just isn't doing that. There's no evidence of such.
I agree, sir. It's the globe is not useful for anything practical that anyone does in their life in reality. It's just an idea that men came up with, and if you call this one use for it, is just to confuse people about where they live, about their cosmology. Anyway, back to you.
Yeah, they always want to go back to history and say that we've knew for thousands of years. And when you ask them, they only point to like maybe one or two references in history. And they're very sketchy at best. And they're inconclusive also. Like Eratosthenes, saying that the Earth was discovered as a globe, but never really was discovered as a globe, not according to Eratosthenes anyway. And he's measuring
assumptions according to him, actually.
Yeah, what was that, Ranger?
I say it was packed full of assumptions according to him, actually.
Yeah, we're saying that he was borrowing from Aristotle, looking at the lunar eclipse and seeing that, giving them an indication that the Earth is like a sphere. So they're trying to use that and say, well, if we have this sphere, how big is it, right? So they want to measure, the surface of the Earth, and using shadow lengths, they're going to try to use some math so they can comport that over to an idea. So it's basically built off of the assumption that the Earth is a sphere based on a lunar eclipse borrowed from Aristotle. That none of it is real, dudes. Like, so they're just measuring shadow lengths, which of course you need a flat Earth for that. You're going to measure an angle to the sun. So all of that has to do with the Earth being flat. Because if you're going to measure angles to shadows, yeah, you need two straight lines. That's the issue, that we get a lot of people referring back to how long we've known the Earth being a globe, and then it turns out they didn't really know the Earth was a globe. It was all built on these assumptions. And they come in here with a lot of confidence and saying, oh, we actually know, it's useful, it's used every day. It's useful for predictions, it's useful for navigation. It's like, no, it's not. There's systems that were designed to verify within themselves that the Earth is a globe. But outside of the system, it doesn't comport over to the physical natural world. We don't check it against the world. We're checking the system within the system. So, in accordance to navigation, I think Sporadic goes over this quite often. And people start to realize that, there's nothing to relate that the Earth is a globe by looking into these systems. Yeah, we got Anubis that just jumped in. Welcome, Anubis. People join the forum from all different types of mindsets, so we'd like to invite people to get on the microphone and have a conversation. Perhaps they may know that the Earth is not a globe as well as we do. And furthermore, understand the physics of water to know that the Earth is flat. It's pretty simple, right? But the idea that you've been told that it's a globe is the hardest thing to overcome because of the fact that you've been told for such a long time.
And at best, when people apologize for the globe that they believe in, they end up looking up the things that they're using as proof. So that should tell them something at the very least.
What have you heard, Flat Earth Ranger, that people come up with, like some of the excuses for the Earth being a globe?
Boats going over the horizon, things in the sky happening.
Which one do you think, out of those two, sky phenomena or the boat, which one do you think they use more lately?
Lately, I say it's about even, especially once you say, okay, things in the sky don't equal the Earth. They stay on the Earth for a minute and then they go back to the sky. So it's kind of hard to say.
Yeah, it's a tie. It always goes back to gravity, though. That's what it seems to be.
Do you think they go from from this.
It's almost
Yeah,
the
go ahead.
time. More likely it's been more sky stuff since the sun started doing loops in Antarctica or whatever. Anyway.
Yeah, what's interesting about the sky phenomena, when they start telling us that, well, the sky shows us that the Earth is a globe. In some way, either star trails or the sun doing what it does, sunsets, or the sun not setting, that somehow it gives us geometry for the Earth, and that's just not true at all. Because when we're asking them, and if you're listening right now on YouTube, you got to realize there's nothing that you can do by looking at the sky that's going to give you information of the ground. We always ask this from any new person joining us, but I think the important thing is you who are listening right now have to realize it has nothing to do with determining the shape of an object. So.
Yeah, it either turns out to be the motion of something in the sky or just outer space in general, claims of outer space like satellites, ISS.
All right, we got somebody that just joined us. Stonks, welcome.
Yeah, what's up?
Now, do you, sir, think that the Earth is a globe?
I've been on a plane several times, and I saw the curve.
Okay, you saw a curve from an airplane? Is that right?
Yeah.
All right, how did you determine it was a curve, though?
My dad is a pilot, and I sit with him, and I can see the curve distinctly.
Okay, that's great. But how did you determine that it was a curve, sir?
It is a curve. I can see it.
Yeah, that's a confidence. That's a confidence you have in what you saw. Now the question is, how did you determine that it was a curve that you saw?
The Earth was curved from the window.
Yes, that's a third time. That's a claim that you're making. That's great. I
It's
like
not
that.
a claim.
Now, how did you? Yes, it is. How did you determine it's a curve, sir?
Because I saw it. It's curved.
Well, that sounds like you might have had a bad chili dog, and you're seeing things,
I should have.
right?
Yeah, my bad. I should have filmed that to you. I'm sorry. I will.
No,
do that
filming it doesn't help because all you're going to do is just maybe you're using camera lenses. We don't know. So how did you determine what you see is what you get? How do you know that?
You know what I think? I think my eyes lied to me. I think I'm seeing fake things.
No. Here's the thing. You may have saw something, right? I'm not going to say you didn't see something, but what I'm asking for is, okay, you think you saw curve. That's great. How do you determine that it's actual curve?
I do not think I know that I saw it.
No. Okay. Well, you saw it, but then how did you determine that it was that thing you think you saw? How do you know?
Like seeing cucumbers. I saw cucumbers, and I know they are cucumbers.
But let's put it this way: the horizon was at a distance. Yes, it's at a distance away from where you are in the plane. Okay. So something that you said you saw was at a distance away from you. It's not immediately right next to you. You can't touch it. You can't see it all the way around. So it looks to be far away from you. And you think you saw something, but how did you determine the Earth is curving like you say it is?
I don't know. What kind of question is this?
The question is investigating. It's investigating the observation, sir. See, we make observations all the time, and something that's far away, like the horizon was when you saw it from the airplane window, should be investigated on the surface. When you go down to the ground, you can actually test whether or not the Earth is an actual curving surface. Yeah?
Okay.
Okay, makes sense, right?
So your point is that I can't determine at all from sitting on a plane.
That is correct, sir. You want to have to further investigate whether or not what you're seeing is actually true, which means it could be due to any number of factors, right? And I don't know what it could be. It could be maybe you were having a bad day and you just thought you saw something, to maybe the curve of the windows causing this, camera effect. You never know. So what you want to do is determine whether or not that actual vision that you saw is true. So you go to the surface and you want to test the surface to have curvature. You understand what I mean? So I mean, if the surface is curving, it would demonstrate it on the surface. For sure, like 100%. You can test it, and there's nothing to be afraid of because if you saw what you saw, then yeah, on the surface it would be the same.
Pointless. Yeah, that's it.
Pointless? No, we don't. Pointless to
It's
investigate.
pointless to talk about it. It's pointless
No,
to
it's
talk
not.
about it.
No, it's not.
Why?
We want to teach
What did I
people.
gain?
We want to
No. What did I gain now? If there's a point.
right now. Yeah, if it's a point. So the point is you want to know what the Earth is based on you being able to test it and not just believing that you think that it's a globe. It's not about belief, sir. You don't believe that the Earth is a globe. You have to know that it's one. So we're asking people, how do you know that it's one? Yeah. Yeah, it's not a belief-based
One of your
system.
friends, he sent me an invitation to your server. Like
Yes.
Why is that? I don't
Well,
wanna join.
usually, what's that?
I don't want to join. Don't send me invitations, dumbass.
Well, you don't have to be upset, sir, but it's to help you understand that we have loads of
You should be
information.
upset. He didn't even ask me.
Yeah, but it's really just like a helpful hint. Like here's a place where you can find more information if you're curious to know, and people are just being friendly. Yeah, people are just being friendly. That's all.
Yeah, you don't have to
No,
call them
that's not-
dumbasses for being friendly and trying to help you out, sir.
No, that's not friendly. He's asked me to even tell my friends. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, for sure.
So that's not
check this out.
friendly.
Yeah, that's not friendly at all. He's dictating.
Yeah, that's fine. All right. So what we're doing right now is getting to realize with you because we're on YouTube right now. We're live streaming, and this is a show, right? No, it's not a big deal for you. It's a big deal to us. For you, it's not a big deal. For us, it's
No
a
one is
big deal
watching.
because
It's on the stream.
This is
I
being
was there
recorded,
on the
sir.
stream. No one is watching.
Yeah, this is being recorded.
It's no big
Yeah, many people go back to the live stream and listen to interaction, sir. They always do. So we have this interaction with people so they can highlight how people are being obtuse when it comes to this.
Yeah, he left. He was being an asshole anyway.
Yeah, that highlights why people have this cognitive bias towards the Earth being a globe because they've been conditioned. And when you try to talk to them about investigating further, they don't want to hear it. It's like they plug their ears. It's it's an identity crisis. And I've said this many times, but they're just highlighting that. So it's like they can say they saw curvature from an airplane window, but when you ask how did you determine it was curvature from what you saw? And I think that gets under their skin because they don't want to know if they know that what they saw is the curvature. Because I could say many things. Well, it was a curved window, but I want them to tell me how did they determine it. You see what happens is I turned it around to them to give me the reasoning behind what it's the curve is from.
Starting a robot,
and they're just not able to determine.
You roboted for a second. Last couple of sentences, maybe. Go again.
Am I roboting?
No, you're good now.
You're good now. Go ahead.
Yeah, we're trying for them to just realize that it's something that we're asking for them to investigate, not just by observation, but by determining how they're.
Yeah, he's lagging again.
The Earth spun the wrong way and his satellite went offline. Are you there, Miggy?
I think they triangulated his position. They're trying to take him out.
He's been gagged and bagged. Rest in peace, Alpha. You were a good one.
Targeted individual. Just kidding. You there, Alpha? Did we lose you?
Underground location being waterboarded.
Well, real quick, that last guy to me was an example of somebody with a 100% closed mind. He didn't even want to peek into this to see if there's anything to it. He's like, I saw the curve and you guys are idiots. I'm out of here. There's so many people like that, right?
Can't add to a cup that's already filled. ignorance.
I just don't get why they feel the need to just come in and completely make things up. You know, oh, well, my dad's a pilot. I looked out the window. I saw the cut. It's so obvious the guy's lying. And so why? like genuinely, why? Like, what is the point in going into a random Discord on the internet? Bearing in mind, there's millions, right? Millions of Discords available. So I know I'm going to go into this one specific Discord and just tell random, pointless lies.
Because they can get away with it. Nobody's going to question them on any of that stuff.
Yeah, they think
when people do, they can't handle it.
Sorry, but they know it's a globe, so they can make up anything they want while they're talking to us, because we're just idiots, you know. You bake me, do a mic check.
I think it's scared. I think they're scared that as soon as they're getting challenged, that whatever they like, it's rocking their foundation, or it's a challenge to the rocking of their foundation, and they know they have to critically think and concede at a certain point because it logically connects. So, you know, that's what you get. You get dishonesty, you get gish galloping, you get ego play. It's like the guy stuck in the Matrix being told you're in the Matrix and just plugging his ears to go like, no, I'm not. Okay, well, live in La La Land then. Ignorance.
Yeah, they struggle with it, so I think that's the problem too. They don't know how to critically think. They only are told how to think, and I think that's the problem. When you're told how to think instead of being able to critically think for yourself, it's an issue.
It's such a big skill to have. Just to take a minute and assess what is being said. Right? And then go through the steps to validate what is being said. And then not just make an assumption and jump in with an assumption. And as soon as you're being challenged on an assumption, it's like we're in basic elementary again. It's like, nuh-uh, yeah. It's no progress there. I mean, not to bitch or whine, but, it's for the individual themselves. For me, it's very interesting to sit here and actually hear the conversations that play out and learn a thing or two. But it's usually the ego plays that end up like that and then just run off. And then you're just sitting there again like, okay, well, waste of time, I guess.
I think the interactions are beneficial for the listener because they're able to say, okay, that's the question that I would have if I was in there talking about this very subject. And, I think that's important as well. Some of the ones that come in here, they don't know that we're being recorded live on YouTube, and they'll diminish the fact that the recording is something that's being viewed by anyone. So like that gentleman that was just in here just a while ago, he was like, well, who's actually looking at that? There's nobody looking at that. So he doesn't know that people are listening on and off. And when they do have time, they're like listening to the way they have their interaction. And they're like, wait a minute, why didn't that guy stand up and say, I know how to determine that if I see Earth curving from an airplane window, that it's going to be curving on the surface. So that's another important factor. They can see how they think.
Alpha, it's amazing how many people are in that group that they know it's a globe. People figured it out, but they have no idea how to tell you why or even engage in thinking about how it's a globe, It's amazing.
And we invite people to come in here and just tell us, how did you determine it? There's one thing of saying that you think it's a globe, but there's another for you to actually put the footwork and say, I've done this or I've done that. And that when it comes right down to it, it's just a belief.
Did you? Did anybody mention pitch data to him?
He ran away. He ran away, but I go to different. The way that I do things is a little bit different. I don't normally go to the talking points that we usually have here. I want to investigate why they think the way they do, And usually that gets them to actually realize they don't have information to substantiate the claim. So so when there's like, anything that gets brought up, right? Doesn't matter what it is. You can use those as ways that you can have a conversation with somebody, like pitch data being one. But then again, if they don't even know what that is, when you present it, it's like talking alien language to them. You have to kind of recognize your audience, right? Know where they're coming from. So when you're talking to them about a subject, if somebody's more technical, I would say, yeah, that would be a useful talking point. Maybe produce that and show them, right? Because they want to know specifics. And then that would be a better use of like the conversation than just throwing that out every time. You get what I mean? You can do that, but if the recipient doesn't understand what you're saying, then it would be kind of like a fruitless endeavor.
Yeah, give them the one.
You get what I mean?
Ask them. Oh yeah, for sure, I agree. But do your thing. Ask them. Why do you think Earth is a globe? And then be like, well, this is why Earth is flat from a plane. Do you know what pitch data is? And then
Yeah, but Duncan, that's great for you to think that. But that dance move can only go so far with certain people. It's not applicable to everyone. You can't apply in a broad spectrum of like the way people are, like to everybody. It doesn't work. Like you got to think about it, man. You can know the truth, but how to admonish it is something totally different, dude. That's what people learn when they're in this environment, in here, in this room. Knowing you like, imagine this. You have all the tools, right? All the talking points, all the great arguments, but how do you administer them? That's a whole other animal right there. How you're able to navigate conversations and know when to do it. Like you don't just automatically go straight to pitch data if the person doesn't even understand. Like you're speaking to somebody from high school, they don't know what you're talking about. They're like, what is it? Okay, that's not evidence. Like they'll just immediately tell you that's not true. And you're like, yeah, but it is. Because look, this is how planes fly. And so, you know what I mean? You have to identify your audience, bro. That's what we try to show people here. It's like, meet them where they're at. Yeah?
Yeah, it depends on how you present it, of course. But that's just one of my weaknesses.
It doesn't depend on how you present it, Duncan. It doesn't depend on how you present it. It depends on the audience person that you speak. So whoever's coming in here and saying things to you, do you know what level they're at? Like that's the important thing, right? If you can tell somebody's a bit more advanced, right, and they're talking technicals, that's the kind of guy you really want them to realize that pitch data shows that the planes fly on a level, a horizontal, plane. So that's not the guy who's coming in here and saying Earth is round. That's probably not the guy, right? You can use another way. Look in your tool bag and find out what you have for your arguments to show and present this guy. So that's what I'm trying to show. What I'm trying to show you.
Yeah. The only thing I have is a broadsword, man.
Yeah, some people have a broadsword, some people have a giant hammer, but you can't keep using the single tool to bash them over the head with. It's not good for like the conversation part. So you want to figure out the person you're speaking to, and then kind of move and adapt. Like, and that's the kind of interesting part about this conversation that we have in here. It's like do your style, whatever your style is, but an efficient way of doing it. Like if you're gonna go that route that you're saying, just figure out if they're ready to hear that. If not, there's other talking points I'm pretty sure you can talk about. Let's say they'll do this, right? They're like, well, I see the ISS flying around my head, so that's how I know the Earth is. So they're sky gazers, right? You know that they're gonna start talking about things in the sky, and that's what they're thinking because the idea that the ISS is flying around in the vacuum of space. So all that kind of stuff is you have to you can't go therefore pitch data. Like you have to go into like how do they know the ISS is in the region that they're claiming it is. So just dive a little bit into like what they're saying, and because it's all smoke and mirrors, dude. They don't have any evidence to back up, that's true. So that's all I'm saying, Duncan. I mean, you do have that. That talking point is useful. It's just where you're going to use it, like at what time you're going to use it. That's all.
Yep, good advice. Thank you.
Yeah, man, no worries. And I think what happens too is that you see how effective it is when it lands where it's supposed to land. You know the guy who comes in here is a bit nerdy, who's talking a little bit about like angles, and he's using mathematics, and then you're like, oh, really? Let's check out some pitch data from an airplane. And you like hit them right there, and that's where it hurts because they know that they can't disagree with data that's shown from a black box that's been taken from an airplane. You know what I mean? That's where it really sticks. But it can't be used in a wide range of just your everyday Joe, because your everyday Joe, he doesn't really think of much. He doesn't know how to critically think. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, definitely, for
yeah,
sure.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, you can, and so most people, man, I'd say the majority, they come in here, they're like, Earth is round. Like they're just what you call oblivious, dude. So you just gotta meet them where they're at. Ask them, hey, why do you think so? Like, tell me, what's your reasoning behind that? And they usually tell you it's pretty simple. Pictures from NASA, like it doesn't get much more simple than that,
Yep, television.
Yeah, internet, that kind of stuff. And we got some people that just joined us. We got Mr. Paima. Oh, sorry, Palma. Welcome to the room. We got Trans Cheeto that just joined us as well. Welcome. Any new people want to chime in and tell us why the Earth is a globe? And do they have any evidence to back that up? That'd be great. Okay. We do have this morning on the panel, we got Duncan has just joined us. I've seen him. He was chiming in. We also have Flat Earth Ranger. We got Mr. Dave Hinkle. Daz68. Radwin's listening. He's probably at work. We got some other folk that are joined us. So let me look down the list. We got Flatman Can. Grisp is with us. Mark. KC. What's up, KC? Migo, we go. We got Mick, Neil, Quetzalcoatl, Quiet Noobs, usual suspects. Good morning, fellas. Ah, yes. I love that sound. Spartans, what is your profession? It was funny for a time when we had that theme going. People would always come in and say whatever their profession was. Well, I do this, I do that. I'm an engineer. I'm this and that. And it's like we test the metal, right? Like, what does that have to do with the shape of the Earth? Can you bring forward any evidence based on your profession? And then to determine the truth, right, that the Earth is flat and stationary, it's like, turning to flat earthers. Flat earthers, what is your profession? Because it's like we don't need profession to speak truth. Truth is that the Earth is self-evident as flat. So I like that theme, though.
This is politics. Flat Earth 24/7.
Yeah, maybe that's where you use your broadsword, right? Rush the enemy. Anyway, moving on smartly, like CB says.
The new people wanted to chime in, I guess. Is that right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they can chime in if they want. Like, we're here 24/7.
Even if you got what you think is a silly question, we'll entertain it and explain to you why it's silly, maybe. But feel free to ask any question. I got a question for you, Mr. Alpha Veritas.
Go ahead, Dave.
I'm currently sitting in my backyard in Kentucky. In the sky, there is the sun. I'd like for you to tell me what that is, what it's made of, and how far away it is. Go ahead.
Well, you see, sir, we've determined that the sun is a giant ball of gas. It's also has light that's within it that's been burning for millions of years. But when it reaches the surface, it shoots out at us at the speed of light, and that speed of light reaches us within 8 minutes from the surface to the Earth. It. I'm just kidding. That's more of the space lore. We don't know any of that stuff.
I've heard that somewhere before. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, that's more of the space fantasy they tell you. And then if you ask anybody how they know that, they're like, well, it's just how it has to be. No, it don't. You're just imagining things. One part of the lore from the sun is that it's got energy that's being produced within its core, and it's being pushed outward. That energy takes millions of years to make, but once it reaches the surface, only takes 8 minutes to reach that surface and to our eyes from the big sphere in the sky. So that's what they're claiming, that the sun, and it's got it's so hot that it's causing nuclear fusion to happen on the. Is it fission or fusion? I'm not really sure. On the surface, they're saying it's occurring.
I think it's fusion is what they say, Miggy. I don't know.
Fusion, right?
I think so. I mean, I just wanted to highlight the absurdity of. That's just one example of the heliocentric people that made this story up. They think they figured out stuff like the sun. They haven't. Back to you, Miggy.
Yeah, because you can have combustion happen, in the vacuum. That's interesting. Combustion.
Yeah. They must be thinking that because somebody must have gone out and demonstrated that you can grow plants with burning balls of gas in a vacuum. They must have done that. Otherwise they wouldn't think that, right? I mean, no one would think that burning balls of gas could grow plants, would they?
What do you mean? That's not a burning ball of gas? Come on now.
I have a burning ball of gas garden. That's how I grow my tomatoes.
Right? Okay, well, maybe we're wrong. Maybe it's fission. Okay. They must have gone out and grown plants with fission or fusion then, because they wouldn't just say that, right?
Yeah, we can we can test them if they come in here, if they want to have a conversation, but I want to know how they determine that fact, because it seems like there's a lot of people saying things, but there's not a lot of proof moving out.
Yep. The distance to the sun, most of the Glovers don't know how they even came up with that idea.
Yeah, that's a good one, actually, Sonny.
Yeah, because we over the years have discovered how way back in Galileo's time and Copernicus, they guessed because of the transit of Venus, right? Across the sun.
The transit of Venus, yeah. Yep.
They guessed at the size of the sun. So they guessed at the size of Venus as it transited, and then they guessed that Earth was approximately the same size as Venus. And that's how they got the whole entire solar unit.
But so Sonny, those were just simple assumptions that were logical, and they knew what they were talking about, right?
Do you know what all of these, like the astronomical unit that the sun is right now currently backed up by? Do you know that it has to do with the one-way speed of light being known? I don't know if you guys know this. There's a lot of foregone conclusions that goes into why they think the distance to the sun has already been figured out. It's based on assumptions, like all the information.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know that the one-way speed of light is not even known? Do you guys know that?
Exactly.
And that's another.
Yeah, there's no way to measure the speed of light, right? I mean, they can't measure that.
Well, and they're saying that's already kind of like a given. So the foregone conclusion is that the one-way speed of light is already determined. So they're using that to build off of the assumption that they can determine linear distance from the Earth to the sun via any method like parallax or whatever. from the transit of Venus and such.
Right. So that must be why, they changed the distance to the sun like 6 times since 1600.
Yep. It's always interesting to talk about this topic. You find out how far down somebody's mindset is, right? So I think that's important too. You're like, they're all full on belief, and they have no idea that all of these talking points for their Earth being a globe and their solar system existing the way it is, and the sun distance away from us is a specific distance. They don't know any of that, and if they do know it, it's only just something that's been a person's best guess. And I don't even know if I can even call it that, because how can that be a best guess if you don't even know any of the things that you're saying are any way validated?
Yeah. And they don't understand the point that, like, we've investigated this. And I think when we tell them these things, they don't even believe it's possible that flat earthers could know this information. They totally go into disbelief mode. And that's when they get that syndrome. Okay, everything a flat earther says. Well, I mean, that's not the only time they get it. Everything a flat earther says is wrong. But we've gathered the information from, like, for instance, that one video talks about 200 famous quotes from famous people. Forget all what's in there. I'll have to review that again. But it basically goes into depth about why these people believe what they believe, how they came up with the information. Yeah, it's pretty interesting.
I think speaking to a sky gazer is really cool because they think that they can determine shape from that. That's their confidence level when they come in and they start saying, well, we look at, how do you know the Earth's a globe? Well, we look at stars, we look at the sun, and that shows us that it can only be a sphere. And it's like, that's what they say. That's usually their dance move. It's always saying that very thing. It can only be a sphere.
Yep. So they don't even understand that they're talking about their cognitive, they're talking about a bias, like a preference that in their belief that they're holding in the first instance. Then they go into all the other presuppositions. And, some people will double down on this, looking up at the sky to determine what the surface is, like Matthew learns. Like when I pointed out how ridiculous that is, how can you measure the ceiling amp to put your flooring in, or to tell anything about the condition? He just keeps doubling down. It's like he has a reset every 30 seconds. Yeah, but you still can tell things, useful information about the ground by looking at the lights in the sky. And when pressed on that issue, like, okay, because we always ask them, okay, walk us through logically, what's the first step that I can link those? They never get to the first step. Or they go to the first step, which is, you observe the things in the sky. And then we're like, okay, what next? They don't have an answer for what next. They can't connect them logically together.
Well, just to be clear, their first step is always first assume the Earth is a globe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that is the first step. If they're being honest with it, and I've heard some people say this too. Okay, so I'm going to tell you, but you have to first imagine that the Earth is a globe. That's what they say. First imagine that the Earth is a globe. Yes. Isn't that what they tell you?
Yeah, inevitably. And even when they avoid answering that question about that they're assuming the Earth is a globe in the first place, they'll avoid it. But it inevitably leads everyone to know, by the way they're talking, that that's what they've done. They have this bias. They're not letting go of it. It's like Santa Claus and the little child saying, no, you mean Santa Claus isn't real? I won't give Santa Claus up. I just won't. It's like talking to children. You're taking away their Santa Claus and they're mad. They're angry. So, like, that's the reason all these people have these globe Earth reality. Like Rich Evans was in my DMs, like blowing up my DMs, like, why don't you come? Like, what you're saying about the vestibular system is false or illogical. And he like, why don't you come to our server, the Globe Earth Reality? And I simply wrote him back. I said, for one, the title of your server is Globe Earth Reality, but there is no reality in the globe. So no, I won't go. No, thanks.
He means to tell you, why don't you come and pretend with us? Because we're pretending right now. So come in over here and pretend with us that the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, they
It's like playing Dungeons and Dragons. It's like LARPing with Dungeons and Dragons. Like when I got to this server, it's kind of funny that you said that because I kind of resonate with that. When I got to this server, the bias was there. You know, you don't know what you're talking about, so you know, you just go with the flow. You're a sheep. You don't want to be ridiculed. And then you get asked a couple of questions, then you delve a little bit deeper into that. And you start realizing, well, there might be more to it than meets the eye. Next thing you know, what I see is people come in, and as soon as, you know, you get to the brass tack, they can't hold their ground. I think there was one instance I named in the past where a guy claimed something about a laser measuring over water, seeing curvature. And then the guys here took it upon themselves to find the research and find the device used to measure with. And they figured out the distance that the device can measure with at maximum capacity, which, you know, didn't make the claim, as in, you know, it was much further measured than what the device was capable of doing. But the person was so adamant about their claim, it was crazy. And then, you know, that fact was being pointed out. The entire paperwork was in the side chat, the model number and everything. You could see the distances of measuring that it was capable of, debunking the measuring device. Now, I did university, and I did mainly research. And one of my expertises was communication during research. I was a tutor. So I was training to become a teacher to, you know, help students along the way. And I got paid for that. And I did that mainly on research. And if you are a beginner research, you do just surface eye research, desktop research. But an exceptional researcher cross-validates, triple checks, verifies. And that little instance there really put me over the table where I was like, well, you know, it kind of is what it is. Like, I can't deny the fact that, you know, half of the claims that are being made are just disingenuous fluff. And they don't even know what they're talking about. And the longer I sit here, the longer I listen, because I've been here a lot and I just sit on the background and listen, the more I take in and learn. And it blows my mind, the construction being, you know, put in front of our eyes, and how these guys are able to just poke through it and be like, well, that doesn't make sense, and that doesn't make sense, and if you add this to that, then eventually we'll end up here. And, you know, it's about having the logical mindset, or at least the willingness to have that critical mindset to approach those subject matters without ridicule. And trust me on this, viewers, you'll see this over time play out. The people who don't know what they're talking about and feel threatened because of it will start ad-homing, get into their emotional side, and eventually leave. But the proof is in the pudding. That's all I have to add to that. I'm sorry to spiel this all out of the way, but when you said that, the beginning part, I resonated with that. I had to get that out.
Yeah, I think it's important because a lot of people don't know that some people are just coming. There was a guy who was in here the other day. He's like, so how many people have you converted? How many? He was questioning that. I was like, dude, that's not the heart of our aim here. We're in here to challenge people, for them to get to understand most of the ideas from the Earth being a globe haven't been looked into. So that's what we want to talk about, right? We want to investigate the claims. And so when we do that, we're going to find out. And people like that are just like, well, there's nobody listening. Nobody's going to change their mind. Nobody. And like, where's the proof of that? Like, he really wanted to, like, me to give him a body count. And I was like, dude, that's not what we're about, man. So you actually saying that on your own, and you weren't being coerced, like, into coming in here and saying like, oh, they made me say it or whatever. It's just an observation. You're just making an observation of these conversations, and you give your 2 cents. You're like, this is what my takeaway is this, you know, and it was all based on these individuals who come in here who do the best that I guess that they can to show that the Earth is a globe, and they fail because it doesn't have any validation means. There's no way to validate the Earth being a globe in the vacuum of space. There just isn't a way to do that. So yeah, it's much appreciated when people come in and just say, like, based on their information of what they've gathered being in here, I wonder if the experience is that most people feel that way too. Like, you have your YouTube listener. We had a guy come in from a YouTube, did the same thing. He's like, I've been listening to you guys for years, and I don't normally speak much, but I came in here just to tell you guys that I was thinking the Earth was a globe, and I changed my mind. Just listening to you guys, because when you talk to the people and they don't have an answer to the questions, and they get upset and they throw tantrums or whatever, that changes somebody's mind. Instead of that, they could have just easily shown how the Earth is not flat, and the truth is the Earth is a globe. If that was true, then they wouldn't need to be so defensive, angry.
Yes.
And that's why I said the proof is in the pudding. Like, the facts speak for themselves in the long run, and if they keep throwing tantrums over the littlest of things, it only skews that narrative. Then that's why I said in the beginning there was this bias, like, oh yeah, of course, flat earthers. Everybody talks about flat earthers, but sit here and listen to what is being said, and you'll notice that the quote unquote globies, those are the ones that are being unreasonable and not willing to at least listen or at least have a mature attitude towards certain subjects. Now, don't get me wrong, there's always the exception to the rule, and there's some in there. But as soon as you really test what they're saying and really get to the brass tacks of things, and I almost put my salary on this, but yeah, you can see them get emotional really quickly. And that to me is a sort of proof where you're like, well, if you're not mature enough to hold your ground in any logical senses, that shows to me that you're not, fully convinced in what you're believing. So you're just reciting something. And in that context, I'm more convinced to listen to the individual who is logically and coherently and simply explaining the premise, instead of making an entire, dance parade just to prove one point because of emotions. For me, it's very proving. Like I said, the proof is in the pudding. So if you hold your ground and you can just logically explain where you're standing on, then yeah, I'm more willing to listen to you. And that is the reason why I'm sitting here and listening. And don't get me wrong, I see you guys sometimes clown on the clowns. Like, they come in and they think they can clown you because, flat earth, but eventually they end up being clowned. And to me, that's hilarious. Like, I'm a dance teacher by trade, so I use this a lot as a podcast where I just have one ear plugged in and I just do my thing. But I'll grin and laugh during the classes every now and then, just listening to what is being said in the way it's being said, because what they're presupposing is so silly that you actually go with the flow and be silly in regards, but it ends up making them looking silly. It's hilarious to me. Again, it's an entertaining show, and I appreciate it.
Yeah, that's great. There's a lot of cherry picking going on whenever we show results of laser test or observations. Like, they'll cherry pick, they'll use things like they'll try to use observations, which we've all seen in here, with no data, no verification of the location, the observer height, the actual distance, the other conditions, But, one thing I wanted to say is, for anybody listening on YouTube or any of the other channels or on Discord here, we're asking any high level educational sorts, those types, PhDs in astronomy, cosmology, astrophysics, or PhDs in any field, doctorates, whatever you want to call it. We want the high level people to come in here and tell us, in these so-called sciences, which we know are pseudosciences, provide us with a valid hypothesis in any of those fields. Come on in and do that. Hopefully, you'll stand on all 10 toes, like Alpha says. Come in here and provide your information, because it's being touted as science. So we just want simple verification. It's real easy. Just come on in, be honest, and tell us what you know about your field. Show us the hypothesis. We need the IV and the DV, and all will be well. Thank you.
Oh, it looks like we have somebody that joined us. The law. Oh, they deafened. Never mind.
It's Dread.
Yeah, is that Dread? Judge Dread?
Under the law. Good movie.
I wonder if people that come in here like that are just they don't want to have they want to have the deafen on, but they're listening still on YouTube or something. I wonder.
They probably do that, but they want to have a time to come in whenever they're available, just to show that their presence is here still. Who knows? We got Yeadolf's top guy taking a flight, saying zero curve in the text channel. Yeadolf, what up, man? I think you're on a plane right now. Is that right? You're on a plane flight? Yeah, we had a lengthy conversation one night that he was in here.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's all good, man. Yeah, and we're just walking through all the talking points, and it was kind of like really opening his eyes to, like, a way that he can talk about flat Earth with his friends and family and such. And I was telling him, dude, how much time do you have? Because we're gonna go through them. And after we were done discussing, he's like, dude, I got a lot of ways now I can talk to people about the flat Earth. So it kind of helped the interactions in here for him to build up himself and how to talk to people about it.
So welcome. If you can hear me, I'm looking out this window and it's not curved.
Yeah, you're coming in a bit low and muffled, a little bit garbled. But I think I heard you say something that is not curved, and I saw you put the images up that you took from an airplane window. Is that right?
Yep.
What do you think about the flat Earth, man, from an airplane window? That is crazy. Did you guys click on the images he posted up?
Yeah, I was looking at the video. That's quite incredible. I mean, obviously he's looking south, that's quite a distance. I mean, think about how far away that is, that horizon we're seeing. Hundreds of miles.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to ask that one guy was, how far away was the horizon? That guy from earlier.
You mean the guy talking about the lasers?
Oh, no, the plane window guy.
Oh, okay. Must have been before I came on.
Yeah, there was no way for him to determine anything that he was making a claim to, Duncan. I think that's the point that I was making from how did you determine that it was curvature that you saw? I don't know if you noticed the struggle that he had when I was telling him that. He there was no way that he could. He just like made the claim again. Like I think he made it like 3 times, to be honest.
No, I realized that. I wanted to kind of jump in and ask him specific questions to see why he thought that. So that was gonna be one of my questions. But no, I got what you're doing. Everybody got what you're doing. It was point well made for sure.
Bro, they struggle. It's something that when I expose them that way, they're making a lot of claims and they have a lot of confidence, but when it comes right down to it, they're gonna realize it's a belief. That's all it is. All it ever is just a belief.
It's like a cult because like you're trained from birth to believe this crap.
Absolutely. That's what I call it. I call it a cult. That's what I use. Like, it's a globe cult, man. Or it could be more akin to a sun worshiping cult because they put the sun in the center. It's in the center of the solar system. So
Helios.
They're not like
That's a god.
yeah, they're not like saying they're worshiping the sun per se, but they are putting it in the center of their existence, which would be, the solar system and such. What's weird too is that since we've been talking about the sun this morning, is there any way that they determine that specific idea that the sun's in the center? How do you guys know that they've determined that in any way? Like in their conversations, have you heard anybody show validation for a solar system?
Well, it's based off the Keplerian model, right?
Yeah, but how did Kepler determine it?
Oh, well, first he assumed Earth was a globe, then he assumed Earth was the same size as Venus, and Venus was also a globe. Then he used that to scale the sizes and distances, I think.
Yeah, a lot of this is built off of that, but the part that gets me is why do they think that we're going around the sun if the sun is moving across the sky?
Yeah, you would have thought from observation it would have been like a Polaris system.
Yeah, go ahead, Casey. What'd you say?
Yeah, you would have thought from observation they would have made it a Polaris system instead of a solar system.
Yeah, everything's going around Polaris. Yeah.
So yeah, it's a good question. Like, why do they make it solar rather than something else from observation?
I mean, it's valid to ask that question, and it's also like, why would we even go to that conclusion if what we see is the sun moving across the sky? I mean, just going based off of observations, I don't see anything going around the sun. That's just not what we see. I don't know. There's been a lot of people that made these ideas of like why they think that the cosmos is a particular way, or gravity theory. There's people are just believing things, man. There's no way to validate any of the things that they say. I think to me that was the most important part, is like understanding why. Why would you say that's the case? Always comes back to belief. That's why I say it's not a debate, man. It's this what we do in here. It's not a debate. Hey, Sonny, how long have you been a sailor? Just navigating the waters. You might be AFK.
Well, it's funny I mentioned earlier that the Polaris should be the center. It actually is the center in celestial navigation.
What's weird is that you can even construct a kind of like a derivative argument from this. Because a cosmology that would make observations and see that, you could also propose that, but then you would have the idea that, well, they see different rotations in the south, so then you'd have to contend with that as well. So that'd be another thing to think about. But it would be based off observations, what you could see, because we don't see things going around the sun. That's the main point that we're saying. Yeah, in actual fact, you see the sun going around us. So there's more evidence of that. Hey, we have somebody new that just joined the panel. I don't know how to say your name. It looks like you just have 2 letters. EL. Welcome to the panel. Yeah, if you're there, welcome to the room too. You have any questions? You want to show how the Earth is a globe by any evidence that you can bring forward? Or do you want us just tell you how the Earth is flat by showing how water itself and the physics of it determine that the Earth is a horizontal plane? It's up to you. You can jump in anytime you want. Usually, sometimes people jump in here and feel confident enough to get on the microphone. Others, they just wait to hear someone else talk. Which is fine. It's been a minute now. I think we're going on 7 years live streaming. Me, close to about maybe 10 years now. It'll be 10 years going, just talking about this subject. I heard of many conversations over the years of how people make their special pleadings and their excuses and their analogies that don't even comport over to the Earth in any way. Well, see, it's like a car going really smooth on a road, or it's like a train going really smooth on some tracks. That's how come you don't feel motion. They're apologists, right, as to why we don't notice the Earth as a globe. Well, you don't really see curve. You see the effects of curve. It's like, what do you mean you don't see curve? Like, wouldn't you notice curve if you see the effects of curve? Like that, those two go hand in hand. How don't they? Like, how is it where you don't see the curve, but you see the effects of the curve? That doesn't make any sense. Have you guys ever heard that? You don't see curve, you see the effects of curve.
Yeah, that's what they say because
Makes
they
perfect
admit
sense
that
to
you
me, dude.
can't see the geometric horizon. So they'll say that, but then they say that the horizon is an effect of Earth curve.
Correct. Well, we have Mr. EL saying that it makes perfect sense. Go ahead, Mr. EL. Tell us how that makes perfect sense.
Your eye, your retina, the place where you see things, is limited compared to the other object you're trying to observe, which is a horizon. So you'll never be able to conceive of it truly. That's ratios. It's literally the inverse. However, you can see effects of it. Yeah.
So it sounds like this is Pickle. I know who this is. But
Time.
if you're saying, what's that?
Long time I haven't been in the room commenting.
Well, I mean, but the problem we're having here is the validation is not there when it comes to them saying that the effects of curve are even what they're claiming they are. Because if it's an effect of curve, let's just say, for example, we were to go with this story. I wouldn't, not me. I would question them on the fact that effects of curve and curve itself would be hand in hand. So, if they're saying that that's the case, and we just even give them the argument, let's say for argument's sake, and we were to roll with that, how did they determine that the distance from the observer to where they start seeing the effects of curve are any way validated?
In all sorts of ways. One tell for life is like the thing you call vision or optics or coherent optics. They all occur through lenses that have curvature. That's for a reason, right? So that's the braid across all of human history. All lenses, including your eye lens, do this weird distortion of light and curvature.
Yeah, but you're not giving us the goods. We're looking for how the person determined that the effects of curvature to substantiate that it is curvature is actually validated by an observer standing at a distance away from the horizon to say that the place where they see the effects of a boat disappearing from the bottom up would be because due to the effects of curvature. So if the effects of curvature are what's at play, then we want to determine whether or not it is curvature, right? So how does the observer know from the distance to the horizon, if we can even know a distance to the horizon, that that is happening at the geometric curve of the Earth, showing the effects only and not the curve? We're looking to determine whether or not it's curve. That's what's at stake right now is not that your eyes are little balls, but that you can see the effects of curvature due to the fact that the Earth is actually a curving surface. We're trying to determine that in a very practical way of measuring, right? So how did the observer know the distance from where they're standing to the horizon where they see the ship disappearing from the bottom up? That's what we're trying to get at right now. How can we determine that?
You have to measure drop over distance.
Well, hold on, Duncan. Let Pickle come through.
I feel like it's been easily arrived at through so many experiments across time. To deny it is to be disingenuous. So it's not.
Yeah, that's ambiguous. That's ambiguous. Let's go through it.
Sure.
Show us a method.
There's too many to Google and arrive at. And
Ouch.
use LLMs to get closer to. Yeah, see things move forward.
So the
it'll move back.
concession is there is no way to determine the distance from the observer to the horizon, whether or not the effects of curvature are taking place. But just trust me, bro.
No, it's been done so much; it's exhaustively.
Really? Let's run through it. We do have to appeal to an audience. See, there's a Google audience, and those guys who are on YouTube and Rumble and all kinds of places. So
research, physicists,
yeah. So if you want
teachers
to type in with your Google fingers, right, and you want to go and see what's out there, we want to know. Put forward what What you
high
got?
school teacher disproves flat Earth. I can find tons of hits. See?
Yeah, is it
Lowly
the
people of
way we were?
physics disproving.
Yeah, but see, I feel like that's a tangent. It's a tangential point. It's a tangential point to what I was asking for. We're talking about the effects of Earth curvature based on a bottom-up disappearance of a ship
It's been
that
it's
disappears.
been proven to be. Everybody accepts curvature, so I was highlighting how easily I would
No, it's
find
not about
even
accepting
your
it. No.
belief.
It's not about accepting it. It's about proving it. We're asking for the determination of that effect. So how was it determined?
High school teacher disproves flat Earth. I would find them proving globe Earth in a video by the same methods I said are dated, long dated. That's why they just say to high school.
What is the method, Pickle? What is the method?
Let me Google it. This is the method.
Google it. For all the Google people out there, you can Google it too along with Pickle. Let's see if you get the same results. The challenge is, has there been any method to validate whether or not the effects of curvature that we're seeing from an observation standpoint to the distance of the horizon has the Earth causing the bottom-up obstruction due to the effects of Earth curve and not being able to see curve itself, but only the effects? Let's test the claim, shall we?
Can I mention real quick that you could, if it's a cause and
There you go,
effect
side chat.
relationship, you can also prove it with science. If we're talking about cause effect relationship.
Let's not go down that route just yet. Let's figure out if he's got anything to put on the table. So, what did you say, Pickle?
Here's the 10 ways for your student. He believes it. Like, basically, this is a running joke, like amongst like even a high school K to 12.
Well, yeah, it's a joke because it's a joke, Pickle, because it hasn't been proven. So yeah, it's a running joke. We all see that this can't be proven. It's funny that it can't be proven. So we're looking for the gold standard, right? We're looking for the knockdown win. It doesn't seem like there is one.
I'll be back later.
Yeah, please join us again and let's talk. We'll reconvene. Bye.
It seems that Pickle may have gotten himself in a pickle. Somebody had to say that. Go ahead, guys.
You've just been erased.
Yeah, he got in a pickle all right. He didn't realize what he was actually getting himself into when he dove into that conversation, did he? He went ahead.
The major problem is
first
people
into
keep
like a
conflating horizon and Earth curve. Horizon is an optical effect. You can't have a distance to an optical effect. You can go out at sea 500 miles. You still haven't reached the horizon.
Ah, yes. Words of wisdom, right? See, he didn't know that when he was engaging. So, like, I was going to make the analogy of a guy diving headfirst into a swimming pool without any water. Yeah? That's what it was like. So, we end up with a whole bunch of excuses and gobbledygook, and, oh, there's 10 ways that you can debunk a flat earth, and it's a running joke, but there's no evidence put forward. So, what do we have here? Well, he left empty-handed for sure. But he was bankrupt in the fact that he was even going to produce anything that made any coherence to the argument, whether or not it's the effects of Earth curvature or its actual curve that we can't see. So the excuse is, well, we don't see curve, but we see the effects of curve. Yeah, really? Because those two go hand in hand. So if you're saying that we can't see the curve, but it's the effects, prove it. I want you to prove that right there. And then we get what we got, which is him just bowing out and saying, okay, well, yeah, gotta go.
Well, that on top of the fact that the smooth brains need to figure out that horizon and Earth curve are two separate things.
Indeed. But we'll let them figure it out through the course of the conversation. We want them to actually realize that themselves. I guess the part of critical thinking, too, is not just for us to engage with that, but for them to discover that they can realize themselves, they can critically think like within the topic. But it usually happens that because of their pride, they don't want to let go and say that they'll just double down, That's what usually happens.
I want to split it and double down.
All right, Mr. Obnoxious, Rob Noxious is here.
Mr. Veritas, Mr. 24/7, Flat Earth Panel. Good morning. I love you guys.
What's up? What's up? We're just we're covering a lot of these beliefs that people have within the globe inconsistent idea. So it's really inconsistent. There's nothing that you can determine anything that the Earth is a globe by any means. So we're just going through a number of things. We covered the sun. There's no way that they've told you and everybody else what the sun is, and for you to carry a knowledge claim as to that being the case. Let's see. Anything to deal with the sky.
I proved that.
No, what you did? What?
Remember? I proved that for you guys.
No. You're no. We're talking to. No, we're not going to your garage tests and shows. You actually, unbeknownst to a lot of people that are listening right now, Rob Noxious did a great flat Earth proof, right? Because he was saying that the sun does not set on the flat Earth. But you know the crazy thing about his test in his garage is that the floor of his garage is flat. His table was flat. And so a lot of things that he was going on the surface of was flat. And then what he did was he got like a little ball. I don't know what it was like, whether it's aluminum foil or what it was. But he had a
That was the moon, bro. That was the moon.
Was it the moon? Well, it doesn't matter. It's a ball, right? So he had a string that he had tied to, and what he did was he had a camera that was facing, I guess, one part of his wall of his garage, and so the ball was moving like in the frame of the camera and away from the camera, so as to show that over distance that the sun would not set on a flat Earth. But guess what happened, ladies and gentlemen? There was a decrease in the angle at which the camera was viewing that ball move away from it, showing that with perspective that the sun would decrease in angular size and show that it would also look to move towards the horizon, the convergence point, which of course proves that the Earth being flat can have sunsets. It was amazing. Yeah, I have it. It's stored on my computer.
I appreciate it, Alpha. I appreciate that, man.
But you know what's even better is that he, being someone who believes that the Earth is a globe, brought this information forward. So we all have that, and thanks to Rob, we now have a garage test that shows that sunsets happen on a flat Earth. So thanks for that, Rob.
Yeah. See that, haters? Alpha likes me. You guys are welcome. I do what I can.
It's like unbeknownst to Rob, he didn't mean to, right? Because he wanted to show how it doesn't work on a flat Earth. And in actual fact, that he's demonstrating live to everybody that it does work on a flat Earth. So I thought that was awesome. I gave him kudos. I gave him props. I even said, you know what? If we're gonna give this flat Earth proof to anyone, we got to make sure we tell them it was by Rob Noxious. Yeah.
Yeah. If you put my name in front of it, it carries weight. You know what I'm saying? People believe it.
Well, it does carry weight, dude, because now we know that the person who will adamantly say that the Earth is a globe can show us flat Earth proof too. So even Globers can show flat Earth proof. Yeah, that's amazing. That's what we like.
Absolutely. Hell yeah, Alpha. Well, I do what I can, man. I try to play the in between. I don't want to play either side. I just want to be the guy in the middle.
But see, at first, I think with Rob, he thought this was all just he came in a little hot. When he first got to get to know us. He was a little hot under the collar. He had a bee in his bonnet. He really wanted to show up like how this isn't true. He came late to the party, folks. And so he was still swinging around his arms, flailing, asking for our arguments, for us to debate. And we're like, dudes, this happened, years ago. The fiery debates, the 5-on-5s where we used to go into like big old debates, and that stuff, it fizzled out because the bravado and the ego and the confidence, all of that went away when things like long distance observations, the mechanics of water were being shown. And so now the Globers are left empty handed and they really have nothing more but nothing left but the crying, so.
That is kind of true.
Turn out the lights, the party's over.
That's why I take it upon myself to antagonize both sides in hopes that one day I will be able to be entertained in watching you guys debate. and I still have hopes for that. I will never give up hopes for that. And
You came ever so close one night, and I can tell you that much. Ever so close, dude. It was almost about to happen. The thing that you hope for. It's like
I know
Rob almost got his Christmas. He almost got his Christmas wish, dude. Gem Panda almost, like by even just a little, would have come in here and had. Yeah, it was so close.
Hey, he was in a text chat, right? I get credit for that, right, Alpha? He was in a text chat, right? There you go.
He was in a text chat. Now, listen, you got him riled up enough for him to come into the text chat, and at least that was something. If the takeaway was that you instigated it to the point where it was at least that much, that would give you he finally jumped into the. Outside of that, I don't think there has been any other interactions. Well, maybe some of the guys from that server, they came in here, but they're not doing it because you said anything. So they're just doing it because they wanted to come in here.
That's never been proven, but I would like to take credit for it. You know, I mean.
Yeah, but they would probably say that's not true. Not because of that.
Just so everybody knows, even you, that I go in there, I go to that channel, and I give those guys more shit than you guys to try to get those guys to do something. So I actually don't even really bother you guys.
Well, the thing, yeah, that's great, but their talking points are the same as you've heard, basically, and they're nothing more than assumptions and conjurings of imaginations, and it's only fun to hear if you want to reaffirm a belief system. If you want to stay blind or if you want to stay ignorant, then you stick with those guys, right? Because they're never going to help you critically think about the topic. They're only going to tell you, well, you must trust and believe that the methods we have show that the Earth is a globe. And then, of course, you wanting it to be a globe so badly, you're just going to listen to them and be like, yeah, okay, I trust what you're saying. Yep.
Well, hopefully this year I'll be able to do my experiment on the water, and I'll be able to post that for you guys.
Yeah, we eagerly anticipate and await this experiment of yours.
I'm going to put it together. I got a couple boats going, hopefully July-ish. My buddy will have his boat ready and all that, and we'll go out there and do some stuff.
Are you going to show us? Is it a white swan you're going to show us? Is it going to be another white swan?
No, this is a 3-boat. I call it the 3-boaty problem.
It's a white swan then.
The
3-boat problem. What are you talking about, dude?
No, it's the 3-boaty problem with a Y.
Dude, what? Okay, tell me the premise. What's the premise?
The premise is I'm gonna have 2 boats, 3 guys. You're gonna have 1 guy on the beach, 1 guy in a boat on the horizon from the beach, and then another boat gonna go out past that first boat. So for the first boat can see him on his horizon, but the guy on the beach can't see the second boat. So I'll be able to look at the first boat on the horizon, see him. That first boat will look at the second boat on his horizon and see him. We're going to shoot a laser from the beach to the boat, then to the other boat, and we're going to tie a string from the beach to the boat to the next boat. And we're going to measure all these inconsistencies and changes of elevation.
Are you all Globers?
No, I'm specifically using flat Earth people only. Only flat Earth people are able to do this. It's not funny.
Oh, that's some bullshit, Rob. That's some bullshit, dude. You ain't got to know what flat Earthers you gonna have over there with you, man.
All my friends are flat Earthers, dude. That's all I hang out with.
Dude, how do we know? Dude, for all we know, you're just telling them, just say you're flat Earth, dude. Just say you're flat Earth. Don't act like we don't know who you are, bro. You're fucking see-through, man. And like we're not gonna just go, oh, Rob's got some flat earthers out there. Oh, and they're saying that the Earth is a globe. That's crazy. Really?
I got the best flat earthers. I got real flat earthers.
Dude, freaking Rob, man. Yeah, whatever you're doing, happy hunting,
It'll at least be entertaining, right?
Yeah, he wishes.
It's always entertaining when you're in here, man. You think you can actually kayak to Antarctica, bro? And it is like talking to you. Like it's amazing at the level of like what people will grasp at, like with these straws that you're trying to grasp at. just to make the Earth be a globe in some way, dude. It's like desperation times 10. Like I have yeah, dude. Like for you, it must be a globe, dude. Like imagine, like you think the outcome of your little test is going to show that the Earth is actually curving from the actual distance that you guys are away from the surface? Like, really?
Yeah, absolutely.
On a kayak.
You're gonna call me. I want my new name to be Robostosthenes.
I don't know, man. I just want you to just do what you do. Like, I mean, you like to instigate, and people want to. I guess the Globers. You got Jim Pandit all riled up, man. He came in here again, stumbling over himself.
Oh yeah. Actually, you know what? I actually figured out how to move in here. You you can't be you can be pushy. You just can't be too pushy. So I don't really push the boundaries no more. I do enjoy coming in here. I know you guys don't believe me. I don't like getting banned and muted all the time, so I don't really try to cause too much trouble no more. I get what you guys are about now.
That's
so
good.
I don't push
That's good. At least you try to be funny. I mean, with your kayaking to Antarctica, I mean, at least you give it a shot. That's a try. So, thanks.
But that was not funny. That's real. That wasn't one. That wasn't.
Holy crap! That's funny as hell.
Yeah, I told you, Sonny. Dude, Rob is comedy gold, bro. Yeah.
Holy
yeah.
crap.
Imagine going through the South Seas in a kayak, Sonny.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Drake Passage.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's you can cross.
Dude, you'd be fish food, bro. Like honestly, like what?
Yeah, Rob Noxious. Do you know they have 20 to 30 meter waves there? How long is your kayak?
Yeah, I'm very familiar with the Drake Passage. And Drake Passage.
No, you're not. Bro, you're not. This guy, I'm very familiar with it. The way you sailed that way. What's going on, man?
Just take some Dramamine before you go. Some anti-nausea medicine. You'll be okay.
Yeah, that's 60.
It's the Drake
that's 60. Hold on, that's 60 to 90 foot tall waves. Have you ever been in 30-foot waves?
Actually, I have been in some big waves. Yeah, I'm from the Great Lakes.
And 30-foot waves?
No, not 30 foot. About 20-foot waves.
Yeah. I've sailed in 30-foot waves.
Well, there you go. And you're here.
Foot.
Well, you just said it. You were here. And it's not always rough. Drake Passage is not always rough.
This guy right here, man. I'm telling you, he can make Rob. Like honestly, I don't know why you don't have your own show, bro. Like you should do something. Anyways, I'd love to have you on. I'm about to do one too, and you already know about it. But I'd love to have you on, dude, and just like maybe talk to you. A lot of people don't know who you are, man. Maybe we can get you some recognition. How about that?
Whatever you want to do, Alpha, I'm down, man. As long as you can make some content and get people to have a nice day, a happy day, and maybe smile. That's all that really matters in life. You know what I'm saying? We can argue all we want all the day. Happy.
I mean, just a demonstration of like what level people will go to make that the Earth being a globe like any kind of like sensible reality, like the types of links that people will go to. Kayaking to Antarctica, I mean, using your flat floor in your garage to show that the Earth shows that the sun can set on a flat Earth, like everything, dude. It's like the culmination of like who you are, like bringing forward the arguments, like it showing the audience that, wow, is this what people do? That when they really dug into the idea that the Earth is a globe, like, yeah.
Yeah, like show the
shining
full
example of that.
Yeah. Show the full retardation of the glober.
Yeah, you have like there's no fear anymore. You're just running around, just like, yeah, dude, this is who I am. I'm Rob Noxious, and you're owning it too. That's weird. Like a lot of people wouldn't own that shit. You just take ownership of it. You're like, yep.
Oh fuck yeah, bro. Fuck it. Mama said you're gonna be. Mama said you're gonna be something. Be the best you can be. You know what I'm saying?
The lengths they'll go
the
lengths will go because of not having any curvature measurement. You would think it'd be simple. It's more easy than kayaking to Antarctica would be. Go testing the Earth itself to prove that water's curving. I mean, that would be simple.
He's like, I'm very familiar with the Drake Passage. Like, I'm like, how, bro? I have no idea. Yeah. That doesn't make any sense, bro.
Yeah. How did you familiarize yourself with that?
Dude, just check Google Earth, bro. Google it.
Is that how you just Google Earth it? Like you know all about it now, huh? Holy crap!
Most of it.
Good. I want you to take elevation angles from a curved surface. You can't use flat charts. Anyway, your charts will be soaking wet anyway in a kayak, so have fun with that. But let's say you navigate with only using the globe. You can't use flat Earth measurements or distances. You can't use flat Earth elevation angles because they don't exist, right, Rob? So only navigate using the globe. So that would rule out parallel rulers. The compass would be out because the compass, you set your compass to linear distances on your legend, on your chart. Can't use that either. Flat charts are out. You only can use a globe.
Yeah, that's all we need.
Take your little inflatable globe out there. Somehow measure.
Yeah, I don't know the mindset. Sonny, I don't know the mindset of somebody who thinks they're going to do that. Like, don't you have to prepare for such an endeavor? Like, if you're going to go travel in that direction, let's just say he was to get it in like a wild hare and just get in a kayak and paddle his way over. Like, what do you think he would take with him in a tiny little kayak through the Drake Passage? What do you think going to Antarctica? Like, what do you think?
Well, I don't know if you guys are aware, but kayaks have come a long ways. They're not just plastic little. I mean, some of them are nice. They got fish finder.
You have a jet motor on it?
You're roboting. You guys miss his. Yeah, you're roboting.
He's behind a 30-foot wave. That's why we can't hear him. You're not getting signals.
You're roboting, mate.
Yeah, you heard that, huh? You heard that. That's a minor wave.
Sorry, guys. When I go down in these swells, I lose connection when I go down in these swells.
Yeah. And you guys didn't see his design for his. You didn't see the design for his kayak. He's going to have two kayaks attached to the middle kayak, and there'll be supplies in the two side kayaks, and he'll be fine.
It doesn't matter. You still fell off the edge.
Hey, I watched Moana. You know what I'm saying? I can do it.
Yeah,
you are not a wayfinder. Let's just say that much.
That's funny.
Make sure you have some water.
Polynesians are flat earthers.
Jet engines. I have some jet motors on that boat.
Oh, people die in rivers in kayaks. You think you're going to take on the most dangerous section of ocean in the world? You're on some
Absolutely.
shit,
Why
man.
not? I'm from Detroit, bro.
God.
We don't get scared.
Yeah, you're
People
on
go
crack.
missing and die in national parks.
You know what?
just
He's
walking on a
Sonny.
trail.
Hold on a minute, Sonny.
From Detroit,
Like when you went through.
Dodging bullets don't transfer good.
Sonny, so when you were a sailor, like what places did you travel to that were dangerous? Like what oceans?
Okay, I'll tell you a couple of them. Down in Mexico, where Mexico like is off the shore of I think it's Oaxaca, but where Mexico gets really narrow and near the end of Mexico, before you get to Guatemala, El Salvador, places like that, it gets really thin, and the weather can change like instantly and start blowing across land from the east. So you basically get winds from the Atlantic flowing over a narrow strip of land. And this place called Tehuantepec Bay in Mexico, they said in 30 or 40 minutes, less than an hour basically, the waves can approach 30 meters. That's 90 feet.
What is it like? What is it like? What is it like for a person to be going through those type of waters? Like, what do you think that you have your level of confidence to navigate and survive through that? Diminishes when you start traveling through something like that.
Yeah. So here's the trouble. So here's the trouble with Tehuantepec. You have another one. Hold on. You have another one off of Costa Rica called Papagayo. So you have two different types of storms. Tehuantepecker, because that'll peck you. So they call it Tehuantepecker. So you either have to go offshore, like 50 to 100 miles offshore, or you have to skirt the shore and go inland, right, like outside of the breakers, as fast as you can to get past that area. So we skirted close to shore. Now that can be really dangerous because if you're close to shore, just outside the breakers, then all of a sudden you get 90-foot waves. You're screwed. So we got past that
Yeah, but
ourselves.
one thing you're not mentioning about those 90-foot waves is there's about a 20-second break in between each one, so they might be 90 feet.
You're not even speaking.
They're not.
That's not even. That's not
If
like
you're
what a
on a-
human would. Dude, like here's what I was trying to highlight too is the actual fear of men when they see something like that. Like I'm pretty sure Sonny was white knuckling it like through like. Think about it, dude. 90-foot waves. That shit there. That's death, dude. That's death coming for you. You're thinking about a kayak, bro. We're talking about a freaking military ship, bro.
So here I was on a 50-foot. I was on a 50-foot catch, a sailboat, a 2-masted sailboat when I was sailing down there. So when we got off the coast of Costa Rica, we were 100 miles offshore, and we ran into squalls for 3 days. We had 15 to 30-foot waves, green water breaking over the top of the boat I was on. Green water. You had to be harnessed in, or you get washed off.
On top of the water.
I was almost done. So you get washed off if you're not harnessed on. So I had green water breaking over the freaking boat. You had to go to the foredeck and take down sails in that kind of weather with your harness on.
Well, those are dangerous though, dude. But that's different, man. Kayaks are different. They sit different in the water. They take waves differently. They're made for that stuff. Yeah, they're made.
You're going to be rolled over. If the waves start breaking, 15-foot waves start breaking, you're going to roll over and over again. You're going to be rolling over and over.
No, I would just go parallel to the waves, dude.
You
just go parallel to the waves, dude.
You're not going to be staying upright and breaking 10, 20-foot waves. You're not going to stay upright.
No, I can, man. I can, dude. I told you, I'm a kayaker, dude.
You don't know anything about that kind of power.
I'm a kayaker.
You've never fucking experienced that kind of power before.
I've been in white water. You ever been to the Gully?
Oh my God, I'm not talking about white water on a river, bro.
It's way worse than the Drake Passage. That's a level 5 rapid.
This guy, listen to him.
You have no idea what you're in for. You're
white water rapids are worse than 50-foot swells on the sea. Okay, you're not even listening to what Sonny is saying. Oh my God!
I told you.
Out of his mind.
No, listen. The time between waves is not the same on the ocean. You got a lot of time between. They're not 90 foot every second.
Okay, let's get some videos.
Hold on, sorry, Sonny, just 2 seconds. I'm behind you, bud. Send me your link to your GoFundMe page. I'll send you to the ice wall in your kayak.
Thanks, brother. I appreciate it.
Dude,
we'll get some videos. We'll get some videos of like maybe
every dollar helps. I need all the money for gas I can get.
Hold on. We'll get some videos of like maybe a 50 or 60-foot yacht going through 20-foot breaking waves out in the ocean. I'll get some videos for you and see what that looks like.
By the way, this guy's endorsing. Yeah, this guy's endorsing the Earth as a globe. So yeah, he's a part of your side, Globers. So hopefully that you're listening to him right now. Yeah, he's one of you guys.
Right there, Flatman. He just posted a picture. What are you doing? That's me right there. I'm on my way, Uncle Veritas. You can't stop me. I'm just taking these with champ.
Dude, like, whatever, man. Like, how do you think you're going to even navigate using a kayak, bro? That's not even.
I'll use the stars, man. I'll look to Polaris.
Look to Polaris. Going to Antarctica?
Why not?
Okay.
So now you're doing it at night? Oh boy.
Well, you know.
Jackson, you were breaking up. What'd you say?
I wasn't even saying nothing.
Well, we got Mr. Rob Noxious is going to make this voyage to Antarctica in his kayak. Now, one of the things he's been saying is he knows how to kayak.
Alpha Veritas, who do you think's the better Glober, me or Rob?
What'd you say? What was that?
Oh, really.
Who's the better Glober, me or Rob?
I don't think I've heard you as much, Jackson. What's your evidence? Hold on, Rob. What's your evidence that the Earth is a rotating sphere?
I'm waiting for Rob to provide me some results.
No, Rob is just on about his kayaking mission to Antarctica. Like he doesn't really have much than that. But what do you got?
He's gonna send me some results where I can base my debate.
Results? What do you? So you don't have an argument for the Earth being a globe? Is that true?
Every time I debate it, you just shoot me down in flames. So,
dude, what is going on?
Oh man, he's crying, dude. Be easy with him.
I don't know. I don't know why. Why?
It's all right, buddy. They don't know they're being mean, dude. It's okay, man.
Oh God. All right. Break it up. Break it up.
His feelings and shit, bro. Give the kid.
That's enough
cream,
of that.
Bro.
Give me an ice cream.
No, he needs a bowl of truth, man. Which is the Earth is not a globe. How about that?
Globe ice cream.
And the waters that Rob is going to be navigating his kayak on are flat, all the way to Antarctica. Yeah.
How big did you say the waves get?
That doesn't matter. He's not going to do what he says he's going to do.
I'm sure he'd somehow die before you get there.
Well, I mean, he thinks he's going to lean all his confidence on his kayaking skills.
What if it causing a
The
storm?
kayaks can take a beating. It's the best vessel to get in the water with.
All right.
They're unsinkable.
You are weird.
What if you get into a storm and it washes it away? And you see it floating away in the distance.
Anyway, but that's about all the globe evidence we got in here.
Alpha, I got a question. What if I come back with a penguin? Will I bring a penguin back with me?
You won't even, dude. You're daydreaming. Let's put it that way.
Exactly. You know, if I come back with a penguin, there's going to be some questions to be asked and the answer. You know what I'm saying?
You're not even going to take the trip, let alone make it there. Let alone bring a penguin back.
No.
Come on, bro.
Fire freezes over. I'm gonna go wreck some penguins.
I can't hear a thing you're saying, buddy.
You're roboting, bro. Roboting.
Oh. What's going on here? No, I'm good. Quick check. How about now? Better?
A little bit, yeah.
What's up?
Hey, what's going on? You're back to roboting, Rob. Back to roboting.
I don't know what the fuck's wrong with my mic.
Now it's clear.
All right. So in the wintertime, I'm gonna wait till the lake freezes over. I'm gonna rent some penguins. I'm gonna get a kayak. I'm gonna put the kayak in the water, put the penguins on the edge, and boom, I'm in Antarctica.
So in other words, lie? And you told us about your lie?
Well,
so you gotta deceive to prove your point that the Earth is a globe. Is that what you're saying, Rob?
Exactly.
Okay. Well, then see, that seems to be the theme of most globers, right? You got to deceive in order for them to realize.
Yeah. Well, if you can't beat them,
damn, bro.
You know?
Really? Be another deceiver?
Yeah.
Not really a good look for the globe this morning, Rob.
No, I hear you. Drastic times call for drastic measures.
That's what they usually do, right?
Yeah.
When they run out
Well,
of
I'm not a
things to say,
millionaire.
they go straight to deception.
Do you guys hear Will Duffy's doing another final experiment, didn't you? You guys hear about that yet?
For why, dude? Like, he already admitted that sun didn't prove that the Earth is a globe. He said that.
I know, and he heard you guys talking about that, and that's one of the things he's very upset about that because you guys found out the truth. Now the TFE2 Flirts in Space is going to be the next one. He's going to send Flirts to space, and it'll be real.
So did you
How do
hear
you know
what that he will make another final experiment? So 2 final experiment, one after the other. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, this part 2 is going to be the. Hey, hold on. Part 2 is going to be no. It's going to caveat to say no this time for real.
Yeah,
So
the final.
That's what it's going to say on the title.
It's a TFFE.
So if this one is the final experiment, that one that they claim to be the final experiment where they went to Antarctica is not the final experiment.
Well, no, this is like a sequel.
Yeah, Will Duffy's just a rich dummy, dude. He's a running joke. Like, nobody takes him seriously. There's nothing he's saying that's going to do anything. If he was going to do anything, that he would be on the ground trying to see if there's any measurements he can take. He's not doing any of that, dude. This is all theatrics. It's all just globe nonsense, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah. His whole idea, he's going to take flat earthers to space. It's like, if you haven't learned one thing, it's that we're not a bunch of followers. Like, how many people are like, oh, Earth's a globe because Jaron said so? How many people did that? Literally no one.
Oh, excuse me.
Nobody.
Like the appeal to authority tact, like, oh, I'm going to bring a bunch of flat earthers, and then if they say it's true, then everybody else is just going to follow them. Like, no.
I like that Jaron guy. They think that Jaron guy is all right.
Dumb, dude. We already don't follow the appeal to authority shit. Like, why would you double down on it?
But what if you were the authority? What if you were on the ship going to space? Then what?
The only person I'm the authority of is me.
Exactly. That's why I asked you. What if it was you that went on the trip?
I'm not gonna deny objective reality, dude.
Right? That's fair enough. Good answer.
That's
That'd be
the
pretty
other
cool,
thing
though.
too.
See some people out there.
Yeah, that's the other thing too. How much money do you think he's going to shell out to actually do this other thing? This because it's all theatrics. At the end of it, it's going to be like, can you provide evidence that the Earth is a globe from whatever you saw up there? Yeah.
Well, he's got Amazon to help him. Amazon's going to pay for most of the stuff, the flight and the green screen and the room and all that. But they're going to pay for all that.
The green screen.
I mean, no, I'm sorry, not the green, not the green.
Yeah, that's what you said.
Sorry. No, I didn't say that. Run it back. You didn't say that.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you fucking did, dude.
Sorry.
You are like a plethora of fucking.
Bro, everything Globers do are projection. Right? They go, well, if you went to space and you saw the Earth as a ball, would you deny it? They literally see a flat Earth every day and deny it. Everything is a projection from Globers.
Well, we just want to be like everything else is a projection. Like the sun's a projection, all that stuff. You know, we just want to be like everybody else.
Like your green screen that you're gonna need, Rob, that you said just a while ago.
Yeah, we're gonna need a big one. It's gonna have to be a big screen. You have to be able to really get everything all encompassing. Man, I want to go get a fucking penguin and bring it back. Like, where the fuck did I get this thing from?
The other thing I heard you come up with, like, why the Globers, whenever they like oh, you could do this experiment to prove the Earth is flat. It's always cockamamie and would never prove anything. It's like
I know, man.
Exactly.
they like imagine an experiment and they intentionally construct it so that it can't prove anything.
I know. It's crazy, ain't it? It's like they're fucking with you, you know?
No, it's like you guys don't want to know.
I know.
You literally don't want to know.
No, I hear you, man. It's crazy. No, there'll be one thing. If I hang around enough here.
Bro, Rob, what are
One
two
day.
boats and some string gonna prove?
I'm sorry, brother. What'd you say? What are two boats? What?
What are two boats and some string gonna prove? Yeah, exactly.
That's a good question. That's a good question. What if I could prove to you that water does curve? Would that be like a? Would that be a? I mean, not a deal breaker. I mean, but would that be like interesting?
Dude, don't even bring up raindrops. Don't even be a dunce, dude.
I know. I can't bring up the raindrop. I know that's curved water, but that's not. It's not curved water. I got you. Yeah, yeah. You're talking about large bodies of water. Rest, not just a raindrop.
Yes.
I got you. I know.
Yeah,
How it works.
we're not worried about electrostatic surface tension. Okay,
Ooh,
that doesn't
I
apply
like that
in
word.
large bodies of water.
That's a good word, buddy.
Well, why do you think water forms droplets?
Gravity.
Did you really say that?
I said
What a
it, bro.
crackhead.
Gravity. Hey, man. I
It's
don't
not.
smoke crack.
It's electrostatic
Not since the 90s.
surface tension. All the water molecules try to arrange themselves so they neutralize the charge on the surface. And if it's only a small amount of water, it'll form it'll form a sphere. There's a sphere-like.
Yeah, but why though?
Electrostatic surface tension of the water molecules.
But why
Water
would
is not
electrostatic
electrically
surface
neutral.
tension? Yeah, I understand that. But why would
Water is not
electrostatic?
electrically neutral.
No, I understand that. But you didn't. My
Whoa,
question is,
dude, there's a little excess charge, right? So it has neighbor water molecules, and they're all trying to reach electrostatic equilibrium.
Yep. But why would that force it to be a sphere? Why not be some other shape?
Well, because it's getting compressed. So it's
But why would
think about it like this.
But why would it compress equally on all sides and make a sphere?
Because there's shit in the middle. It's being squeezed from the outside, dude.
Yeah, exactly like gravity does. Squeeze it from the outside.
No, it's not like gravity because it's not going toward the center. It's on the surface.
If it's not gravity, then why does the water drop fall?
Just told you. It's more. Think of it as an elastic membrane, like a balloon. Why does a balloon form a sphere? Because there's a lateral force, right? Squeezing it all together. And it can't collapse because there's air in the center, right? It's the same thing. The water molecules on the outside are squeezing it together, but it can't collapse because there's water on the inside.
But now we're back to gravity and constant pressure.
No, it has nothing to do with gravity, dude.
Oh.
Dude, where are you getting gravity out of this?
Gravity.
Gravitas? What if his name was Alpha Gravitas? Oh, he left. Where did he go, dude? What the hell? No, one day I'll think of something to convince you guys. I don't know what it is, but if I think long enough, I'm pretty good at thinking of things. So I'll figure something out. Well, guys, it was nice talking to you. I'll probably stop by later. I'm going to go bother some other people. Later, dudes.
Yeah, think harder. Good luck with your kayak.
Sit on the couch.
Hello, fellow flat earthers. I'm here to ask a question, if you guys don't mind. Not here to prove anything, I just want to ask questions. I want to learn more about your model of the Earth. Anybody?
Go ahead, ask away.
Okay. How do you guys explain gravity? Like, I don't understand like your model of gravity, or how like we fall down, I guess. What's the scientific thesis behind it? I don't believe in anything. I don't want to prove you guys wrong, but I'm just asking.
Yeah. When people say gravity, they most of the time they don't know what it is. It hasn't been defined. It hasn't been proven. There is not any scientific evidence of gravity. It's basically a thought experiment. So there's no independent variable that the experimenter could be manipulating. So there's no cause and effect. So what you're seeing when you see things go down, that's just the effect of buoyancy density. Yeah. So most things not all things go down anyway.
Really interesting. I've also seen like in the
go ahead.
In the globe like model, it explains a lot of things like how magma evolves from the ground and things like that. How does the flat Earth like explain that model?
Wait a minute. You said the globe Earth explains what?
Explains like I don't know about the proof. I haven't looked into it, but it says like magma comes from something in the upper mantle, which is a liquid like level, something like that, and from that comes out magma in the form of volcanoes or something like that. So that's how the globe explains it. I'm wondering, how does the flat Earth how does the flat model explain that?
For one thing, there is no flat model. Also, there is no globe model. So the globe tries to explain how magma, they're claiming that there's a magnetic molten core. How do they know that there's a magnetic molten core?
I heard about things. I heard about like special machines that send radio waves through the ground that can penetrate the ground, and it can like send back feedback that can show you like the state of matter in that specific place. So that's what I heard. I'm not really sure if it's
okay.
True or not.
So we know the furthest down anyone has ever drilled is
I know.
7.6 miles. So you're saying radio waves. So how far do these so-called radio waves go into the Earth?
I don't know, but they claim it's pretty deep, so I don't know. I haven't looked into it.
Okay. That's all fine. They can say whatever they want, but all we have to do is go ahead and measure the surface over water and see if it's curving at the rate that's prescribed by the globe. So we've done that. So we have observations from 10 to 30 miles horizons. That would make Earth's radius 2 million miles in diameter. It's supposed to be 8,000 miles in diameter. So you every day, if you live near the water, you can see things that are so far away over the flat plane that would make Earth's radius or diameter go twice as far as the moon is supposed to be. So you have to ask yourself, what is your margin for error in the size of the globe? Is it okay that it's 2 million miles in diameter versus 8,000 miles? Is that okay?
Mm-hmm. But the question was like, how does
that's a question. Hold on, that's a question to you. Is that okay that the Earth, that you see observations over water that would make Earth's radius 2 million miles? Is that okay? It's supposed to be 8,000 miles. Is that okay with you? Yes or no?
Maybe there was a problem with your measurement.
I know what you're going to say. Maybe there's a problem. There's an error in the math we're using. Is that what you're about to say?
I haven't seen the math that the flat earthers use, so I can't make claims.
Okay, so the thing is, they have to get straight. It's not our math. It's the globe Earth. It's the size that they told us. They told us the Earth is 3,959 mile radius. Mm-hmm. So that requires a certain drop over distance on the surface, which is basically 8 inches with the mile squared.
Yeah.
So if you have a 5 mile distance, you multiply that by 5. So 5 times 5 square, that's the mile squared. 5 times 5 is 25. Times 8 inches, that's 800 inches. Divided by 12 is nearly 17 feet.
Mm-hmm.
So 17 feet of vertical drop over 5 mile distance. And as you go further, it would multiply. So in 10 miles, that's 66 feet. In 30 miles, it's 480 feet of vertical drop below your line of sight. So I can see islands off of California 30 miles away with oil rigs going all the way up, almost all the way up to the island. The oil rigs going out to 10 miles, and then the island being further out, higher up in my view, in my visual range, at 30 miles. So there's no 486 feet of drop in that 30-mile observation. 30-mile distance would make the radius like over 1 million miles.
Mm-hmm. But I said I don't really understand this math. I didn't come here to discuss this math. I came here to ask about the magma. Like, how can you guys explain where the magma comes from? If there's no mantle,
the Earth is flat. We measure it to be flat. So there's magma. There's something called molten rock or lava that comes from underground. We don't know all the processes that are happening underground. We've only dug down 7.6 miles. That's as far as they got down. And all their predictions of digging that far down were wrong.
Well,
they thought it would get hotter. It got cooler.
Did you make a claim about magma, Sonny?
I didn't make a claim about magma.
So a complete stranger is going to come in and ask you to explain something you've never made a claim for and ask you to explain it. No, you don't do that. Whoever asked the magma question, you demonstrate it scientifically, then explain it. That's your claim, not ours.
There you go.
I mean, I didn't claim anything. I'm just asking.
You're just asking. You asked us to explain it.
I'm not debating. I'm literally just asking.
It's not a debate. I'm not. Do you walk up to complete strangers in your town and ask them to explain things they haven't made claims for? And do you still have teeth?
No, like if you see like somebody who believes in something and you want to understand more about it, you just ask them. Like, if they don't,
I don't believe.
They say, I don't know. It's okay.
What the hell are you talking about?
Do you think that's flat?
So you can't explain it either, right?
I can explain it, but
you can't explain it. Can you demonstrate it? Yeah, explanations are worthless without them. Don't overtalk me. Demonstrations, explanations are worthless without you demonstrating it.
Uh-huh.
Do you understand that?
I'm not here to argue. I'm here to ask questions. I really want to learn more about you guys.
Ask a coherent question.
Why are you being mad at me?
Well, why am I being mad at you? Why are you and Nancy?
He's not mad. You never heard him mad.
Literally yelling.
You
literally yelling, "Aw, Nancy, do you want us to rub your PTs?"
You never heard him yelling. It would shake your walls.
Damn.
Yeah. So, coherent. If he doesn't have any questions, I got one for him. Please provide your bestest scientific evidence and talk right through me. Right? Just talk right through me. Real knuckle dragon window licker, aren't you? Piss off.
Yeah, so stop talking through people. When they're talking, that's your time to shut the fuck up and listen. So, you want to try again? Do you have a coherent question? Actually, QE is asking you a question, but you wouldn't stop talking, so you didn't hear it. You want to try that again?
Yes. Please provide the bestest scientific evidence for their globe. Simple.
Can't you at least give me a chance to talk? Jesus. Anyways, I was saying I don't believe in anything.
Please provide your best scientific evidence for your globe. Second time. Third time, you're gone.
Brother, can you at least understand what I'm saying?
Please provide last time.
Jesus
best
Christ.
Scientific evidence for your globe. You're fucking gone. Just kick him.
What do you mean you're fucking gone? Can you let me talk?
Kick him. Fuck off.
No, we don't want you to talk. We want you to provide the best scientific evidence for your globe. Do you have that? Yes or no?
I told you many, many times. I'm not here to argue.
No, that's not. You telling us that you told us is not proof.
Why do you want to carry it in your...
Yeah, that's not going to get you anywhere here.
We're not playing footsies here. Not playing footsies, okay? You come in, you're a globetard, you provide your evidence. Now, if you want to ask a question to any of the flat earthers in here and say, hey, you're a flat earther, please provide your evidence for a flat earth. Those are coherent questions. Not come in and have us explain your fairy tale dreamland fantasies you got from Wiki. That's not what we're here for. Okay? Get it?
Yeah, he dipped anyway, but that's good.
Flat earthers, don't fall for this. Can you explain? No, we're not doing that. Okay? Don't fall for that horse shit. How many times have you heard me say that to somebody? You say, you explain something. How many times have you heard my comeback to that? Not, I'm saying to the whole room. It doesn't that, does that like hit concrete somewhere? Or do you just forget about it and then you go off on Dreamland answering or explaining their Dreamland fantasies to them? Really? I talked about this in 2016, not to do that shit. It's a circle jerk of nonsense. It's meaningless. It's nothing burger. And then you make yourself out to be an asshole explaining things you have no clue of. But doesn't mean anything anyway because you can't demonstrate it. Right? Makes sense. Get it?
Yep.
I have to leave this in good hands. What happens when I leave here? Huh? Is it all going to go to crap in a handbasket? I'll come back 3 or 4 years later just to check in. And then the first thing I'm going to hear, can you explain? I'll go nuclear.
Can you explain Bigfoot's toenails?
Yes. Yeah. I can explain your sister.
It's well taken. I got it. Sometimes we forget. I mean, that does happen, you know. But generally, I'll let them go for a while, and I turn it back on them because they are the one making the claim. But yeah, you're right. I mean, yeah, we shouldn't get fall into that. It's like a little trap. But a lot of times, they don't know any better as well.
That's the point.
They're just Glovers. They don't. Yeah, they don't fucking know. They don't even know what their own claim is.
Exactly. You got it.
How do tectonic plates work on a flat Earth? Plates are fucking flat, okay? What the hell?
Have them explain it and then provide demonstration and get your popcorn out.
Yeah, but because then they put their big old foot in their mouth every time on that.
Yeah, they don't know that.
Rob Noxious said he was going to go through the Drake's Passage with a kayak.
Yeah, I heard it.
What a nut.
That's probably one of Indigo's favorites, isn't it?
Yeah, he was here for a while. Yeah, that was hilarious. Yeah, because they went down the Salmon River on a kayak, they think they're going to go out to the Drake's Passage with 60-foot fucking waves. Like, sure.
Helio Skeptic, when are you going to bounce on in here? I haven't talked to you in a coon's age.
Yeah, Helio. What the hell?
Please pop in, say yo, say where you're at, what you're doing, at least that.
Yeah. 3 to 5 minutes, you know, just check in.
Then I'll start asking you to explain shit.
Yeah, claims you didn't make. No. What color is the green grass in Arkansas?
Excuse me.
Excuse you.
How do I turn off cruise control on my car? It's stuck to 40.
You got cruise control on your car? All right, cool.
How do I turn it off? It's stuck to 40.
How do you turn it off?
Turn it off. Hit the brake.
Hit the brake or the accelerator. Yeah,
you can hit
we
the
better
brake,
not
then turn just turn on the on. It usually has an on and off button, like cruise control. You press it, and then cruise control off.
Yeah, like on the turn signal thing or the lever or on your steering wheel somewhere.
Yeah.
I think my push to talk is my mute button must be it must be bound to something else.
Are you asking us if your cruise control is near your mute button? We don't know. Put on the brakes if you're having trouble or something, you know, like we don't
Explain
want
my
to be
steering wheel.
we don't want to be responsible for your driving here, so
Yeah, Jenna's got a good one. How does cruise control work? Work on a globe. You got it. Yeah. Mine's usually how does underwear work on a globe? Helioskeptic said he's at work. We'll tell your supervisor you're picking up the cans on the side of the road. Supervisor, just take a break so you can come on in here and say hello.
Yeah, that's going to work.
What I want to know is how the 200-mile long canals work on a globe. Still waiting for that one.
What's that one
Exactly.
canal that doesn't? Sonny, you got the gift of gab today, boy.
Sorry about that.
I was just going to ask a question. What's the? Is it the Suez Canal that doesn't have any locks? Is that the one?
The Suez, yeah. It's absolutely massive. Hundreds of miles long.
Yeah. Yep. That's a good darn question. Sonny, because you're a squid, do you ever go through the Suez?
Never went. No, never been to the Middle East. No.
Okay.
I've been through the Panama Canal, though.
I figured that.
Yep. And you go in on the flat water, then it raises you up, and then you go straight forward horizontally into the next lock. They close the gates, then it raises you up again, then you go straight forward horizontally into the next lock, so on and so forth. I want to know, where's the fucking curved water? That's interesting about this. The politics bot puts in things about this Korean ship sinking. What? I wonder what controls that bot.
Another thing I wouldn't mind understanding how it works on a globe is that when I got the Avanti West Coast from Manchester to London earlier this week, 200 miles, how did they navigate or account for 25,000 feet of curvature when laying down the railway tracks? Quite the impressive feat, to be honest.
Are you talking about the railway tracks in Australia?
No, the Avanti West Coast from Manchester, England to London, England. 200 miles of railway.
Mm-hmm.
Which isn't actually that long of a stretch of railway compared to what you've got going on in other countries, but I live on a small little island and that's what we've got.
Mm-hmm.
If you use spherical trigonometry, you still get a mile rather than the 25,000 feet.
Yeah.
Spherical trigonometry doesn't exist. So you're not getting
I get it's just maths, isn't it? It's just a calculation. But what I'm saying is that even if you take the method that gives the overwhelming benefit of a doubt to the globe side, you still get a figure that doesn't match up to real life.
I understand that, but spherical trigonometry doesn't exist. I'll show you. What is trigonometry?
I'm calculating triangles.
Triangles, right?
I appreciate the inherent
Yep, you got it. Yeah. Trigonometry, study of triangles. Triangles can have more than 180 degrees. Spherical triangles have more than 180 degrees. It's a paradoxical train wreck of a dumpster fire.
Row.
Yep. And the argument would be that they accounted for this curvature and laid ever so slightly curving train tracks, as they did. Or maybe, it's locally flat, so they didn't have to bend the train tracks. But then there's no evidence to support that. There's no calculations I've seen in any engineering journal, and I work in construction, where they're accounting for curving foundations. Like, it just doesn't happen.
Well, if it's locally flat everywhere, then it's flat.
How many straight lines does it take to make a circle? Asking for a friend.
He's being safe. He's asking for a friend. I don't blame you.
No, it's true. It's true, though, right? Like, if we can see 3, 4, 6 miles of ocean, for argument's sake, and that's perfectly flat, which is all I've ever observed and tested in my own long distance observations, then how many straight lines does it take to make a circle?
Answer is that's a malformed question. There are no straight lines on a circle.
There we go.
Or on a globe, rather, on a sphere.
Problematic, surely.
Another problem they want to avoid altogether, they won't answer, like, let's just take train tracks, for instance. That would require extra track. So they're using train tracks, linear measurements of the train tracks. They make them in sections, right? And they try to manufacture these things. They're basically, I think they make they're extrusions. So they get the molten hot metal in round stock, and they send it through this extrusion, and it forms it into the shape we know as a train track. So they try to manufacture these as straight as possible for obvious reasons. So that would require extra track.
Is Mark in here? Mark, I'm just saying if flat earthers want evidence for what? Just go to space. What?
I went last week.
That's your evidence, Mark. You have to provide your own evidence. So go ahead and go to a second law of thermodynamics violation, then come back and then present your evidence, okay? Mark, you doofus. Are you on summer vacation from 3rd grade? Mark? Mr. Pink Floyd idiot. Hey,
well,
by the way,
Pink Floyd into it now.
By the way,
you got bringing Pink Floyd into this.
By the way, which one's pink?
Yeah, don't denigrate Pink Floyd, man.
Come on now.
Go to space? What are you talking about? Length, width, or height? Just go to length, width, or height. I don't have to go there. I'm filling it right now. So I still don't see the evidence. What are you talking about? Outer space, that second law of thermodynamics violation. You been there? Who's been to Narnia in here? I didn't think so. You see how I diverted away from the train tracks?
Mm-hmm.
While you were telling everyone that, have you ever seen Archie Bunker pantomime suicides?
Probably did years ago.
While you were talking about that, that's what I was doing.
Oh shit! That fucking bad, huh?
Yeah, bad. That bad.
Mark, tell us more about outer space.
He didn't say outer space. He said space. He said just go to space. Yeah.
Like out to the front yard space?
No, you don't have to go anywhere. You're occupying length, width, and height right now.
Right now.
No, he means he means the empty space between his ears.
That's the only place that exists, that kind of space. Yeah.
What's happening, Jemsy? I haven't heard you for a while.
I've been listening to you guys. I was here a few days ago, but I keep it on the listening side mostly, 95% of the time. But yeah. Good to hear you guys, Quantum and everybody. Go ahead.
Sorry. No, Quantum, I was just making a comment on what someone said that, I think I caught it right, was that Will Duffy is going to do, a space flight. I just thought it'd be a brilliant way, especially for someone like you, high profile like you, to be involved in something like that.
Why? To go to a second law of thermodynamics violation?
No, to seek the truth, like you guys say. It's all about seeking the truth.
Seeking the truth?
Why sit on Discord?
I can't go to a second law of thermodynamics violation. What the hell is Will Duffy doing? I thought that the final experiment, the pseudoscientific non-experiment, logical fallacy-ridden, disheveled monkey, that ended it all. What else does he do? I thought that was it.
I don't know, mate. Just someone mentioned before about he's going to do an expedition to space, and that's the first I've heard of it. But if he was and he invited you, would you go?
I'd laugh in his face.
Why? Well, wouldn't you just say, "Yeah, I'll go"? Why would you not want to? I think it'd be scary because it could blow up, and you could, your family.
Go where? Where?
In a rocket up, and then look back down.
Okay, son, your outer space, your vacuum of space is here's it for the third time, a standing second law of thermodynamics violation. It does not exist. Get it?
Oh, okay, fair enough. And that's what you've read, and that's what you've
what I've read.
But you haven't been to space, have you? So you can't.
Oh my God!
So why not just go to space and
why not just go to Narnia?
What the fuck is
why
that
not?
problem?
Why not just go to Narnia?
That's what it is.
Mark, at a certain altitude, you don't even have to go to space, Mark. At a certain altitude, according to the Baltard story, you should only be able to go 50,000 feet to see direct arc of Earth curve. You don't even have to go to a direct fucking violation of the law of thermodynamics.
No.
All right. Hang on, right. Has anyone in this room been to space? Or up in a rocket? No, obviously not, no. Has anyone been up in a rocket?
You're
Has
not
anyone
just
been up
getting
in a
it.
rocket?
You're not getting it, are you?
No?
You're not
No,
getting it.
so-
You're just not
so
getting
all I'm
it.
s-
No,
no,
now you
you're
got
just
diarrhea of the mouth because you just ain't getting it. You sound like a fucking idiot. It's a violation of the second law. What is the second law of thermodynamics, Mark?
Oh, is it the quiz time? Yeah. Listen, mate.
Yeah, because
I don't
you
really
don't
respect
know
you,
what
mate.
it
You're very
is.
rude to everyone,
You're
and I don't want to be
violating
involved.
natural
All right.
law,
Good night,
glue
miss. Good
sniffer.
night.
Shut
Well
the fuck up. You can't go there. It violates natural law. It doesn't exist. That's why I'm calling it Narnia, because Narnia doesn't exist for pretty much the same reasons. And then you keep asking, well, why don't you want to go there? Has anyone ever been there? You sound like a friggin' moron. It does not exist, Mark. Do you get it, sunshine? The vacuum of space does not exist. It violates Boyle's gas law, Charles' law, Gay-Lussac's law, Avogadro's law, parts of Dalton's law, Brownian motion, and the second law of thermodynamics. Mark, the vacuum of space does not exist. Glue sniffer. You get it? Because if it did exist, my question to you then is, how in the fuck are you still breathing? You get it yet? He's probably going to ask me, have you ever been to space in a rocket?
Someone who's high profile enough, though, and I don't fit the bill myself. I'm not the kind of, profiler person that would get that offer, like a Jerenism or a blah, blah, blah. But there is an opportunity there, if it's serious, to go and film for yourself, not their cameras, your camera, you in the royal you, and film what they are proposing to be outer space, what is being purported to be outer space. You film it. This is what if I was offered personally, this is what I do. I'm not the profile to be offered. I would film it.
They're not going
I would film what they're trying to pass. Yes, this is my point though. You're missing the point. I don't believe they are. I believe outer space exists in the way we've been told it is. Something's up there, right? I don't think it's what they say it is though. But the point he's trying to make is that, yeah, well of course it is. We can see it. Don't know what it is. You can see stars.
Do you think they go
the sky? Is the only thing I can say with any
confidence. Do you think they go in that freaking Jeff Bezos shit?
I guess I haven't looked it up. Maybe 130,000 feet, 120,000 feet max. I don't believe they're going halfway to the moon. Although, actually, would that be halfway to the moon? No,
not even close.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't believe that Katy Perry, for argument's sake, went to space. But you're missing the point. A prominent flat earther could film his journey and blow the whole thing wide open and say, look, this is me filming what they are telling you is space. They could film themselves going on an aeroplane that's maybe 80,000 feet high, more than twice the height of any standard commercial airliner, but most certainly still not space. And they could show the footage and say, look, this is what they have tried to pass as space.
Yeah, but why do we need to do that? Why would we need to do that when we already have the what is it? The jump that what's his name did? Oh, damn it. The Red Bull jump. Yeah, the Red Bull jump.
Felix Baumgartner.
Yeah. And Felix Baumgartner. Thank you. So we have views of through the porthole of the Red Bull jump with a perfectly flat horizon at 127,000 feet. We already have that. So why would anyone need to go there? I don't know what Mark's problem is.
It's
already been done.
I'd take the offer tomorrow. My own footage, and then to say to people, no, you don't understand. This is what they tried to pass off as space. my footage that I recorded with my iPhone, game over. Like, what could anybody say?
Exactly, mate.
Like,
That's all I'm trying to say.
What could anybody say to me, right? I would be one of the people that they took up into with the idea being that maybe they fly me at 90,000 feet, 100,000, maybe because it's a bit darker up there. I don't know. They imagine that I'm going to go, oh wow, I'm in space. But what if I don't? What if I'm just like, no, this is just a high altitude airplane, and I film the whole entire thing, come back down. And I've got the black swan of all black swan moments, because the thing that was supposed to put it to bed again, the final experiment, you understand? And I'm like, no, I actually no. Here's my footage, and then they just look even more stupid than they already do.
But
they're not going to
don't
take
even
actual
get
flat
close.
earthers there,
This is what you don't
dude. If that
understand.
happens,
They're
not going to take
where
actual
they
flat
say-
earthers there.
Where they'll
take Weir and just
okay.
Hang on, mate. They'll take Weir, Jaren and Witsit into space, and they'll say, "Oh, look at the curve."
What?
They won't take a genuine flat earther up there. You think they'd do it?
I suspect you're right.
Look, man, that, not even where they say the ISS is, they're supposed to even see quote unquote curve.
And of course, it doesn't exist because it's the second law of thermodynamics violation. And Neil Smoking deGrasse Tyson already told you ain't seeing curvature from 128,000 feet anyway. So you can't go to a second. This is all acme of foolishness stuff. Why are we still on this?
There's gas up there, and they just don't want us to admit it.
Hello, Matthew Lance. How are you?
Hello.
You don't see the curvature of the Earth.
Because they can't even measure gas pressure, density, or temperature up there.
Doesn't matter anyway. Up where?
Exactly.
You don't have up on a globe tard. You have in and out.
Right, and it's true.
I don't care what they measured. You use their story against them. They claim that it's 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum. Everything depends on that being a vacuum. I don't care if they measured it or they didn't. You put them on the stand and you hold them to their story. They can't deviate from that story because it's part of their scriptures, right? They get their scriptures from Wiki and Discovery Channel. They're in stone.
Yeah, but they can't even prove a measurement.
It doesn't. I know. I heard you the first time, but that doesn't mean dick. You go by their story. Unless they could pull a measurement out, that they might surprise you and pull a measurement out their ass. They ain't gonna do it.
Not even NASA. NASA tells you they don't have one.
Yeah, it's extrapolation off calculations. I understand. Still, you can't end it right there. You got to go to the end of their story, kill their story. Because if there isn't a vacuum of space, then everything collapses. Everything. All of it. Because they ain't got that cosmology, astronomy, and astrophysics. We all know they're not sciences anyway. But besides that, they all collapse. Because everything is based, everything in their universe is based on the vacuum.
I mean, Matthew Jones tells you, man, they're all just storytellers. Isn't that true, Matthew?
I would call them explanations, not stories.
Yeah, explanations are
stories.
worthless. Yeah, they're just so stories, as a matter of fact. Yep. Yeah, whoever's doing that, you're really working.
This shit, that was perfect.
You need to put some respect in my name now.
Hey, I didn't see you up there.
Yeah, you just sneaked in, bro.
I slid in the back door. Pause.
Yeah. Yeah. Their explanations are worthless. I can get explanations down on the corner for a dime a dozen from the village idiot. Explanations are worthless without demonstration. In fact, they're just, look up this phrase, just so story. That's what they are. They're not explanations. What's an explanation, Matthew?
I don't know if I have the right definition. But the common sense idea is just that it explains something. It's like a story.
No, explanations don't explain things. You can't use the same word in the definition.
Yeah, then I don't have a good definition.
Yeah. That's problematic that you don't know what explanations are.
Well, I know what they are. I just don't have like a good definition.
I don't have it cited, but explanations deal with hows and whys, whereas descriptions deal with what's and is's.
That sounds good. Yeah, I like that.
But it's not liking, that's what they are. That's what
Aristotle's four
differentiates-
causes, right?
That's what differentiates descriptions from explanations, because they're two different fucking words. Yeah, follow?
Yeah.
So hows and whys, well, we have a method for establishing hows and whys, mainly the hows. That's a scientific method. Experiment. So let's see one single viable scientific hypothesis in the entire histories of either astronomy, cosmology, or astrophysics. Just one valid, viable hypothesis. Not even an experiment. I want the hypothesis. Just a single one. One in their entire histories. Please post it in 24/7 Flat Earth chat.
I
Let's see it.
hypothesize that since the full moon.
No, you hypothesize shit. That's not a hypothesis. You're using that's a category error.
You're right. The first
In
four
fact,
words of a
that's an
sentence aren't a
That's an
hypothesis. You're right
equivocation.
about
That's an equivocation fallacy. Shut the fuck up.
And then
You
you ask for,
hypothesize. Shut the fuck up.
and then you ask for of those subjects, not his personal view.
Yeah, he's not answering the question. It's a red herring fallacy and equivocation. With
I
the
thought you
word
asked for a hypothesis.
What?
I thought you asked me for a hypothesis. You said you.
I said, please provide, not yours, Matthew. Pay attention, college professor. I asked you to post one from any of the disciplines of astronomy, cosmology, and astrophysics. Not you. And not I hypothesize. That's an equivocation fallacy and a category error and a red
I
herring
can't
fallacy.
hypothesize.
Yeah, you could. Yeah, you. That's an equivocation fallacy. You hypothesize? Is that a scientific hypothesis? Away from my question, by the way. Are you astronomy, cosmology, or
I'm done with this.
astrophysics?
All right,
Matthew
goodbye.
Ern, stupid fucking idiot. My God, are these people, do they fucking sniff glue or what?
Yep.
I mean, while they're in here, are they sniffing glue?
They're eating the glue, dude. They're face eaters. Putting crayons up their noses.
Please provide a single scientific hypothesis from any of the fields of astrophysics, cosmology, or astronomy in their entire histories.
Are you telling
I
me they can't even?
hypothesize.
You dumbass.
Fuck.
Jennifer,
Not
you're telling
all
me they can't
Glovers
even
are
get that-
glue sniffers.
No, well, I mean,
Some of them sniff crayons. My bad.
by
hey,
Jennifer's account,
elbow.
they can't even
Elbow.
get that correct.
Elbow. Everyone is rumpusing the shit out of you today, man.
Oh man.
No, he was trumping
I need
me.
to get on my computer, use my compression.
That's what I'm talking about, baby. Compression.
Yeah. And QE is just stealing my question. I asked it earlier. I stole it from him a long time ago, and then he's stealing it back, I guess.
Did you say asked it earlier?
Asked.
Did you say stole my question? I asked it earlier.
Asked it.
Is that what you said?
I didn't fucking say that, did I?
Is that like
Say the tape back.
ASSEDD? Acid? Or maybe it's ASSTED. How would you spell that? How would you phonetically spell that?
It's Old English. Ask it.
That's pretty funny. I thought I knew you said that, dude.
Okay, it's possible. It's fucking early.
That's hilarious.
Let me go check.
Go
I'm
check,
checking
man. I
myself.
think. Good.
I'll get a clip. I'll get a clip
check.
of my.
I mean, shut the fuck up and go check.
Yeah, I'll get a clip of myself saying that shit.
I may have misheard it, but I didn't think so. I had a gut reaction as soon as I heard it.
I apologize, Elbow. Our timing was it was synced together, so we spoke at the same time. Perfectly.
I think we both had the same point. Jenna's account was that they couldn't even get that right. They're sniffing the crayons and eating the glue.
Sniffing the crayons, yeah.
Making Mark watch a U-2 spy plane pilot eat apple pie at 70,000 feet because he thinks it's a GIF. He's like, GIFs don't prove it. I'm like, actually, there's screenshots from this video that I had seen where the horizon's completely flat, dude, at 70,000 feet. It should have been curving already at 50,000 feet, according to my research for a mine ball.
I'll watch it, Jen. I'll watch it. I have seen like dudes sending up balloons, you know, with decent cameras on, and they, you know,
GoPros, dude.
show you good stuff, like. But yeah, I'll watch what you just posted. Thank you.
He's telling her to go to space to see the curve that he's watching his boat go over on the ground.
But why can't all of you want to go to space, get the real truth? Why do you only want half
You
the
can't
truth?
do that, Mark. You're gonna get muted. You dumb fuck. Okay.
Okay, here we go. Swear time. All right,
Shut the fuck up.
Yes.
Shut up, Mark. You're dumb. You're asking the same fucking question.
Well, at least
I
I'm
just
not
made fun of
fucking
it a little
rude.
while ago.
How about you,
Shut
you
your
fucking
mouth.
old
Shut
cunt?
the fuck up.
Fuck off,
Shut up, you
knobhead.
dumb fuck. My God. I made fun of you just a few minutes ago with the same shit, and then you come back and you ask the same question. Just sit there and shut the fuck up. My God. Let's go to space. How many times? Number one, space, you're not defining it correctly. You have to be more specific. If you said outer space, then you're fucking through. You're in violation of, here we go again. Boyle's law, Charles' law, Gay-Lussac's law, Avogadro's law, parts of Dalton's law, Brownian motion, and the second law of thermodynamics. You threw them into a fire, threw some gasoline on them, and torched them. So you're a dumb fuck. Now, if it's just space, length, width, and height, your question doesn't make any sense. Number three, your boy Neil Smoking deGrasse Tyson said that you can go up past 128,000 feet and not see curvature. Do you get it? Now.
You don't see the curvature of the Earth.
Get it? Mark. Now ask me or ask somebody to go to space.
I get it. Yeah, I get it.
You get it?
All right, so all these people going to space in the rockets we see all the time, they're all
They're
black in
not.
it, yeah.
They're not.
Yeah, they're not
telling
doing
you
it.
that's
They're
where
not
they're
doing it.
going.
No.
No.
And how do you know this? How do you
Because
know
it
this?
violates the second law of thermodynamics.
Dude, you're gonna have a fucking heart attack.
You're a
Stop talking
fucking
like this.
retard, dude. I told you 10 fucking
Well, you're an
times.
angry
You're a
fucking cunt.
retard. Shut the fuck
So
up.
we're equal and aren't we?
Shut the
You're a
fuck
retard
up. Shut the fuck
in
up.
conversation with
Shut
people.
this fucking idiot up. My God.
Huh? So I
How
said,
many more times do we need to tell you, dude?
asked it is what I said. So
Did you
you're
say
wrong.
asked it?
I
No,
asked it. I asked it earlier.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, here's the clip.
Listen, it's close, right?
Hey,
You
but
said
you
it.
know what?
You
I'm
said
not
it.
immune to that shit.
You said
I
it so
normally
fast.
don't-
Shut the
Yeah.
fuck up. You said it so fast that it sounded like asked it.
That is funny though.
Where's the clip?
I got it right here. Hold on. I'll play it. Okay, 1 second. Here it is. Let's set up here. Okay, here's the clip. Yeah. And QE is just stealing my question. I asked it earlier. I stole it from him.
You don't see the curvature
Asked
of the
it
earth.
earlier. Asked.
Did you said stole my question? I asked it earlier.
Wait a second. Asked it. 1 second.
You're busted.
And QE is just stealing my question. I asked it earlier. I stole it from him.
You're busted, man. That's Aston.
Sonny, you've been hanging out with too many aliens from Mexico, I think.
I asked it.
You said Aston. Dude, you're done.
Guess what? I don't even fucking care. Okay, good. You got me.
Yeah, I got you.
Gotcha, bitch.
Gotcha, bitch. You provided the evidence. Thanks for the evidence against you, Sonny.
Yeah, I'm getting good at that shit. Yeah. Yeah, I got a bunch of clips from these numpties, man.
To the other guy who's like, but at least I'm not rude. I'd rather be right and rude than wrong and nice.
So I'm gonna say Asted next time.
Oh, I'm using it all fucking day today.
All right, good. Go ahead.
Jemsy, I asked at Elbow TV a number of questions earlier. See? That's one.
How do I know? Because I asked it.
I asked it him a number of times.
Where's that other numpty at?
They're everywhere.
The guy that said you're rude. Is he still here?
Yeah, he's here. You can talk to him if you like.
So it is a past sense itemized question. He was asking about it. He asked it. Is that what he was saying? He asked about it.
Now, if I said asked it, that would be something different. Anyway, never mind.
It makes sense somewhere in there.
Mark, why do you think you can go to space, bro?
We have Twonger dropped in. I was trying to get in there and tell QE when he was yelling at Mark, could you speak up a little bit? I can't hear you.
Mark, you're disappointing. Mark is a disappointment, like, to intellectual humanity.
Oh, come on, look. What?
Wait. Surely,
I haven't done nothing. All I've said is.
You don't have to repeat it. Stop it. You don't have to repeat shit.
Look, you're slagging me
You've
off.
been chanting. You've been chanting. Go to space. Take a rocket to space. Take a rocket to space.
Why not do that?
Are you retarded?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Are you retarded?
No space. Pardon?
Are you retarded? Go look it up for your fucking
He's very
religious
obviously not
belief in the
retarded.
ball. Go
Very
look it up.
retarded.
It's just,
At
you know,
what
the way these,
altitude do I
it's
have
the
to
way
be
these
to see
people
our
like.
Earth crew?
Honestly, mate. I get you.
Surely a bigger intellectual disappointment would be being offered the opportunity to prove your theory and turning it down. Like, I don't even agree with Mark, by the way. He's from a similar part of the world as me, but we have very different beliefs about the world. It doesn't make him a fucking retard, though, does it? Listen to yourself.
It does when I tell him about the second law of thermodynamics.
Quantum says it does because he's the king of the flares, isn't he? Yeah.
Hey, knuckle
I
dragger.
vote for him.
It does make him a retard. When I explain to
Shut
him,
up,
I can't
mate.
believe I'm
Shut
doing
up.
this
You don't
again.
fucking know me,
When I
lad.
explain
You
to him
call me
again. Holy shit. Raised by goats. Do you understand my point, dude?
What to do? Do you understand his, though? If you're offered the opportunity to prove everything you've been saying,
You don't need to do that, dude. That's
You
like
go to
being all
Narnia raised by goats. If I understand his point about going to Narnia raised by goats, really?
I personally
Holy
would not turn down the opportunity to shut them all up. Everybody.
Holy shit, dude.
Duffy, a lot of them. I would not turn down the opportunity.
Shut up! You're the dumb fuck too.
Look, here's the thing,
We're
goats.
already proven wrong.
Is we don't have to. No, we don't. Goats, we don't have to take an opportunity to go at an extreme high altitude to see that it's flat. It's already been done many times, and we've already shown that from 1 foot above sea level, there's still no Earth curve multiple times. So it's completely irrelevant as far as argumentation goes for high altitude.
Point. That's the second point. The first one was going to Narnia.
Yeah, there is no space.
Yeah.
I don't believe there is.
You're
you talk to
saying-
somebody
you're
who doesn't
saying-
believe there is.
So you don't,
When
you
did-
can't go to, when you say go to Narnia, that's when you hear, when I hear, when you can go to outer space, would you take the chance? I hear when you go to Narnia.
Boy. You got your suits on.
When you go to fucking Narnia, dude. Do I got to explain it again?
I mean, you can keep saying the same thing over and over again, really loudly. It doesn't change the central
Hey,
point, right?
real quick,
Holy
go.
fucking shit, dude.
The place
Holy
they
fucking
are
1 second.
claiming.
Just shut the fuck
be-
up, man. There's no hope. There's no hope for you. None.
There's
None.
plenty of
You,
hope.
you can't get it. You can't get it. You're a dumb fuck.
It's simple. It's actually quite simple.
Yeah.
no space.
Here's the
So how'd you go
simpleness
to
of it.
space?
You're a dumb fuck. That's the simpleness of it. You're a dumb fuck. I can't believe it.
Like
A second grader can understand this fucking shit. Go ahead, talk through me. Go ahead, do it. You want to do it? Go ahead, what's your point? Fucking shovel the burning hot coals on your fucking head again.
What's the
fucking
claim on the
clown.
table?
Huh?
The claim
What's
on the
claim
table, is having an aneurysm over it for some reason, is that given the opportunity
Oh my god.
to see for yourself what they are purporting to be outer space,
All right.
I don't believe that exists.
Hold on, bro. Hold on. So you're getting muted, and the other homeboy's getting muted. There you go. So when I ask what the claim is, I want the claim, not an attack on somebody else. If the claim is an attack on somebody else, why would I be interested in that? Is this the ad hom server? So I'm unmute you, raised by goats. You're going to tell me the claim, and if you make an ad hom or an insult against anyone in the room, I'm kicking you. Do you understand, raised by goats? I hope so.
I might be able to shed some light for you, AI. Mark has been on rinse and repeat in regards to if we want to know that the Earth is really flat, why don't we just take a trip to space? QE's been arguing that we're not taking a trip to Narnia because of the second law of thermodynamics, which Mark doesn't seem to acknowledge, and Goats is supporting Mark by saying, why wouldn't you take that trip to space if offered? Why would you turn it down?
Thank you, AJ.
All right, hold on. Let me find these guys. All right, let's see if Raised by Goats agrees. Goats, is that correct?
He summed it up nicely. I don't believe outer space exists. So given the opportunity, because I don't own a rocket, right? Given the opportunity to go to what they claim is space, I'd be straight up there. I'd film the home thing. I'd come back down. and I'd say there it is, irrefutable proof that what we've been saying is right.
How do you go to a place that doesn't exist?
Yeah.
You got wax. You have like earwax in your brain.
Yeah,
No,
but he's not
what they
saying that.
claim.
Excuse me if I
claim to be
you
space.
make an effort. If I may ask,
Hold on, bro. All right, yeah, you're getting muted too. Yeah, get muted, sucker. Yeah, didn't need your help. Thanks. Okay, so now I'm going to unmute Quantum Eraser, and he's going to give his opinion on what happened, or facts or rebuttal.
Hey guys.
Ish? Who are dude? Yeah, who are you, man? Hold on, bro. We're trying to do something here. We don't need you interrupted. Thanks. All right, let's hear what Quantum has to say. Go ahead.
Yeah, what's going on? AI or AJ gave you what was up. I explained to Mark after he said like 10 fucking times, why don't you just go to space? Right? And I explained to him that space, outer space, violates Boyle's law, Charles' law, Gay-Lussac's law, parts of Dalton's law, Avogadro's law, Brownian motion, and the second law of thermodynamics. It's Narnia. 3 fucking times I explained this to him. And then he come back in and said, well, why don't you just go to space?
So he didn't rebut what you said at all. He just repeated what he said prior?
Yeah. And then Raised by Goats said that, okay, I guess I can understand it. I don't believe in outer space anyway, but Mark has a good point. I lost my fucking mind. That's it. It's not opinion. It's what happened.
Thank you, Quantum. The first time I've ever heard you say you're wrong about anything.
Holy fucking
Which I respect that, mate. I respect you for that now.
Are you fucking retarded, dude?
Well done, mate. Welcome.
What did he say? What did he say he was wrong about? I didn't hear him say he was wrong about anything. Did I miss something, Mark?
No, I'm joking, mate. I'm joking.
That was a funny joke, bro.
Thank you very
Mark, how
much.
come you didn't rebut? Mark, how come you didn't rebut his point?
Smoke him if you
Why
got
didn't you rebut his? Yeah, fair, Mark. You gonna have a real discussion?
No, mate. No, because I'll just end up getting
I know you're not. Yeah. Well, good grief, dude.
He's in the chat saying, well, I can look at outer space, so I should make an attempt to try to go there. No, you're not looking at outer space.
Hold on, he has to define what he means by that first, because his only rebuttal to Quantum is to rebut what Quantum said, right? Not to just say, oh, I can go there on repeat. Quantum offered a very valuable critique, if not direct rebuttal against his possibility, so he has to rebut that in order to even still be in the conversation.
Well, Mark will have a real discussion, but you guys gotta go to space first. Then,
but what do you mean by space? What do you mean by space, and what does he mean by space? Because rest assured, you can go to high altitude, right? At least to some degree, we know that. Like you can get up high, right? Whatever that means. Planes go up high. Hot air balloons. Well, sorry, gas balloons go up higher. Well, hot air is a gas, but I mean, like gas filled, like what is it, helium, whatever. They go up higher than planes, et cetera, et cetera. So you can get up really high, right? You can get up high enough to be what's called in the black, right? Where you look around and you see black, and then you look down and you see blue, right?
I just have one question.
Well, I don't care about your question. I want an answer to my question because there's a question on the table, right? That's the problem is we don't answer the questions on the table. Then other people come in and ask other questions, and then nothing ever gets answered. And then everyone gets hot-blooded and starts talking over each other, yelling at each other, and then it's a big shit show.
I'm sorry, AI, could you restate your question?
There's high-altitude apparatus, right, that can get up high, higher than planes, right? Past the blue of the air to where they can see a differentiation between the blue and the black, right? You've seen those videos, right? Pretty sure we all have at this point. So if a balloon can get so high, can you go any higher? Maybe Homeboy is referring to going higher than what a balloon could muster, right? Because a balloon is going to cap out at its buoyancy equilibrium, right? Whatever that means. Like I don't know what height that is for whichever balloon you have, but there might be a mechanical means or a thruster means or some type of means to go higher than that, right? So let's just say, for sake of argument, a rocket could go higher than a helium balloon. And somebody offered you to go on that rocket higher than a helium balloon. Would you say that's impossible? And just dismiss it out of hand? If you did, you'd have to say that the helium balloon has reached the height of the available free space, which you couldn't possibly know. And if you say that the gaseous environment must exist within a container, then you'd have to say that the container ends at the height the helium balloon can reach. And if you say rockets can't work in a vacuum, but you say that we're inside a pressurized gaseous environment, which is not a true vacuum, then your idea that rockets don't work in a vacuum is also moot. So it is theoretically possible to take a rocket higher than a balloon. So if someone offers you to go in a rocket higher than a balloon, he's just saying, why wouldn't you take it? Or would you take it, maybe? I don't know. We'll have to ask him. I probably wouldn't, because I don't want to blow up. You know, I think my life is more valuable than risking it in a fool's errand to go up high and then everybody just miss what I see anyway, because the evidence I have to provide is my testimony or a photograph, right? At best. When the proposition could be arbitrated by the fact that water's level everywhere, right? That mean sea level is horizontally arranged. It can be demonstrated with the physics of water by measuring water directly. And you could apply that physics apply across the entire surface, applying the principles of at least uniformitarianism on the terrestrial level. That according to Pascal's principle, hydrostatic equilibrium, and everyone's experience, water's flat and level across the whole surface. Why do I need to go to a place that's far away from the Earth, regardless of how I could possibly get there, whether it's teleporting, whether it's taking a rocket, whether it's being shot out of a cannon, whatever it is? Why do I need that? When the tangible, accessible Earth that we're on is already demonstrably flat. Keep in mind, to get far enough away from the Earth, to see the entirety of the Earth, to be able to say that whether it's a globe or not, or whether it's flat or not, would be beyond most of the capabilities of any mission that exists to the present day, with the exception of the lunar missions, which have their own problems. Right? So unless you're getting on a quote-unquote magic rocket that could travel all the way to, the location far enough to see the Earth from a vantage point that nobody ever has, except for the alleged claim of 20 suckers who we just have to take their stupid word for it, plus all the complications of physics and natural law that it might violate, right? Is anybody offering that ride? The answer is no.
There's no might violating either. There's no might in that.
Oh, there's definitely a might, because there'll be people that postulate laws that wouldn't apply to this argument, where some do and some wouldn't. So they'd be making erroneous arguments that they use ones that don't apply.
Yeah, so there's no might.
But if you go to space, then might.
Yeah, Gemsy. We already had a talk about that. If the moon is within the Earth's pressurized environment, and the container is beyond the extent of the location of the moon's free space distance from here to the moon, then it'd be entirely plausible to travel to the moon, turn around, and take a photo. So arguing that you can't go to the vacuum of space could be easily defeated by someone just claiming the atmosphere extends past the moon. If it's the case that you're talking about traveling to a distance far enough from the Earth to reportedly view the radius and circumference that they told us the globe was, that would be entirely functionally possible.
Run that by me one more time.
Yeah, the claim is you can't travel to the vacuum of space because it violates natural law. It only violates natural law if there's an available space for the gas to go into, because if there wasn't, it wouldn't need to be contained. So if the barrier containing the gas is beyond the extent of the distance to the moon, then traveling to the moon would be entirely possible. That's logically sound and conclusive with no possibility otherwise.
Maybe logically sound to you. That's fucking stupid shit. I don't even know what you just said.
Well, your postulation, which may be correct in all ways, shapes, and forms, is that gas pressure requires a container. If the moon is within the container, then traveling to the moon is not impossible, correct?
That the moon is within the container. No, that's a different story.
Maybe.
There claims to be a vacuum of space right where the ISS is. So I don't know what story you're on. We in make-believe land.
Yeah,
Right?
so,
I'm not
if you
chasing
say you
down-
can't go, yeah, you don't have to.
Yeah, it is claimed that the ISS intended a -6 torr vacuum at 250 miles. That's the fucking story. There ain't no getting around that. There ain't no change in their scriptures, right? So no one's
Yeah,
claiming
they can
that the
abandon their scripture.
fucking
They're
theoretical.
not allowed to abandon their own scripture. Why not?
Yeah, they are. They're not allowed to abandon their own scripture. No, because it's already written.
Okay, so let's just say they don't adhere to it. Then what?
Then they don't adhere to it. Then they don't adhere to their story. So they're going to have to validate what they don't adhere to.
Exactly.
Yes. So I don't know. Maybe the story tomorrow, we could just make shit up all day long. Or
No,
let them
it
make
goes like
shit
this.
up.
If Raised by Goat says that it is possible for a craft to reach the distance of the ISS and to discover when it arrived that the claim of a vacuum being there isn't true, then that would negate their claims. Now, it may be the case that we already know those claims are negated, but maybe that salient, more kind of tangible proof would be something someone would desire. That's not unreasonable.
I don't know what
I mean, more specifically of MA, is that a parabolic arc,
AI.
lasts about 20 seconds.
I thought it was
So-
AI and us discussing this.
Well, I was named.
See
I was
yourself
named.
out of this
I was
discussion.
named. I was named.
Named by who?
So I was just
by who?
explaining what I was explaining what I meant.
mommy. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah,
You
shut
didn't name
the
me,
fuck
to
up.
be fair. No.
Well,
He was named by his
a parabolic flight doesn't apply to this conversation. Okay.
So what I was saying.
Parabolic flight hold on, bro. Parabolic flights occur in the blue. Okay, if you're not talking about something that occurs past the blue to where you're in the black, and what I mean by that is you're seeing black out your window. If you're not in that zone, then whatever you're talking about doesn't apply.
Well, I 100% agree. The point I was making is that when they try to fake zero gravity, and they'd have to for it to last more than 20 seconds, right? If there's going to be zero gravity for, I don't know, half an hour, for argument's sake, because we're up in space, quote unquote, there would be 30 minutes of uninterrupted zero gravity if they were indeed in space. They wouldn't be able to fake that. So I'd be there with my camera, filming them, attempting to fake zero gravity. What the fuck? Is the point I was trying to make. Parabolic arcs cannot get past 20
Gravity?
seconds worth of footage. Sorry, zero gravity, rather. Because they can't
Gravity?
get past 20 seconds worth of footage, can they?
So 0, 0.
See what you did there?
0, 0. Yeah, gravity doesn't exist. This is what I'm talking about, AI. Can't have people just make shit up and then try to chase down their making shit up. And their scriptures are written. Yeah? I thought this was plainly self-evident. Maybe not.
Oh, it is. But isn't the goal to get people to abandon the scriptural adherence to the globe paradigm by shattering any portion of it that's necessary to be shattered and that they're palatable to be able to accept as shattered?
Oh my God. No. Their scriptures are already written. I'm going to put them on the stand against their scriptures. I'm not going after making shit up.
Look, that's fine. So if they say to you, I don't accept the heliocentric paradigm's claims about what space is and what's between here and the moon, right?
Yeah, they could do
abandon
that. They could do that and then sacrifice. Welcome to Flat Earth.
How so? If they abandon the idea that there's a vacuum between here and the moon, how does that make the Earth flat?
They can't abandon it, dude.
It's not between here and the moon, bro. When the moon and the sun is local, they are local things.
Oh my God. Okay,
The
so
moon
when
and the
somebody
sun
comes
are
in-
inside.
Shut the fuck up.
Oh my goodness.
Did he
Yeah, you gotta
say
get
the
rid of
moon
it,
is
man. I don't know,
local?
bro.
Like local, but
Oh,
it's
dude. He said there's no distance between here and the moon. That means the moon is on the surface of the Earth. Good grief, dude. How could you possibly say such a thing?
Well, that's because he's going against he doesn't accept the heliocentric paradigm, AI.
I think he said leaving la luna loca. Physically attached. The moon not being physically attached is experiential. I can stand underneath the moon and look right up at it, and I'm not standing inside it. I mean, good grief.
Well, let's open up that fucking door. My word, dude.
Leaving la luna loca.
Really?
Yeah, if people wish that a globe is a first order truth, and that's the thing they wish to defend more than anything, even beyond cosmology, to be fair, in my experience, most people want to defend outer space more than they do the globe. It's like, they'll even say it. They'll say, you know, the globe this, the globe that, but I don't want to lose outer space. But there's got to be some dudes that they think the globe is what they want to preserve more than anything, and they're willing to abandon any claim about space if it preserves the globe.
I think this elaboration has cemented your actual case, Quantum, of not following this trail, but AI is actually helping you. Even though he's going for it, he's cementing the whole thing, actually.
Cement shoes, maybe.
No, because, like you said, if you follow that trail of nonsensical Globstar claims into the vacuum of non-existence, you said standing violation of the second law. If you follow that, then you're gonna be like this guy that said living la luna loca, like luna local loca.
Jesus.
Well, like for example, logically, why do you need a container for gas pressure?
Doesn't have anything to do with logic.
Well, yeah, an antecedent consequent is a logical relationship,
but that's
right?
not logical. That doesn't have post a syllogism.
All logic isn't syllogism necessarily.
Necessary. I understand that, but are you telling me what the? That's not fucking logic. It's not fucking logic. It has nothing to do with fucking logic whatsoever.
Why are you yelling, man? Calm down.
It's fucking.
This is not a little Nancy panel.
Shut up,
American man. Good grief, American. You never been around testosterone before? I could send you some of mine if you need some, bro. I got plenty to spare.
This isn't a Nancy panel, all right? The fuck?
Necessary antecedent consequence are not logical. They're demonstrated.
That's not yelling. That's his normal tone, tone of a voice tone, whatever.
That has nothing to do with logic, dude.
Right. So the right answer is that gas will fill the available space, and therefore it must be contained. Right, which begs the question that there's an inside and an outside, because there's a container separating the gas from the outside that it otherwise would fill. So it necessarily creates an outside, and at least in the most apparent way you can reason it, right?
Yep.
So if there's an outside, then that outside must be available space. Otherwise, there's no need for a container.
Yep.
Right, so that means at least by whatever type of reasoning, I forget the name of it, that there is necessarily an outside available space that could be traveled into. If let's say the container was removed instantaneously, then the gas would fill that space. So there's available space to fill.
Yeah, but even though you can argue that it will still follow, because the outside doesn't mean outer space, because the outside could be God's house, and that might be a contained environment as well. I don't know. Like,
yeah, but this
container that we're in, where you're saying the moon is in it and everything, it might be in God's house container.
Yeah, so if there's an outside, right, and you need gas pressure to be contained, and if there's an outside of which the gas pressure is being contained from, then it's entirely possible that available space is a vacuum. Yes or no?
Yeah, but that's just pure speculation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pure speculation.
Exactly.
No, but what I'm saying,
I don't know what
you're
exactly is. You don't have a fucking point.
Yeah, I do. I have a point. So there's plenty of flat earthers that say it's impossible to travel to the moon because gas pressure requires a container. and they can't demonstrate whether the moon is outside the container. So their claim can't be proven. They can't bear their burden of proof to say it's impossible.
Well, dude. This goes back to the original fundamental point about their story, the heliocentric story. They must say everything is banked. Everything is founded upon the vacuum of space and their fairy tale fucking levels of Tor in a vacuum. So that's what I was saying in the beginning. You can't go outside that. Yeah? To defeat
That's fair. That would destroy that would destroy their paradigm, sure.
Yeah. So if you have a glue sniffer that doesn't believe in the heliocentric religion, then, well, that's fine. They could go on and on about what they fucking speculate. But I don't really care about that. Just fucking leave. Because they're morons. Right? See what I mean?
That's fair. Now, would you admit that some people may care about that? They're willing to have the discussion.
I don't really care what they care about or what they admit to. It's their story, and they must stick to it because everything is founded upon it. The heliocentric.
Oh yeah, so I don't care that you don't care.
If you have somebody else that doesn't follow the heliocentric model, that's into the Ducal Slopelgertz model, I could really give a shit less. That's why I'm not here for that.
Well, that's fine. So if you destroy the heliocentric model in total, does that mean you destroy all the particulars?
That I could get. No, just the heliocentric model that doesn't exist.
I care. I care.
That's why I'm here.
Okay, so it's not necessarily defeating that the Earth is a globe, then.
Well, we ain't really talking about the globe there, AI. Fucking focus. We're not talking about whether it's a globe or whether it's flat. We're talking about whether he can get up high enough. I don't even know what he was doing. He said outer space, a vacuum of space. Well, you can't have that. Period.
Okay, so he appealed to the outside. Because I don't think he said that at the beginning. Well, the way it was characterized to me, it wasn't inside or outside. It was just space in general.
He appealed to the vacuum of space, yeah, as a Baltard. And he said, and I quote, so you could prove it to yourself.
Bruh.
Follow?
Okay, that's fair. That wasn't told me when I asked what the claim was.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if you're arguing with him, so if Mark's listening, if he could stomach being muted so he could listen, rather than be a bitch and say, if I can't talk, I can't listen. Basically, you have a fracture in your worldview, that you have to answer for. And so if that claim you must abandon, then you must, realize the implications of the abandonment of that claim. Now, it then behooves you, if you say, well, I want to rescue my paradigm by coming up with devices that rescue it, you then have to start filling in holes. And when you start filling in those holes, you're going to start to realize that you have this big patchwork quilt you got to rebuild from the ground up.
Yep.
And the problem is that all of the claims, a lot of them, are based on the synergy between the ground and the space as if they're causal or interlinked somehow. And once you realize that, you then realize that, well, if the Earth isn't actually a globe, then my whole paradigm is dead anyway. So why don't I just measure the thing I'm on rather than appeal to stories that I can't validate in the first place?
Exactly. Yeah, because he's of the view that, and this is when you boil it all down. All these guys got, and I've been saying this for years, all they got, all the rest is barely palpable background noise and diversions away from what they actually think they have. And that's photos of the Earth from a vacuum. That's all they have. Images from NASA. That's it. That's all it is.
Well, I would add one caveat that there's two things that they have, which is that what you just said, and then the alleged testimony of men who supposedly were there and took those.
Yeah, that's implied.
There's also a difference between what the images that we can get from high altitude, and they claim this is taken from whatever violation of second law of thermodynamics, right? There is photograph that they claim is taken from that place, but then they also go to the next step and they draw cartoons, globe cartoon, space cartoons, and they say this is how it looks beyond the photographs that we can take in reality. And they said this is what it is. This solar system cartoon and satellites cartoons, and that's the actual fundamental claim of space. It's just a bunch of cartoons. It's not even photographs. Of the photographs of reality that we can take with high altitude equipment or whatever, that's still in reality. That's doable. You can get high altitude photographs.
Even
But
the
then the claim of the globe is outside of that. It's cartoons. Fundamentally, it's a bunch of cartoons, not even photographs.
Yeah, like I was saying, even the Himawari 8 is a compile that's over-rendered with the NOAA data. So it's literally a live compile, a CGI composite on the fly. So, raised by goats, you need to think out the particulars of how you argue this point. Because it is a point you maybe could argue if you changed a few things about it, but this is the result you're going to get every time if you just say, "Oh, why wouldn't you go to space?" It's not going to go well.
But I appreciate it. I've been listening, right? And your argument as well, I found quite interesting. We were saying there's every risk you could go. You come back down with your footage, with your video diary, whatever it is, and then people still say, well, they don't believe you anyway, right? They don't believe your footage. I was just trying to make a point that I personally would not turn down the opportunity to go and know for sure they are lying. Try and get some footage while I'm up there that proves it. May or may not be successful.
It doesn't prove anything.
Why not? What Goats just said is that's surely the way to prove it. Go up in the sky, look down.
How would you know you were actually in space?
It still wouldn't prove anything.
But just try.
Yes, it would. Hold on,
No,
bro.
you're not trying. You guys need to try harder.
Look, dude, stop whining. Stop whining. It's not about trying. It's about, he said that if you went to a certain altitude in which it's claimed that there's a certain effect on the individual, which basically makes you free-floating and weightless, and he goes to that same altitude, and he discovers that that's not the case, because he's experienced it with his own body, right, that he experiences something entirely different than what's presented, that would prove, at least to him, that that claim is false. Right?
Okay.
Now, it may already be argued, look, it may already be argued from the ground that that's already a given, but if he says, I want to experience it, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. I suppose.
But by the same token, if he goes up there and films, oh, look, I'm not weightless, right? And then he brings that back down after he's, left the Earth to go to high altitude, however he achieved to get there. It's still going to be met with massive amounts of scrutiny by all sides, isn't it?
%. Nobody would believe me. Nobody would believe my footage. But it would be interesting to have somebody who's, and again, this is just a thought experiment, right? It's not. It is a thought experiment because no one's going to be offered. I'm not going to be offered. But somebody who's not for sale goes up there, films all these people doing 20-second 0G moments in a parabolic arc, and they come down and they go, right, here's my video diary. They are full of shit. Here is my documentary. That'd be interesting. I'd love the chance to make that documentary personally. Appreciate other people might not, right? And that's fine.
Hey, bro, Flatman Can. Hey, bro, let me give this to you. Flatman Can just reminded me that they did a show, which is essentially a social experiment, where they sent a bunch of people into space for a duration of time. The people lived in space.
Me this.
Yeah, space.
Let me, dude. Hey, bros. Keep in mind, you may know the answer, but there's an audience that might like to hear the story unfold. Okay, for goodness sakes, thanks.
Quite right.
So they lived in space, thought they were in space, believed they were in space, experienced themselves. Hey, I'm in space. Come to find out, it was revealed to them who thought they were in space. They were actually on the ground in an advanced studio set. And the whole time they believed they were in space and thought they experienced space. And they're like, yeah, I went to space. I saw the curve of the Earth. Oh, man, I'm a space dude. But it was fake the whole time. It's a show. You can watch it. The name of the show is what, my friend AJ?
Space Cadets. Yeah, I was trying to bring it up about 5 minutes ago, and I was saying, how do you know you were actually even there? Because there is a show where they believe they were taken to Russia and they were being trained, so they went through the training protocols, and then they believe that they were in space for 5 days. And, they were on the ground.
Gotcha, bitch.
But did they try hard enough?
Apparently, this company called Axiom Space is going to start private launches for like paying customers in 2027, and they're going to shoot up their
How
own.
high are they going to go? Yeah,
So
that's
that'll
cool.
be-
How high are they going to go? Yeah, but how high are they going to go?
Apparently as high as the ISS, so it'll be fully in orbit, like mid-range orbit, so like or inner to mid-range, right? I don't know exactly the number, but I can get that for you.
Right. So yeah. So not high enough to arbitrate. So not high enough to arbitrate seeing the Earth in its totality based on the globe measurements to determine whether it's a globe or not. So a big waste of time if you're going up there to find out whether it's flat or a globe.
Yeah, but you can see that.
Don't get me wrong, it'd be cool.
It would be weightless, right? Nonetheless, which that would be interesting.
Okay. Let's say, for the sake of argument, that that's true. How does that prove anything about the shape of the Earth?
I wasn't really trying to make that argument, honestly, man. But I mean, I could say that you could say that maybe you could see the horizon at that height, but like maybe not. You know what I mean? I've never been on the ISS. I don't think you can really definitively say.
Yeah, fair enough. But check this out. Dude. The horizon is the limit of your view to where the color field of the surface meets the color field of the sky. That exists no matter what height you are, right?
No.
Yes.
Yeah.
So if you go out on the ocean, at 0 degrees height, you're telling me there's not going to be a horizon?
No, definitely don't. I was more talking about like maybe the horizon would be like curved at that height. But honestly, I don't really care to make that argument. I'm just saying that we will be able to see if space is weightless, and therefore that information is like.
Yeah. That's interesting.
Don't.
But fair enough. But that wouldn't even prove anything about the cause of why you're weightless. That would just prove the fact that you're experiencing a location in which the normal occurrences that you think should apply don't apply. The cause wouldn't be able to be adjudicated by that trip. So you wouldn't come down having proving anything about the heliocentric model except to claim that you're weightless at a certain height.
Exactly, yep. which is the point, right? That was the point I was making. You could prove that through space travel, and as like space travel gets like as like we go into like more outer orbits, like you might be able to prove something eventually.
Yeah, more high. You mean more high altitudes, right?
Yeah, like further out in the mesosphere, essentially.
By name, right? It's not like we're insinuating that the mesosphere is a sphere made of mesos, right?
No.
Right, so that's just a particular distance from the Earth, right? It's an altitude from the Earth, right?
What's a third layer of Earth's atmosphere, essentially?
Stop the cap.
Right, so it's demarcated by a distance from the Earth, right?
Yes. Of course, everything would be demarcated. You could go to another galaxy, and it could be demarcated as a distance from the Earth. So, yeah.
Oh, well, what galaxy was I in the first place to be able to go to another one?
The Milky Way, but like that's not the point, right? Like everything's just a distance from the Earth.
How do you know you're in the Milky Way? That's kind of a big claim. Have you been outside the Milky Way to validate the location of the Earth inside it?
Well, I mean, if you believe in traditional science, which you don't, I can make an argument. But since you don't believe in general relativity or the fact that there's a supermassive black hole in the center, then there's no way for you to get a point of reference, unfortunately.
How's that a fact?
Yeah, how's that science?
I didn't say it was.
Why don't you
I
just
didn't.
present
I
the
didn't say it
evidence
was a
instead of
fact. I
telling us
didn't
what
say it
we're
was a
not going to
fact. That's
accept?
the thing. Like you interpreted it that way. I did not say it was a fact. I said since you do
You
not
said
believe
the fact
you should.
that
No, I
there's
said
a black
this is
hole
exactly
in
what
it.
I
It
said.
literally there was the words
No, I
that
didn't say
directly
since the
came
fact.
from
I
your
said
shit
since
mouth.
you don't believe this information, you do not have a point of reference. But I do, since I do believe the information, right? So this is what
You
I
said
believe. You asked
the
how I
fact.
could even claim this. That's because I believe this, right? It's not because it's a fact. You're saying it's a fact.
You
You're
said
actually
it's a
saying
fact. What the
it's a fact.
fuck? Does this guy not understand how English language works? These are your
All right,
words, dude.
you know what?
Come
If
on.
I did, I retract that statement. I meant to say, right, that I believe this, right, and I understand that you guys don't. So I have a point of reference on the matter, and you do not, right?
It doesn't matter what somebody believes or doesn't believe. It's what can be proven.
Agreed.
Okay, so show your proof of gravity. We'll start there.
I mean, listen, man, I'm not a physicist.
I mean isn't the answer. No, show your proof of gravity. Scientific experiment. No, we need a scientific experiment that proves gravity has a cause and effect. Unless you're saying that gravity doesn't have a cause and effect. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, but
No, I'm
how's that
saying I'm
relevant
an
to our
elite,
current
and
conversation?
I believe people who have gone
Honey,
into
they're
the
not.
field, right, and studied it for
Right,
40
hold
years.
on, buddy.
I don't subscribe to like trying to prove anything. I don't really have the necessary knowledge to prove anything, like mathematically to you. So why would I do that?
Does
You know what I mean?
gravity or not gravity change the locations of objects?
Like I said, I'm not trying to prove anything, you man. I was just trying to talk about this private space agency that maybe is going to shoot people up into the outer atmosphere, which would be very cool. And then
So
you
how much
asked
is
me
that
how I
going to
know
cost?
galaxies exist, and I explained that traditional science gives me a point of reference, but since you don't believe that, I can't prove anything to you, obviously.
You haven't
Wait a
presented
minute,
any.
what do you mean?
You haven't presented any science.
Yeah, I'm not trying to. I can't say this enough. I cannot stress this
no
enough.
worries.
I'm not trying to prove anything to any of you. I'm not here to do that. Not here to argue with you about whether the Earth is round or flat.
No worries.
Yeah, I don't care to prove anything to any of you. No offense.
Yeah, that's no worries. So
Anyways, I'm
when
gonna
you say
move
traditional
along.
science,
You guys have a wonderful
yeah, no
day.
worries. Yeah, go ahead. No worries, bro. Take it easy.
So you have baseless claims, and he dipped. Okay.
Like
That was
different
easy.
galaxies, yada yada. Okay, prove it. Why? I'm not gonna do anything like that. I'm no science. I can't show you any science. I can't. The science says so, but I can't show you it. Bye.
He said traditional science. He didn't say science. He caveated it with traditional science. The problem is that traditional science is empirical. It's not the modern pseudoscience philosophy type science, right? So he shot himself in the foot. What he should have said is contemporary mainstream quote unquote science. Then maybe he would have had a point.
Yeah.
You guys don't believe the quote unquote science. Not that you don't believe the science.
Right. He apparently wasn't willing to specify. Anyone spoken to Fallen Friends? Fallen Friends, are you there? Okay, moving along smartly, like CB says.
Moving on smartly. I'm going to call out Jake. Calling out Jake in the chat. Skanking up a storm. There's also dog parks. We still have goats. Mark. Billy Fun Shy Latina. We got a bunch of people in the chat. We're gonna have to drag them out of here.
Dude, someone wished me well on my recent surgery. I think they got it confused. I was actually joking when I said I was going to get penile enhancement surgery on pharmacist the Adam Meekin's request that I'm so much of an a-hole because I am, expressing on all of you my angst about my small phallus size because he accused me of that because I muted him because he directly went against the mod tier 3 times after trying to be moderated. So I muted him, and his defense was, oh, you're only muting me because you have a small wiener, and that's why you're so angry all the time. So I said, okay, I'll get a GoFundMe going so I can get a bigger wiener. That way it'll turn me into a nice guy. Now, you can all still feel free to donate to the cause. But no, apparently there's someone out there that did have a surgery recently, so prayers for any well wishes their way if they know who they are, or you know who they are. Go ahead.
It's Jetty.
Yeah, Mr. Jedi, yeah.
All right.
He's doing well, I think. Yeah, last I heard. He was chilling back, recovering, doing well.
The flat earthers, that's hilarious.
And we are live.
Yeah, you are. It is hilarious that people, recognize that the Earth is flat, even in light of, decades of public education where they're indoctrinated to the contrary wise of the facts of their own senses by globe propaganda and religion. Yeah, I agree. That is silly.
What?
Huh? Yeah, bro. When you were a kid, you clearly operated as if the world was flat and stationary, and then some moron came along and told you it was a globe. And because you were a kid and innocent and unable to think for yourself, you believed them.
Science and things through the decades, the studies have shown that the Earth is a globe.
All right, ask him the question, Quantum. Go ahead.
How does anyone think that the Earth is flat? That makes no sense.
I don't think the question. I don't think the question would help. That it wouldn't. He'd just roll right past it.
Yeah, because
I'm glad you identified that, and let's just make sure.
Do you actually think that the Earth is flat? So you think that we're gonna fall off the Earth?
Not
you think
the
we're
way
gonna
you're
fall off?
thinking.
No one thinks
Okay.
that here.
Okay, then how do you think it?
No one thinks that. No, nobody.
Then how do you think it? Then how do you think it? Then how do you think it? How do you think it?
Let me talk to Gen Z.
Right, clearly, shut your mouth after you ask the question to give someone an opportunity to speak to you.
Hey, I haven't spoken for the past 2 seconds, so please answer.
Yeah, stop talking.
Stop.
Shut the fuck up!
Clearly, listen, dude. You have some bad ideas of what you think flat Earth is. No one in here thinks that silly shit, bro. If you want to know, stick around.
Okay, so what do flat earthers believe?
Okay.
We don't. That's the point. You do.
You see the Earth outside?
You have your heliocentric ball-tard spinning space monkey religion. That's what you believe. We know the Earth is stationary, a horizontal plane, and contained. We know it for an absolute fact and can prove it.
Okay, prove it.
No problem. How do you have horizon on a globe?
How do we have a horizon on a globe?
Yep.
Explain.
Explain? Well, you can't have a horizon on a globe, Tard. According to the slope-intercept formula y equals mx plus b, all horizontal lines, which are derived from a horizon, have a rate of change of slope of 0. The ball-tard's IQ. However, we're told that there is a rate of change of slope of non-zero along a tangent from our feet in every single direction.
Okay. But how does that make it? How does that make the Earth flat?
Yeah, because curvature is defined by the United States Naval Academy as the rate of change of slope of non-zero. So how can we have a rate of change of slope of non-zero in every single direction along a tangent from our feet and yet see horizons everywhere? In reality,
He ran away. He spiraled and quit.
He realized he was out of his league very quickly.
Wow.
He's gonna suck with
Anthem thing. Horizontal.
Another globe lose.
I was thoroughly impressed that he said, "Okay, prove it" so quickly.
Yeah.
And he doesn't know what horizontal means, I guess.
Nope.
No, that's why I was trying to post really quickly the definition of horizon because I could tell he didn't know what that means.
They come in so confidently and leave with their tail between their legs.
The way he spoke
Wait a
definitely
second.
matched his profile picture.
Wait a second. Are you saying they have tails too?
Clawed feet, tails, double, split tongues, all kinds of weird shit.
I
Horns.
know they got flat heads.
Flat heads with horns.
Sorry, what's that?
That flat head thing was wild.
You know, Indigo gave me one of Peter the Great. Did you know about that one?
Yeah, just the one where he dressed up as the most interesting man in the world to have a fireside chat.
I don't know. You have to tell me. I'll give them to you. So there's one. There comes another one. This is Bill. I don't even know why he fucking shows up anymore. He has no honor. He has no awareness of his surroundings. He's got a flat head too. And then this is the one Indigo gave me from Peter the Great. So let's see what that says. Say it.
You know, I always thought he was an Indian kid.
What do you think about that, Mabel?
And then the flattest of the flatheads.
That head looks really flat.
This one's scary.
Oh.
This is
Dude, that's. Wait a minute. Which one? You're talking Dr. Bob the flattest or the other guy? Because when you said flattest, you posted a horizontal rotation boy.
horizontal. No, it's the Bob's is uncanny. It's remarkable.
Yeah, dude, he doesn't even leave an impression in a pillow. Perfect surface
Saying
mediation.
they were laid down on their head too long on their backs when they were babies.
Yep.
It's got a corner. It's like a 90-degree angle on that head.
He's fucking Herman Munster.
Square head. It's not just flat.
Was it from the helmets they had to wear as youth?
I think it's because they were laying down in their backs too long when they were babies.
It's from
Mama
the
didn't pick
helmet.
'em up.
Wait, is this a flat Earth? Ask me anything.
Sure, why not?
Ask me anything. Yeah, go ahead. The AI.
Yeah, you can ask the flat Earth. You can ask the flat Earth anything you want. I'm sure it will answer.
Yeah,
that's nice. Last time I asked, I was asking as a neutral or an unbiased person. They were asking me as a globalist. Like, I'm not a globalist.
Tomato.
Yeah, you
Oh,
are.
you're back again.
Stop the
Dude, I was asking you guys. I was asking just normal question, and I was making any claims, and you were like, "Huh? Prove it versus the globe? Huh? Come on, prove it." Like, I'm not here to
Okay.
prove it.
Okay.
If you don't have a paradigm, then what you're asking? Why are you asking for?
Yeah.
Just
So do you have
asking
proof?
as a non-biased.
Do you have proof for the
What do you think? No, dude. No, Sonny. No.
I told you I'm nothing.
If it's the case that he wants to ask questions about flat Earth, and this is a flat Earth channel, is it unreasonable for him to ask that question to get an answer?
No, not at all.
He asked the question already, so
I should.
What's the question?
You guys actually never answered my questions about magma.
No, here's the magma guy again.
What's the magma guy?
Oh man, dude, that's hot, bro. What possible question could you have about magma? Okay, is magma made of liquid rock or liquid nurbles?
No, where does it come from?
See, AI is doing the same thing.
AI doing the same thing. Man. Yeah, yeah. I knew it. That's why I said ask AI. Tomato Head, are you a Tomato Head?
Tomato Head.
Tomato Head, Airborne.
Dude, you're the last guy who got mad at me, and
I get mad at you. You asked me to explain something I never made claims for, so I didn't get angry. It was pure contempt at your retardation.
Dude, I'm just asking questions. Just say I don't know.
Dude.
No,
I don't really care.
Dude, magma is molten rock, right? Is magma molten rock? The answer is yes, right?
Yeah.
How do you melt things? Heat. So it was rock that got hot. What's not to understand?
Yeah, how do you get hot? I'm just asking. Like,
heat made it hot, dude.
Pressure?
Crazy.
Yeah, pressure made heat. Heat made it hot. The pressure also made it squeeze out of the zit of the earth. And bam, ipso facto, you got zit juice on top of the earth. What's not to understand?
That's great. Just answer. There is nothing wrong with that. What Quantum is saying here is like, you don't... Oh, am I lagging or is he lagging?
I don't think I know.
Can you ask any?
You can't even be heard, dude.
What is
Reconnect, bro.
Magma and
I ain't bearing through that nonsense, bro.
You're a robot.
Gotcha. Reconnect. Text us when you're in a good location.
Anyways, so what is the magnetic field? I don't know much about the magnetic field, but I think it's because of the turning of the inner core. Now, the outer core around the inner core in the globe Earth,
what?
model.
Model.
In the globe Earth model. What do you
Globe
guys
Earth
think
model.
about it in your model?
Can we get let's see the globe Earth model first. Can you post it over here in chat?
I can't post pictures in the chat.
Yeah, but why don't we update your lexicon? Instead of saying globe Earth model, just say globe Earth claims. So we all know that you're talking about
According
claims.
to the globe Earth claims, they claim that the outer core revolves around the inner core, and that creates the magnetic field. I don't know what the flat Earth claims are. Like, what do you guys claim as the reason for magnetic field?
They don't exist to them. These guys are retards.
There's divisions of invisible three-toed gnomes inside the Earth, and what they do, half of the division runs one way, and half the division runs the other way, and magically the magnetic core reaches the surface of the Earth. That's it.
That's the flat Earth explanation.
That's my explanation. It has just as much scientific validity as yours.
I wanted to get mine.
You have proof?
No. Do you?
I think they do.
Oh, you
I mean,
think they do?
if I can go look out for proof
well,
for
you
the one
think
that
they
I
do?
Most of the flat earthers are just talking out their ass, bro. So don't ever call them out, 'cause you're gonna get triggered.
So post your thoughts where you think they do inside chat right now. Let's see the evidence.
All right, let me check out.
Yep.
How?
Yeah, you could do the same, Brandiac. Put your proof.
Already done. I've already gone down this road. And all they're gonna do, if you even do find proof, what they're gonna do is they're gonna be like, "That's not a right experiment. That's not the right. That's not right data. That's not accurate. That's not really what they're saying."
You're a moron.
These guys are just gonna obfuscate and hand wave everything you put up.
Yeah,
no matter
hand
what.
wave nothing.
And you know what? They're gonna
And
go
nothing,
against the
Burger.
general
Shut the fuck
consensus
up.
because they know that these retarded scientists
Shut
make
the fuck
money
up.
off of
You
these
are
fucking
retarded.
hillbilly.
You're a fucking retard. So, did we get that evidence yet of the inner core and the outer core? And then I want to know the strength of the magnetic field at the Earth's surface.
Tomato has left.
Really?
Yep.
It's time to start running.
We have Good Plays, who's just joined the room. How you going, VAR Good Plays? What brings you to the 24/7 Flat Earth room?
Chillin', just listening in, if you guys were talking.
Does anyone know the... Oh, okay, go ahead. Sorry.
I was just say back to the molten core for a second. Molten iron is too hot to make a magnetic field, so it's not what they claim.
Correct. What's that point called, by the way?
Curie point.
The
Curie
I was going to say
effect.
And it doesn't even have to be molten to be non-magnetic. Just has to be red hot.
Yep. Does anyone know the strength of Earth's magnetic field? Not electromagnetic field, by the way. Most people don't know the difference between electromagnetism and magnetism. Shout out to Jaren and Shits at Boy Zero to Skygrifter, but they're not part of the game anymore. Anyone know the strength of the Earth's magnetic field at the surface?
Not without Googling it for me.
0.5 Gauss.
Yeah, correct. 0.5 Gauss.
Like
So,
3 bananas?
from nationalmaglab.org, Tesla is a unit of magnetic field. Another unit of magnetic field is Gauss. A refrigerator magnet is 100 Gauss. A strong refrigerator magnet. The typical strength of the Earth's magnetic field at its surface is around half a Gauss. So let's take a look at this. So a refrigerator magnet is 100 Gauss, and the Earth's magnetic strength at its surface is 0.5 Gauss. That means your magnet on your refrigerator is 200 times stronger than the magnetic field surface of the Earth. How you like that?
Wait, so that's not true, right? That can't be true.
Yeah. Yep. It is. There you go. 48 minutes after the hour.
Well, it's what they claim, but that's not true, right?
Oh, it's what they... Who are they?
NASA, maybe, or whoever. I don't know.
No. Nationalmaglab.org. Sounds pretty official to me.
It's kind of weird. So I mean, my magnetic my magnet on my refrigerator isn't moving my needle. I need from not from that distance, from any distance, unless I get really, really close to it on my compass. Sorry.
Just a fun fact.
Well, make your refrigerator magnet the size of the Earth.
Wouldn't the strength of magnet increase?
What it?
No, that's my question. I mean, because it goes all the ways to the ends of the Earth, right?
Where's that at?
I don't know. As far as we could get to, we've always felt, or it's not felt, but seen it interact with the compass.
I don't think that Earth's magnetic field is doing a whole bunch of anything. Personally.
So what the compass reacting to?
Dude,
I don't know.
It sticks us to God's bridge.
It's what?
It's what sticks us to God's fridge.
How did we get that measurement? Did they specify how they measured the
You
strength?
know what? I can't remember if they did how they measured that. I'm sure it's been measured. I mean, it's not something that's out of the realm of possibility. You know, we're not discovering the mysteries here. I'm sure the National Magnetic Lab actually did the measurement.
Dude, what's really interesting is magnetic stations. Those are cool. So they're on top of mountains, so there's a medallion on top of the mountains where they did the magnetic shots, right? And supposedly they're aligning the magnetic polar coordinates to their map coordinates, right? By getting a shot from the top of the highest mountain they can get to the next highest mountain they can see. And then like saying, okay, this is where we think they are physically, and this is our magnet line. How do we align those with our map? Interestingly enough, they also coordinate that data with ground-based GPS stations. For example, in Massachusetts, there's 23 of them. And in order to get sub-meter GPS accuracy, you have to tap into those stations. So that means you can use the GPS system completely with ground-based system. You don't have to go to any air-based anything throughout almost the entire state. What did you guys, when you were in the Army, Quan, did you guys use any GPS? I'm not sure when it started or when it ended.
No.
We were told that the map that we have is terrain accurate to the coordinates within 3 meters. So whatever coordinate shows on your plugger, which is just a grid square coordinate, probably identical to the ones before the advent of the plugger, which is just essentially a military GPS receiver. Supposedly, the map is terrain accurate within 3 meters for whatever signal it's receiving. But to get sub-meter accuracy, you got to tap into the ground station. But, that's one of the globe side claims is like, well, when you look at a map, you have a magnetic declination, and then you have some kind of polar coordinate and an azimuth and all this stuff. And if you blend those all together, there's a globe hiding in there somewhere.
Oh, shit.
But dude, that's the same thing they do with higher geodesy, right? A lot of these scrubs don't realize that they're operating at lower geodesy, but if you go to higher theories of geodesy, like the forefathers wrote.
According to Daza, it's not geodesy, it's geodesy.
Oh.
These clues numbers, dude. Yeah.
Yeah, so the author of that book states plainly that all the ground coordinates are put through a matrix of interpretation that already pre-assumes centrifugal force of a ball in which they claim is certain radius rotating at a certain RPMs, and the inward gravitation of mass particles, whatever the heck that means. So all their equations are baked in a pre-assuming globe matrix. And they have like 3 or 4 different data sets that they have to mediate with this higher functioning mass, which takes about 2 volumes of 600-page books to accomplish. But then they want to tell you, oh, the Earth just measures like a globe. It just measures as a globe. You just go out and you measure it, it's a globe. It's like, well, then why do I need 2 books? Why do I need 2 books of math to get a globe in the end? Who said this quote? I know you will probably remember. So we plot everything over a flat line, but we know the Earth isn't flat, so then we have to convert it to globe. Wasn't that Andrew Thomas Young? Or was it Bisley? One of those morons said it.
I know it was a glue sniffer. Crying monkey.
Well, dude, some people can afford Gorilla Glue, and some people can only afford Elmer's, all right? There's a different class. So what happened in that riveting magma?
When they say Earth, we know the Earth. Do they mean like a cartoon? Because every time they say Earth is globe, what they show is cartoons. So I'm wondering, when they say Earth, do they mean cartoon?
Probably. Well, if you ask them to draw it, they're always going to draw it from a side God's eye or Muppet eye view, right?
Well, when they say the Earth in the solar system, and you look at the solar system, you see cartoons. So when they say Earth, they mean like a capital E is like a noun, but it's like a character in a cartoon. Or like a character in a movie. Earth. Let's save the Earth, you know? Like in the Avengers, they're saving the globe, the Earth. It's like the Earth is another character in the movie. You gotta save it.
My favorite is when they call it Mother Earth. Like it's their mommy. Like, how dare you talk about my mommy's figure?
Matthew, when you say Earth, do you mean like cartoon? Earth is globe. You mean like a cartoon, like in the book? That is the Earth, the cartoon.
No, when I say Earth, I do not mean a cartoon.
Do you mean the thing that you buy at the store, like you go to Walmart and you buy like a globe? Is that what you mean? Earth, that globe?
No, I don't mean that either. I call that a globe, like a plastic globe or something. I have one.
Is the water that is painted with crayons on that globe, is that water?
No, it's maps are paper. So whether they're made of cardboard and plastic or paper, they're not. So the blue areas of the maps are made of paper, not of water.
No, on the globe. On the globe, not on
water.
Okay, so does the water on the globe does what water does in reality? Do in reality?
No, on a globe it's made of paper and plastic. On the real water is wet and has fish in it.
And does the real water attach to the outside of spinning balls in a vacuum?
Yes, if they're big enough.
How big?
I don't know.
So the real water that you can go get on your sink or at the lake or the ocean, you're saying that that water sticks to the outside of spinning balls in a vacuum?
Yes.
That was very profound. The real water is wet.
Well, doesn't water make stuff wet? Is water wet or does water make stuff wet?
Both. Water itself is wet, and so if you put water on something, then there's water on that thing, thereby making.
So can you make water wet if you add more water to it?
No, it either is or isn't.
It's wetter. So if you add more water, it's wetter.
No, wetter only applies to things that aren't water.
Okay.
Like a towel gets wetter as there's more and more water.
How can water be wet if it can't wet itself?
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
I think it's a little bit redundant to call water wet.
Oh, there you go.
You said it, not us.
Matthew, why don't you just call them out on their non sequitur red herring line of questions?
Wait, I said it was redundant, not false.
No, it is false because water isn't wet. Wet is something that gets soaked by water.
Okay, wet water curved or is unwet water curved? Which one?
Okay, away from the point. Is the water on the globe, the crayon water on the globe, is that the same water as the one that we have in reality, Matthew?
On a 12-inch globe, no, it's the water is blue ink on cardboard paper. It's
okay, so we made
water on the globe.
It's not the same. You just said that. Now, does that water on the globe represent what real water does in reality, the way water presents itself to be, physics of water? Is the representation of that water on the globe the real water, what real water does in reality?
The blue ink on a paper and cardboard 12-inch globe does represent roughly the shape of the oceans and how it curves. So yes, it does represent
the behavior of water.
The shape of its surface, I'd say.
The physics of water. You're saying that water does that. What is represented on the globe?
It represents the shape of the surface of the water. It doesn't move or anything.
So physics of water says that water can be on the outside of a spinning ball in a vacuum.
Oh yeah. Uh-huh.
Can you demonstrate that in a vacuum?
No,
on a globe?
I can't.
So it cannot be demonstrated. So what you're saying water does, it cannot be demonstrated.
I didn't say that. I said I can't demonstrate it.
You cannot or you can?
I can't demonstrate it.
You mean cannot?
I cannot demonstrate it. How hard is that to understand?
Okay, so the way water behaves in reality doesn't do what you claim it does.
It does.
But you just said you can't demonstrate it. You cannot.
Yeah. Reality is different than demonstration. That's why we have two different words.
You mean you cannot demonstrate in reality what you claim water does on the globe?
I'm saying I can't demonstrate it. That's different than asking whether it's reality or not.
So if you can demonstrate water doing something in reality, is that real or no?
It might be. My failure to demonstrate something is not equal to the failure of it to be real.
So if you cannot demonstrate water doing what is claimed to do in the cartoon globe, what does that make the cartoon globe? Reality or not reality?
Neither.
So if the cartoon globe cannot be demonstrated anywhere in reality, You cannot demonstrate it. You cannot show it. Is that reality or not reality?
It's not proved to be reality. That doesn't. The absence of proof is not the proof of absence.
So all of the steps point that water doesn't do what the cartoon globe claim it does, but that doesn't disprove that it doesn't do what is claimed. It doesn't.
I'm getting lost here. It's not. It's really simple. Water curves around the surface of the earth. I can't demonstrate it though.
Yeah, but you're saying when you talk about water and earth, you mean the cartoon that you cannot demonstrate.
When I say water on earth, I mean actual water in the actual oceans on the actual earth. But
the actual water and the actual air, you cannot demonstrate it to be the way you say it is in the cartoon. Those are two separated things, not the same.
I can't come up with a demonstration of it, but I can claim it based on logic and reason and other observations.
I thought that.
Okay, how did you come to that conclusion?
It was like physics that like gases and liquids need containers, though, and a ball is not a container.
Yeah, that's the second book that we can bring up because he's admitting that water doesn't do what is claimed. I mean,
no, I didn't admit that. I said that I can't demonstrate it.
You said that you cannot demonstrate it in reality.
I can't demonstrate it is different than whether it's true or not.
Yeah, but then you said that the claim, it's like the globe thing. The cartoon version of that's what water does, right? The water on the outside of the.
We're making claims and beliefs without physical demonstration, without showing it with a demonstration.
Okay, so that's the point, that you can only show that in a cartoon, nowhere else.
I wouldn't call it a cartoon. I'd call it like an explanation, maybe. An explanation would be a good way.
Okay, a drawing, letters. You can draw letters. You can draw letters with crayons and say, this cartoon that I'm drawing is how water behaves in reality, but that's just an explanation on a piece of paper with crayons, or a drawing and a description of that drawing, not something that happens in reality.
Scientific diagrams are rarely done with crayons, and they're not called cartoons typically, so you're just sort of making fun of the idea of scientific diagrams, which I understand, but that doesn't mean that they.
Hey, Jemsy, can I ask him a question about? I can ask him a question real quick about physics. So, what physics of water actually demonstrates what you're claiming with the Earth being a globe?
Water tries to go to the lowest spot. I mean, I don't know what to say. I don't know.
Yeah, like what in physics demonstrates that it conforms to the exterior of a spheroid, like the way you're saying, in the case of the globe?
The surface of water basically conforms to the gravitational equipotential height of the gravitational location. So, it goes around the Earth, but it's kind of lumpy. So.
Yeah. That's a cool story, but
it's
when
a great
Jemsy was
explanation.
asking them, what he's saying is a demonstration actually trumps the explanation. So if you're saying that's the case, how can you make an explanation if you don't have some way to demonstrate that in reality? So how could I put forward that explanation if I can't demonstrate physics? Isn't physics something we deal with physically?
Yeah, but there are some things that you can explain without demonstrating. So, I can't demonstrate some things that are still true.
Right, but isn't this within I asked you for physics, though, right? And what way can physics describe this?
Yeah, I'm not an expert at that. I don't know.
Okay, and what if physics actually exclaimed that the surface of the water is demonstrated to be flat on its surface due to surface tension? What if it exclaims that instead of what you're saying?
Yeah, a demonstration of flat water would be, that would be a notable thing. So if you can demonstrate that the surface of the ocean is flat or conforms to a straight line.
No. I'm talking about the physics, Matthew.
I just don't think physics. I don't know how physics would demonstrate that the surface of water conforms to a sphere.
Hydrostatic equilibrium. The surface of water at rest on large bodies always demonstrates to be flat because of surface tension. The hydrogen bonds from the molecules of water would always extend out in a planar surface. Do you disagree with that?
That's talking about surface tension. I think there's more than surface tension going on in this case.
Yeah, but like, would you disagree that that would be the case with surface tension extending out plane, like it's a planar surface?
Don't know yet.
That didn't sound like Matthew.
Yeah, I don't know how physics of water works. I don't know what you mean by physics of water, and I can't explain it well.
Yeah, well, you can look it up. Hydrostatic equilibrium.
Oh, I'm not going to look it up.
Type it in
Yeah,
Google.
there's no way.
Oh, you're not going to look it up.
No.
So you don't want to know. You don't want to look behind door number 1 where it shows that the physics demonstrates that water on the surface is planar. You just rather be in ignorance? I mean,
No.
is that
I
what
want
we
to
do
know
here?
the truth. I want to know the truth.
Right. Well, let's look it up. Let's look it up. Why don't we do that?
I refuse.
Oh no, I refuse. Okay.
Right.
Well, that refusal denotes that you're unwilling to see the truth. You don't want to know.
No, I want to know the truth. I just don't want to look.
No. You don't. You don't want to know.
can't be-
If you wanted to know, yeah, you'd actually look into this and figure out that physics of water demonstrates that the surface of water is planar.
Come on, Matthew doesn't want to learn.
Yeah, I thought his name was Matthew Learns. He doesn't want to learn. That's weird.
Oh man. Correct me if I'm wrong, Matthew. So we've arrived at I can't demonstrate water's curving around a giant ball. I'm not interested in looking up the physics of water that would weigh in on the situation. I'm just going to accept an explanation that can be, artistically rendered. Is that where we're at?
Bingo. I think explanations trump that. My explanation is so good and it describes the observations so well that I can't be bothered to look up.
So an explanation describes. I thought we went over this earlier, Matthew. That explanations and descriptions are different things. You friggin' clueless clown. My God. Comes back in and says the same dumb shit again and then confuses descriptions and explanations.
Dude, I'm more surprised he's confident in the hierarchy of truth claims that explanations trump demonstration. That's weird.
nothing makes him leave faster than being held to a point.
I don't know. I think that sums up the globe philosophy quite well, don't you? Explanation trumps physical demonstration. Every day of the week, all day long, all day strong.
What's happening, Miggy?
Hey, how you doing, Kiwi?
What's interesting? Happy Memorial Day. You too, AI.
Memorial Week.
Memorial Weekend.
Damn.
Happy holidays.
And by the way, I'd like to add real quick. Thank you for your service for everybody in the military. So, yep.
You're welcome.
But yeah, it was.
That's Veterans Day. That's Veterans Day, bro.
It's still Memorial Day.
The guys, yeah, it's a true story. But the guys you're thanking can't hear your words with their ears anymore.
Yeah, but you don't have to be dead soldier to recognize other live soldiers.
Oh yeah.
Happy Memorial Day, everybody.
Yeah, I was only here for a minute, but I'll be back on in a moment.
What do you mean? I came in here 2 hours ago. You said you'd be right back. I seen it in a message, and I was in here for 2 hours. You didn't come back.
Yeah, I'm moving things around. I'm actually getting settled in, so it's I found a new place to rake leaves at. So,
Dude, he defines moment loosely, kind of like Glover's define horizontal.
Loosely. All right, fair enough.
You know how people say like a New York minute? Yeah, so
that's fast though.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
This is the opposite of that.
It's the opposite.
I'll be back though.
All right.
All right, who we got beef for next? I'm hungry.
You guys been on this vegan diet. We need some real beef right now.
So Matthew explained. I'm sorry. Matthew explained that his explanation supersedes how water behaves in reality and the physics of reality because explanations.
Because descriptions.
But it is a description of a cartoon drawn on a flat paper, standing on a flat table, based on a horizontal frame of reference.
He said the explanations of descriptions is what I heard.
Oh yeah.
And he said that they trump demonstrations. So if you demonstrate the physics of water doesn't fit his explanation, he's still going to side with his explanation because to him that's greater in the hierarchy of truth.
That's fucking crazy, lad.
Yeah, he's crazy. Yeah, you got it right. That's crazy.
Dude, that sounds like a man. That sounds like a man who got divorced and was convinced by his wife that he should give her all the money, and she didn't cheat on him.
Yeah,
about the logic, right? Well, she explained it to me. Somebody demonstrated she was cheating, but she explained it to me.
Nicely done.
She explained that the neighbor was just bringing the milk home.
Wait a minute. This makes perfect sense now. Lucy, you got some demonstrating to do. That doesn't sound quite as good as Lucy, you got some splaining to do. Now I get it.
True. Yeah.
DB has no idea what we're talking about.
No, I say that every dance. I know. I haven't seen it, but I know the clip. You got some splaining to do.
Yeah, helioskeptic. Explanatory power. That's one of the phrases that drive me absolutely insane.
What the fuck, man?
It's so fucking empty. Is that some type of power of explanations? It's like the power of village idiots. That's what I see in that phrase.
The power of explanation compels you. The power of explanation compels you.
Quantum eraser. What would you call it when, you have an idea of how something works, right? And coincidentally, that idea also works out to explain a whole bunch of other things, or would imply a whole bunch of other things that you didn't know about, and then you go and explore for that and discover that those other things are also true.
Why don't you stop being vague and be specific?
That sounds
like what?
pretty
How?
Is there another QE in here? Creation Bear, you all
Yes.
become QE? Okay.
Yes.
Go ahead, answer him. Go ahead, answer him,
Well,
QE.
it's not, why don't you just input all the values? You're speaking vaguely. Give us what are you speaking of specifically?
The Quantum Eraser was saying that explanatory power is one of the phrases that drives him completely insane because it's so fucking empty and so on, right? And that jumped out to me. That's why I'm speaking up now. So, explanatory power, in my understanding, means like, okay, you have something. Doesn't matter what it is, right? You have something. You're trying.
No.
Okay.
Get specific.
No.
No. Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. No.
I'm trying. I'm specifically talking about.
No, you're specifically talking in ambiguity.
I'm specifically talking about the phrase explanatory power.
Specifically talking in ambiguity.
I'm specifically talking about the. I'm specifically talking about the. I'm specifically talking about the. I'm specifically talking. Yes, I'm specific. I'm going to be very specific with you.
What is wrong with
If you stop interrupting me, I can be very specific. Can you do that? Can you let me finish one sentence without interrupting?
You need to be specific, bro.
Yeah, okay, specific. I'm specifically talking about the meaning of the phrase explanatory power. It's very specific, isn't it?
No,
that's not specific. How is that not specific? What is ambiguous about it?
Bro.
Okay.
Old Haas.
Looking into what explanatory power means. How is that ambiguous? What misunderstandings could we possibly have about that conversation?
Conversation about explanatory power. You haven't explained it yet.
Okay, I'm trying to tell you my understanding of it, and I got interrupted saying like be specific and so on.
Yeah, because before you went on and on about complete ambiguity without being hyper.
I'm not
done fucking talking. I wasn't done fucking talking. You ignoramuses, Egypt. So you told us a story about some explanatory power of this thing that you saw and the ramifications of its implications. Now we want you to get hyper specific. Give us an example of what you mean.
Huh?
Holy crap.
That is specific about the meaning of explanatory power.
Specifically.
Yeah, specific. We're specifically talking about why I think the phrase explanatory power is not an empty phrase. It's actually...
All right, dude. We're going to give you a chance. What we need you to do is to demonstrate explanatory power with a specific example of utilizing it. So you need a specific to apply it to, so you can demonstrate explanatory power for us. Does that make sense?
Didn't I ask him to do that before?
Specifically. Didn't you drop an acid?
Shout out to Sonny.
Yeah, but he has the power to explain how not to demonstrate it.
Let's see if he's capable.
Okay.
Oh man! All right, someone's got a server unmute him.
Great.
He server unmuted. Go ahead, Armasto. Go ahead.
All right, I don't have an example on Iron Shot. Sorry.
Told you.
I thought I could follow along without needing without needing an example to cling to. I can work one out, but I haven't prepared it.
All right, work it out and then bring it back to us. Then bring it up again.
I told you. This is vague. He's a vague earther. Classic.
It'd probably be good to define explanations before you go on into your endeavor. Just that FYI.
Oh, yeah. Please help me out. Please, Daddy.
Daddy.
No, you want to define explanations, please. Go on.
Did you say daddy though?
Go on. You wanted to define explanations. You wanted to have that term defined.
I would say that would help you out in your endeavor.
Okay, help me out then. Why not? Why mention it if you don't intend to help me out?
All right, I'll help you out. Explanations deal with the hows and the whys, while descriptions deal with what's and is's. That should help you out.
And why? Is that a definition, though?
Yeah, it's not a specific definition, but it's an attribute of explanations and description.
So it's an attribute, not a definition. Okay.
Yeah.
No, it's a categorical distinction between the types of affairs that they're able to elucidate. One deals with certain types, and the other deals with other types.
Whatever that was supposed to mean. Okay.
Yeah, what it's supposed to mean. Whoa. Go ahead.
Was he speaking?
I just was laughing, dude. I think laughing was sufficient, wasn't it?
Do you speak any English?
Laughing was a sufficient response.
Yeah.
I thought so too.
At Masto, if you cannot demonstrate what you explain, does that make it not real or what?
Huh?
Okay, if you explain a cartoon,
The words that are coming out of my mouth.
if you explain a cartoon, right, that has you present a cartoon of a ball, and this ball has water. Hello.
It has water. Okay.
So you present a cartoon of a ball or a sphere that has water on the outside while it's in a vacuum, right? And also has gas pressure in it. And this is a cartoon. And then you cannot demonstrate this cartoon in reality, like water doing what you're claiming it does in the cartoon. Right? You cannot demonstrate that. What does that make the cartoon? Does it make it reality or fiction?
Well, cartoon by definition, like at least the loose association I have of it with the word in my head would already mean that it's not something real, right?
What about the explanation of the cartoon?
The question is kind of nonsensical. Yeah, okay, let's look up what cartoon actually means. Cartoon definition.
The explanation of the cartoon, remember? That's what I was asking. You explain?
The definition cartoon. Yeah, it's a caricature or a funny drawing, a drawn story.
On the outside of a spinning
by
ball.
definition already means that it's not something real. In that sense, because it's a funny drawing, a cartoon, by definition.
Okay.
So your question is nonsensical.
Okay, so let's say this cartoon is a sphere in the vacuum of space with water and gas pressure on the outside of a spinning
I'm getting
sphere,
the feeling when you're saying cartoon, you do not actually mean cartoon. You mean something that you regard as a cartoon. But it's not actually cartoon as in a funny drawing. As in what the word is defined to mean in etymology. Does that make sense?
No, the nonsense doesn't make sense, okay?
What you're babbling is nonsense so far. Because you're asking me about a cartoon being real while cartoon is a funny story that is drawn.
Just take a breather.
That is by definition not something real.
Okay. So when you make a claim about so let's make the separation here, right? We have water. Do we have water in reality? We do, right? We do agree. We have water, the one that you can get from the faucet or go to the lake or go to the beach. We have that, right? Real water, right? And then you make a representation of that water and you draw a cartoon, right? You draw a circle or a sphere, a drawing of it.
Representations of something or illustrations of something are cartoons.
Okay. So can you paint the sphere or the circle blue and say that's the water on the sphere? Can you paint it blue?
Of course you can, but if you make a cartoon, then it's a cartoon, and it's by definition not something
the water. That represents the water.
Real or anything.
When you paint it blue, when you paint the sphere blue, does that represent the water?
It depends what you're trying to do or what you're working on.
Let's say on the globe. If you're drawing a globe, right? You're drawing the globe, the globe, right?
On the globe, okay.
Okay, so you paint it blue. Does that represent the water on the globe? The blue on the globe?
Depends, really.
Okay, so let's say you paint it blue to represent the water.
Okay, if you're drawing an area on a globe, I guess you mean something like toy globe or.
So it does. Let's say the water represents the blue represents the water on the globe. Let's just go there. That's it. It represents the blue crayon that you use to paint the sphere on the paper. That represents the water on the globe. You got it?
Yeah.
Okay. Does that water that you are on the globe, on the outside of the globe, does that water? Can you demonstrate that water doing that in reality? Being on the outside of a spinning globe in a vacuum. Can you do that in reality?
You mean can we have a little tiny Earth as a not just a model of a little
any
tiny
demonstration,
Earth.
whatever demonstration you can do of the real. Remember the water at the beach, the faucet at the lake. That water, the real one, the one that we have in reality. Use that one and demonstrate what you claim it does on the globe.
Did you notice that you were interrupting me in the middle of a sentence? Just asking for my.
So you can go to the point.
That your mic is a friggin' train wreck that's backfeeding everything that Gemsy says. We did notice that, you glue sniffer. It's a fucking train wreck.
Guys,
that's a Masto.
You got to stop
if you see a Masto, it's going to be a train wreck no matter what.
They're not emotionally invested as it is, and as soon as you start yelling at them, their own brain and they're gonna just.
Nobody's yelling, Nobody's yelling, bro.
No, he just was yelling at him, saying his mic was.
No, that's his normal tone of voice. That's how he speaks normally.
It's called autistic screeching, dude.
Yeah, hold on a second. Yeah, Ba. In case you didn't notice, we're doing a live broadcast to YouTube with people who like to listen, and they don't like to listen to somebody who's too ignorant to understand that their mic is open and everything that's coming through is blaring into everyone's ears. So yeah, it's offensive. And so when he's being yelled at, it's being demonstrated how offensive he is to everybody who's listening. And then when you come in and bleed about it, like some bleeding heart, because you think we should all just listen to his static with Gemsy's voice going through his mic twice. I mean, get real, dude. Are you out of your mind? Now, Matt, so we're going to give you a chance to, for the love of God, if you want to continue the combo, we'd like that. But please, take control of your mic. Mute, unmute, put it on push to talk, turn down your speaker so there's no backfeed. I don't know, do something. So we're going to unmute you so you can pledge to us that you're going to change it. Then we want to actually go fix something about it. All right. Yeah. Take care of it, Masto, please, and thank you.
Yeah, if it's backfeeding, I'm sorry about it. You can tell me about it. I'm on my phone because the mics in my headphones are blown to bits, and my laptop is even worse. So sorry about that.
Yeah, blame it on Deutsche Telekom.
Okay, good for you. Right, back to what Gemsy was asking. Just to make sure I understand you correctly, you were asking if we could make a little tiny Earth, not just a model of it, but like a representation and demonstration of how it works, of a little ball that has water sticking to it in a vacuum chamber, and it's just hanging out there, right, in the middle of the vacuum chamber.
Can you demonstrate the claim of the water on the outside of a sphere with the gas pressure in a vacuum? Can you demonstrate that?
You can demonstrate each and every aspect of what would lead to that, but according to the claims that are being made about the Earth with the globe and the water sticking to it and having a pressure around it, being in a vacuum, and so on.
Yeah, demonstrate that. Can you do that? Yes or no?
All the claims that are being made, right? They wouldn't, according to that, it shouldn't be possible to make that little tiny demonstration that you're asking for. So being able to make that little tiny
but any demonstration
if there was this demonstration of all the aspects in one, as you're asking for, then it would inherently disprove what is being claimed, because it should be impossible in the way that you're asking for. Does that make sense?
Oh, so you're conceding that the globe is impossible. Thanks. Okay, that's the whole point.
Hold on. That is not what I said.
That's exactly what you said.
That is
you
demonstrate
that's not what I said. Water on the outside of a spinning ball in a vacuum.
I'm going to repeat what I said again. I'm going to try to make it short. Okay? So, according to what is according to the claims that are being made with the globe and so on.
According to reality, remember we're talking about real water. According to real water, the way it behaves, gas pressure, right? All those things together, the Earth not curving in reality, we have all that. We can demonstrate that in reality. We can verify it, show it, right? You know this. Now you're claiming the opposite of all that. Water on the outside of a spinning ball and gas pressure without a container in a vacuum.
Hold on. I'm saying that according to those claims, a small scale demonstration on the Earth should not be possible with all of the aspects that you're asking for. It should not be possible.
There you go. The globe is impossible. There you go.
No, hold on. Again, if you can't make like a screw that consists of one atom, that doesn't mean that screws are impossible.
What?
Does that make sense?
No.
Yeah, what does that have to do
doesn't
with
make
the
sense.
Earth?
Okay, let me try another example. If you can't make a fan, for example, that creates a storm, that doesn't mean that storms are impossible.
What?
Does that make sense? I'm trying to draw an analogy here. I'm trying to illustrate the point I've been making and where Gamzee is getting it wrong.
It doesn't do that. It doesn't illustrate.
Okay. Why? Well, how so?
Because
if you can't make a glober that can give a coherent argument,
again,
that doesn't mean coherent arguments don't exist.
Yeah. For example, so what I'm pointing out to Gamzee is that according to the claims about a globe, a small-scale demonstration with all of the aspects being the same as the big-scale globe should not be possible to demonstrate all in one on the Earth in a smaller scale. Now he's taking from that therefore the globe is as a whole in the big scale, as we're living on it, or as we're supposedly living on it, is impossible. Now, just because you can't make a storm with a fan, the same as it exists outside in nature, doesn't mean that storms are impossible. And that's the same.
How do you prove that the scale that you claim exists is even possible?
It's the same logic that makes the small-scale demonstration of the globe with a little ball in a vacuum chamber, having water sticking to it, impossible.
You just keep talking. That is not logical at all. Zero.
I didn't say that.
Your nonsense makes no sense. Hopefully you know
By the way,
but that's besides the point.
Are you claiming Earth? Are you saying Earth with an F?
What the fuck?
Yes.
Yeah, he is. He can't pronounce TH because he's like Germanic.
Oh, sorry about that.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a speech impediment.
So, Admasto, you are admitting that the only globe that you have is a cartoon that doesn't represent reality the way reality presents itself.
You are assigning that to me completely out of the blue here. Okay, not out of the blue, but wrongfully. And
listen, okay, not a cartoon. The closer that you have, the closer that you have of a globe in reality is the one that you go to the store and buy for decoration purposes, right? That's the closer thing, because when you go to the store and you see the ball painted blue and green and brown, and you call that Earth, right? But that's only representation of the cartoon that you can make on a drawing, or the explanation on a representation on a piece of paper with crayons and words, right? Crayons and words. But that doesn't represent reality the way the actual water, the actual Earth, the actual gas pressure, the actual physics of reality. That cartoon and that globe,
it's not claiming
it's nowhere to be found in reality.
Huh? Oh my god. I don't think it's a productive conversation to try and talk with you about that.
That's how you feel?
No, it's not a feeling. I don't think so.
So again, you cannot demonstrate the claims of the globe or the explanations of it.
I can demonstrate
and that's
many
it.
aspects of it.
Just concede.
But many aspects of it also would be the same on a flat Earth, so whatever.
Well, we can demonstrate real water.
Would you agree with Matthew then?
Yeah. Good for you.
Do you agree with Matthew then that your explanations trump demonstration?
Huh? My explanations trump demonstration. No. Demonstrations are not. They can be points of evidence, but generally speaking, if you're differentiating between demonstrations and experiments, evidence, and so on, then demonstrations usually are not a good tool to determine
crap.
if
So
something is
what if
true or
your
not.
what if your ex-girlfriend has a really good explanation?
Demonstrations
Like,
are
let's
good.
say that your
Demonstrations
ex
are demonstrations
AK,
are good.
AK, listen, dude,
Demonstrations
listen,
are
AK.
good. Demonstrations are good to illustrate.
AK, what if your ex has a good
Demonstrations are good.
explanation?
It's just one sentence, guys.
Holy cow!
I'm gonna be finished.
Talking over everybody.
It's
It
just
sounds
one
like
sentence.
audio
I'm gonna be finished. It's just one sentence. I'm gonna be finished.
Shut the fuck
So demonstrations.
Shut the fuck up.
Let him say it. Let him say it. It's going to be hilarious. We all need to be quiet and just let him say it. It's going to be absolutely hilarious.
Well, if sentences are not paragraphs, Master, you're not doing a sentence. You're doing a whole.
He's about to reveal
Let him talk,
his entire. He's about to reveal his entire truth hierarchy and epistemology. It's going to be hilarious.
Yeah, it was 3-4 sentences, and then now people got very upset before the end of the last sentence.
Stop it. Dude, I didn't petition for you to listen to you bleep. Just get to the sentence you need to say ASAP.
All right. So demonstrations are a good tool to illustrate something that is already regarded as true, or that you already count towards to knowledge. Because very often demonstrations don't really, there's not really just one way to explain a demonstration. Like if you have just demonstration of one effect, doesn't mean that the effect has to be true.
You need to be
It can also be achieved in multiple different ways. So the explanation for
you need to be institutionalized.
could be completely different.
You need to be institutionalized.
If you already know, okay, this effect happens because of that and that, then you can use the demonstration to illustrate it.
Hold on, bro. You screwed yourself. You said if we already know something and we have a demonstration, we can then explain the demonstration with what we already know. So basically, you just put explanations in a greater hierarchy of truth than knowledge and even demonstration itself. So explanations is your epistemology, dude.
Yeah.
Good game, bro. You played yourself.
Yeah.
Tell me you have a copy of the Star Trek technical manual without saying you have a copy of the Star Trek technical manual, because that's a great explanation, dude.
He's a bozo.
That's tautological, by the way. I have knowledge because I know my explanation is explained demonstrably.
Without demonstration.
Yeah. No, but
He
when you
said that
actually
on
look at that from the back end.
My bad.
Let me finish this one. On the back end, he's basically saying that the demonstrations can be explained away. That's what he really said, didn't he? He said, I already know the truth about a proposition. So if somebody shows me a counter demonstration, I will explain it away. Yeah, that's Globers for you. No matter what evidence you present, they will do what? Explain it away.
Explain it.
Well, when he said illustration, he went back to the cartoon that he cannot demonstrate in reality, and he was denying that he was claiming the cartoon, but he is. When he says illustration, an illustration is an image that is to give an example of the idea that they're been trying to show. An illustration of the explanation, an image or a cartoon of it.
Yeah, crayon drawing.
It's a drawing with crayons, crayon munchers.
Yeah, with his teeth, he puts the crayon in his mouth and he goes, and he draws it.
Wait, he's gone. At Master, he's gone. Okay.
Yeah, he got upset. He does that. He pouts, he cries, and then he leaves and hopes that we regret what we did to him.
Dude, I don't regret giving him the floor to say that one bit.
Totally clippable.
Why? You could have clipped it the other 3 times he said the same fucking thing.
Oh, he's got about maybe like 5,000 hours of content that we've clipped.
Now that Masto is not here for us to yell at him anymore, Ba that was asking you guys not to yell at him. Go ahead, Ba. Is that okay now?
Wait, so did
He's
you
not
mute
here.
me or was it?
Yeah, Bob, BAA, is that a Moody's bond rating? Are you like investor grade or are you like below grade?
Wait, so which one of you muted me? Just FYI.
I unmuted you, so just worry about that part.
Your mom's boyfriend unmuted you, bro.
Oh,
yeah. I mean, sorry, your mom's boyfriend muted you. Yeah, there you go.
It's always
my
Crit.
mom has a boyfriend.
It's always Crit.
Oh,
Crit's the one who did all the modding. It's always me. So like, send me DMs and tell me how much you're mad at it.
Actually, if you want to bitch about modding, it's your sister that does the modding.
So, Ba, real quick, I got a question. What is your bestest scientific evidence that the Earth is a spinning water ball in a vacuum of space?
No, I'm already a flat earther.
Oh, okay, my bad. Go ahead. Oh, you are?
Yeah, that's why I'm saying, like, think about it logically. If you're a globe head and you're not emotionally invested in flat Earth, and then a bunch of aggressive mods just be aggressive, you're only gonna reassure yourself that being uninvested emotionally is the correct.
But you're missing some context on Admasto. He's been here for, I don't know, 7 years, doing the same thing he did just now.
Yeah, he used to be an arena participant back in the day.
Maybe more than 7 years.
He's got wings,
by now.
bro. Yeah, he's got trophies and wings, bro. He's won arena debates in his mind.
So what he heard it already for 10 years almost. So yeah.
Yeah, it's true.
I'm not saying that.
Is he trying to tone police right now?
Yes.
I'm not.
Dude, what is the kind of this is not a Nancy panel.
I think Steve
Here
had
we
it.
go. Here we go. Bye. I've got it for you. Bye.
The Nazis.
Yeah, we get it, bro. So here's what we're gonna do. Bye. I've solved your problem. We're gonna give you the chance. When there's another Glober that comes in here who's relatively new, it's not someone established like Edmasto, we'll let you show us how it's done. How about that? Is that fair?
Yeah, you got it.
I'm not claiming I can do any better.
Oh,
if anything,
wow.
I would get more aggressive even faster, but that doesn't change the fact that it's not gonna do. All I know is that if any of them scrutinized it half as much as they'd scrutinize a picture of their mum kissing some other dude, they would become a flat earther. But they're not even emotionally invested.
That's not good flat Earth evidence.
Hey, Ba, are you related to Raised by Goats?
No, I'm saying, bro. The other day we had a globe head,
No, bro, you're not getting the purpose. We tolerate Edmasto not because we think we can convert him. We tolerate him because he is a great exposition of the globe Earth mentality against facts.
Exactly.
We've known
Same with Matthew.
known that guy for years, dude.
Really, like Steve.
Yeah, well, then my bad. Sorry, if he comes in here all the time and he's annoying you, then fair enough.
No, it's not your bad. It's your bad.
Yeah, I mean, Steve really nailed it when he talked about AT El Masto. You got it, Steve? Do you want to take it away?
Shit, I'm on my phone. You got it, Crit.
They're crackpots. You're dealing with crackpots.
Hey, you're telling us.
Well, what's with the tone policing, though? If you guys just said it nicer, no.
Wait, you can't say CRAK or something like that. You can't say that word, can you?
It's a pot that's cracked. It's a broken vase.
Cracked. It's broken. Oh, thought he was meaning the.
No,
the
Jamesy, you can't add the ER after that. If you add the ER, then it becomes an invective.
A hard R, bro.
I don't know. Yeah.
You can say crack up, but not, with a hard R.
One of these days, you guys will get over it. One of these days, you guys will get over it. We won't even have to have these expounded combos about it.
Hey, I think it's a language barrier. That's what I'm thinking. From my part.
It's okay to say crack.
Really?
Yeah, you can't do the hard R at the end of that.
Here we go. Oh, that is great.
I just
Holy
say
crap.
saltine. I just say saltine. Saltine sneakers.
Saltine.
How about this? Just avoid it altogether. I mean, we're all responsible enough to control our speech to some degree, right?
Nope.
Nope.
Yeah. When did that happen?
That's fine.
Speak for yourself.
Hey, that's fine. That's fine. I mean, you could do whatever you want and deal with the logistical consequences. That's fine with me as well.
Oh shit! I hear
that was
logistical
fake.
anything from AI.
So wait a second. That was fake news with the
No, that's entirely real.
A setup. It's a setup.
It's U.S. government policy.
Yeah. He's trying to set me up, man.
We should have set you up too. We gotta watch your ass.
Oh boy. You guys. That's what I said.
Sexist.
Yeah. That's
It was wordsmith. He meant to say you people, but he said you guys instead.
What do you mean?
Oh, misogynist.
It's not a piece of wood.
That's what you think.
Man, Huey, you got to have a talk with Neil. You got to have a talk with Neil. He's really struggling emotionally lately.
Really?
Yeah, he's all bent out of shape. Yeah, he's like really hurt and he can't sleep at night because he doesn't know, who the 11 are or something. He comes in here like weekly to ask about it. He's like, I can't sleep. I need to sleep. Please tell me.
The 11. Yeah, I got you. Too funny.
Is that like the starting 11?
Nah, it's just he's butthurt about the way certain things went down with people getting censored in this room for reasons that he was already elucidated by the people who got censored themselves and told to drop it, but he for some reason just can't. Who knows why? But there's only going to be one more time. After that, he's just getting yeeted because I'm not going to tolerate him just coming in for that purpose alone. It's a big waste of everyone's time.
Hey man, like Babylon has some rules, and we can do much more work on this side of prison than that side of prison.
What he said.
Come on, dude. This is my Friday afternoon. You gotta pick things up.
Dude, I'm trying to paint outdoors and stuff, man.
Trying to
Who's
paint
the guy trying to on my back?
I might head over to Lancaster Archery off of over in Bird in Hand.
Really?
Yeah.
You close?
I live in Amish country, deep inside of it, my friend.
Yeah. How far away are you from it?
My mailing address is Lancaster.
Oh, then not that far. Yeah, I'd be over there. I'll be hanging out with PJ and shit.
Okay.
That's what I would be doing. Speaking of that, says who? You still good? Says who? Wake the fuck up.
Yeah, we're good to go.
Still good to go for Saturday. So there's no taking backsies. All right.
This upcoming one?
Yeah.
Is that the first weekend?
Yeah.
Can I go?
One second. First Saturday.
Yeah, not tomorrow.
I think it's June 7th, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. Yeah.
And then the next week. The next Saturday after that.
I think so, but don't count on that one yet.
All right, fair enough. All right, we can continue. Carry on. Back to regular scheduled programming.
Yeah, speaking of that, Sensei, are you a good shot? Because if you are, you should spoof the dudes and be like, yeah, I bought these new Coriolis self-correcting arrows. They tornover-radically spin with the equipotential Ethereum hyperspear.
You can probably get some good sales off of that.
Dude, you need arrows with a Coriolis computer.
Well, dude, the feathers of the birds, the feathers of the birds are anatomically oriented by traveling north to south through the Earth's magnetic field. That's what gives them the harmonious frequency.
That's why you have to use wooden arrows.
Not with this.
I want to curvature.
Not with this bow. You're not. It would end. It would end badly. With the first arrow.
You talking about pre-splinters?
Yeah, you're talking about it'd be bad. It would be very, very bad.
I've been a fan of 44 Magnum recently out at the range.
There's a lot to be a fan about.
Dude, did you ever watch that guy who knows how to curve an arrow around the curve of the Earth? You ever seen that guy? That guy's hot, man.
The curve of the. I seen that guy curve an arrow. He was
crazy, man.
Listen, I'm just trying to keep the arrows going straight, so that's a challenge enough.
Well, can you have straight arrows on a glow dart?
Yes.
That guy's like a budget. You know, like on the SWAT team, they have that gun that has the cocked barrel with the camera. And they're like, dude, can we get one of those? And they're like, no, let's just hire that arrow dude. He can shoot around corners.
As long as you have the little mirror, you can look around the curve.
Yeah, exactly, bro. So speaking of SWAT teams and looking around curves and buildings, they have a grenade. It's called a femto grenade. And they throw it in, and it blasts an extremely fast blast of light. It's very high powered. And obviously it's going to saturate the room, but it's going to bounce off things in the room and actually make it back out the door they just threw it in. And somehow they can actually read it and tell things inside the room.
Really?
Yeah.
It takes pictures and shit.
I can't remember the exact principle, but it has to do with like walls are obviously saturated with the bounce off of the light that's not used for the wall color, and so it like has this bounce effect. And now to me, it's not exactly super practical because you could also just throw in a 360-degree camera, but maybe it's cheaper. I don't know. But the moral of that story is that it's called a femto grenade because it supposedly the processor on the other end, processes at a femtosecond or whatever, so it can get light in its intermittent, very low speed, like super slow motion in the millions and millions and maybe even trillions. I think femto is what, a trillion?
Femto, I can't remember.
Yeah, well, anyway, it's like a trillion frames a second or some ridiculous nonsense like that. And so it's supposedly at that rate, you can actually see light cascading across the room. So you can see the saturation on the wall happen as it's happening.
Nice.
Which is very, very deleterious to certain claims about the nature of how light works, how it's like already there, et cetera, et cetera.
It's already there. I've missed that. I haven't heard that in a long time. Thanks.
Well, so part of the reason before, like I was talking about, escaping the limitations of your worldview and then filling it in with stories, right, that you find appealing as a patchwork quilt, because, you need a cohesive worldview because for some reason you have a penchant that I need to understand everything. I can't just accept I don't know things. So then you have this compelling urge for the holes in your plot to be filled. And there's plenty of people who are going to come along and try to fill it. And they're going to bring you all kind of nonsense. And your inability to scrutinize your previous model is going to move into the next model, where you establish this paradigm of a bunch of fillers for gaps that you don't know. But you trust the other person because they're charismatic, they said a bunch of big words, they have a cool logo for their podcast, et cetera, and you're just as dumb as you were when you were a Glober.
It's funny how often that gets people, you know? The charisma, the channel, the hype, the crowd. They get lost in that over
The viewer numbers in the bottom corner.
Yeah. People feel comfortable in a mob.
People
And they don't
still,
stand
people
out
still
on their own.
use, yeah, and they still use that as an argument. They're like, I left the Globe because everyone's taught it and believes it because everyone else agrees with them. But I'm now in Flat Earth and I'm with the 90%ers. You guys are with the 10%ers. I have 90% of Flat Earthers on my side. Guys, you guys.
Oh, I see. Yeah, you got a point there. Something to reflect on. Ultimately, you should be able to stand alone with the truth instead of feeling like you need to stand with a mob. I see people in the mob are only willing to come out and nibble on your ankles to run back to the mob afterwards. So not a lot of independent thinkers, critical thinkers on their side. They have a mob brain. That's way worse than if you see your own.
Our mods are unstoppable. Ever shoot a Colt 45? It's got some kick. Like, if you never shot one before, you pull out a Colt 45, you're like, bang, wow, that's pretty good. 44 Magnum is about 3 times the energy as that.
Yeah.
You feel that all the way through your ankles when you pull the trigger. Bang. That's our mods. 24/7 Flat Earth.
You ever shot a 50 caliber?
Yeah, but everyone's entire
Like a
life
BMG?
is that. Just like everyone's life is like you talk, they tell you shut up, and you shut up. So it's like then they come in here, and then it's again the same thing, bro. It's like it just seems so dumb. You should be muting people when they're just like screaming or doing crazy shit, but like
Why?
just
Why,
because
why not mute them if they're just being annoying? Why can't you do that? Like, see, we got people talking, and there's a pleasant conversation going on, and we're live streaming, and everyone wants to get a say, but some dude's in here just vomiting diarrhea at the mouth, constant barrage of endless stupidity. You don't think it's important to kind of quarantine that person? They could go talk. I mean, we're not saying they can't talk. They could go wherever they want. Like, fuck off. And when they get there, fuck off again. It's like, what's the sense of entitlement that they can just go to any channel they want and just bulldoze a conversation? Where do you think that comes from?
Oh yeah, no, like the extremes obviously mute. I just mean a lot of the time I come in here, even myself, I'm Flat Earther, I'll come in here, I'll get muted, and then like at the same time you'll see chat just being like, oh, so stupid. And that happens with every just beginner globehead that comes in here. They get treated like that, and then chat will say they're stupid, a mod will mute them, and then another dude will chime in, say stupid, and it's like, bro, like, it's like a brick wall. If that was my first experience with Flat Earth, it'd just be so sad. I'd probably just never even research it.
Even the cat knows you're capping right now, dude.
Yeah, we got that right here.
Yeah, did you miss earlier? Whole bunch of people were muted to control the convo. Were you not there for that?
Oh, yeah, my bad, didn't see that.
Wait, if we just had functionally normal people who could participate and take turns, that'd be great. No one has to be mods. Everyone just would mod themselves. but that's not Discord. That's not reality. You get a bunch of triggered globers in here who don't even know what the word flat means. They think flat is a noun. Like, you got people come in here like a pizza planet. And how long would it take to diffuse that person when they know for sure we're in here talking about Pizza Planet and all you're trying to tell them is the word flat is an adjective? How long would you dedicate that? Like, for me, I am not a saint. I am not St. Peter. I do not suffer a fool. And I do not suffer a fool gladly. You get about 1 or 2 seconds to understand the word flat as an adjective, and I'm like, you're disqualified. You are too stupid for this conversation.
All I know is that if any of you IRL had to deal with people, you'd let them be. If they were people you knew and they were going to talk to you about flat Earth, you would give them the time of day to act like a stupid kid and actually take it seriously.
No, I do this on the regular in person with people, and no.
You know, like actual friends of yours or like...
Yeah, people in IRL who talk to you about flat Earth, they're generally curious about it, and they want to hear you talk. The people who come in here want to talk at the flat earther and tell them that they're stupid, they didn't graduate high school, they got mental illnesses, all this random bullshit that has nothing to do with the topic whatsoever. People online, like, we learned that, like, when those like final experiment, when the final experiments demonstrated was that they said that these anti-flat earthers, McToon, Fight the Flat Earth, they just act this way because it's like an online persona. They're not really that way in real life. But we learned they're worse in real life. The guy screamed into the ether, "Where are the guns?" Like, tell me that's a rational mind. How are you going to communicate with somebody who goes to Antarctica and screams into the ether, "Where are the guns?"
Some dude actually did that. Yeah.
I'm not even exaggerating it. Not even exaggerating it.
Dude, yeah, he went all the way down there to say that.
I mean, you literally say some shit on YouTube and they'll recommend a video. So if he thinks he can go down there with that BS, they're obviously not going to show up. He's literally the best ad.
Yeah, it's hilarious. It's hilarious. Here's why it's so hilarious. He's trying to refute a claim that if you go to Antarctica without permission, you will be stopped by going to Antarctica with permission. Wow.
People miss it. They don't see it, but it is actually that funny. To prove you can go to Antarctica without permission, he got permission to go to Antarctica and then went there. You couldn't write it.
Even better, like, once he got there to this like glacier point, they told him, don't pass those red flags, don't go over there, stay right here in these tents, only come out at these hours, here are your meal times, follow all these rules. And he just did. Like, you think you'd be like, oh, check this out, I'm gonna hot rod that snowmobile and go where the fuck I wanna go. And then live stream and then start saying, where are the guns? No one stopped me. I freely explored anywhere I wanted to, and there wasn't anyone to stop me. Man, this guy stayed exactly where he was supposed to stay. He showed up exactly when he was supposed to. He followed every rule they told him. They didn't need guns. They just need to give him a stern look.
Yeah, meanwhile, Jarl Andahor tried to go without permission and they shot his boat up.
The Glovers think this is GTA, that you could just roam wherever you want, just fly anywhere. No, it doesn't work like that. Even they got permission to go there. And like you said, Crit, they had to stay where they were told. But
Well, I mean, GTA, like San Andreas, you couldn't just go anywhere; they'd come and get you as well.
even better if it's on point.
Your
This
main
comes up
thing.
when they say just go straight. Good.
Okay. Yeah, I'll say, Ba, your main problem is you're thinking that these other people are rational actors. So when you come here and say, I want to listen to this special interest topic, but I would think that if I was treated poorly, I would assume that that special interest topic isn't for me. The main problem is they are not rational thinkers. They are here to exterminate. They are here to destroy. They're here to shut the conversation down by any means necessary. And if that means trying to pretend like they're interested in the conversation as they play stupid, as they ask these really dumb, loaded questions that are completely irrelevant, they will do whatever they can. They'll make animal sounds. They'll make false reports. All kinds of crazy shit. So when we jump on somebody and mute that person, it's for cause. Very rarely does somebody get muted and we're like, okay, let's relook at that. And if it was a mistaken mute, the person's pretty okay with it. Like, yeah, I understand where you guys are coming from. When they start playing the victim, then you knew that they were here to disrupt, and the mute hard countered that behavior.
Mars. What I've seen that's true as well. They'll come here and do things that any channel would mute them for. And they're like, you guys always just mute. It's like, no, it's your behavior. Have some accountability.
Oh, dude, we get accolades all the time for muting people that are off topic or disruptive. In fact, people want to come to our channel because we do that, because in other channels that's not done. And they want to actually hear the topic be expounded and exposized and not just overrun and shot through, right? So if we mute people here, you can A, deal with it, B, deal with it, C, deal with it, or D, ban.
Yeah, some of the other channels are even more crazy. There's a channel called Ask an Atheist Anything. I joined the channel and they muted me because on my user account it says right here, user is suspected to violate the space-time continuum. Please report any suspicious activity to Discord staff. They muted me just for that.
I thought you were going to say you asked him what's atheism.
No, I didn't even get a chance to ask anything. It was like ask an atheist. I think it was. I can't remember. It's something like that. Ask atheist anything, or I'm an atheist. Ask me something. Something along those lines. And I didn't even get a chance. I joined the channel. They clicked on me. Who's this guy? Mute.
Oh. Because they thought you were, what, the flat earther or something?
I don't know. I just stuck around anyway. I just went AFK and just okay, how long are they keep me muted, and just checked every so often. And yeah, it was quite a bizarre topic. Here's a channel that they set up. Join this channel to ask me stuff. And their only proof that they want questions is to mute people who join.
That's pretty bad. I don't see that happening here very often.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I think, Ba, you should get outside more. Travel around, at least this server. Check out some other channels and get some context. And be like, I wonder if I make animal sounds, if they'll mute me.
Oh, we can find out.
Exactly. What were you saying?
They're crackpots.
If you can
You're dealing
entertain
with
people, that's nothing wrong with that.
Go ahead.
Yeah, the
Half these
entertainment.
people.
Look at the
half
rules
these
in the chat.
people, if you
Bob, what's the first
just
rule?
talk over them and mute them, that's the end of it. You could tell them every little fact and just.
Okay, I got the perfect
and
solution.
Even if they don't believe you, they're probably going to have such a long conversation with you. They'll probably be talking about it outside. Someone
Yeah,
else will
Bob,
hear them.
Bob,
and
I
then
got a
boom, they
perfect.
can research it.
Bob, listen, I got a perfect solution. Make your own Flat Earth channel, and let's compete. Let's see who's got the better channel.
I mean, I have got like almost 400 subs, and I've got over 1,000 videos on my channel. They're just unlisted right now. I could just send you clips if you want.
Well, there you go. So that start up your own channel. You got a big base already, and let's compete. Let's compete in the marketplace of ideas, and let's see if your idea is better than our idea, and see who. And maybe you'll be the next thing. You'll be the next big speaker in Flat Earth, and you're like, "Hey guys, I've opened and created a space, and this is the way I did it." And people were like, "Damn, this guy, man, he really did it." Emos can sell insurance. Did he go? Did he do it? I'm tabbed out.
Yeah.
Oh no, he's still
already
here.
have a channel with a lot of. I've made a good difference. I mean, how many subs do you have on YouTube?
Yeah, we get over 1,000 views a day, homie.
Oh, so you all equally own that channel?
No.
No.
24/7 Live is broadcast to numerous locations. The YouTubes get 1,000 views a day. That's not even counting the other venues. We also have the most concurrent hours of popularity for a channel on this server for the whole of last year. And we're still like number one almost all the time. Rivaled only by the main topic channel on the server. We've been broadcasting live for like 7 or 8 years consistently, and a little bit intermittently before that.
Oh yeah, no. I know it's amazing. I'm just saying because that one dude challenged me. I was just specifically asking him personally what his kind of like.
Yeah, I don't even have a YouTube account. So how many subs do I got? Like 0. Like.
Oh yeah, so no. I just wanted you to know that I actually do stuff. So.
Yeah, but let's also consider that YouTube broadcast in and of itself isn't necessarily engaging with arguments with actual people, right?
No, but I mean, if I've got footage from like years and years ago of like flat Earth boats zooming in, like all sorts of different like.
Yeah, share that. Hey, share that with us. Share it with us. Yeah, share it with us. We'd love to have it. Okay, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
I can, but it's just I would have to go on right now. I'm on the tablet.
Yeah, no worries, dude. Yeah, check this out. Check this out, Holmes. 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Okay. Discord.gg/Flat Earth. That's our vanity link. You can go to our server. You can join. You can look at what we got. You can share what you got. Dude, we got Google Drives. We got backups. We got conversations from years, arguments with professors, all kinds of stuff going on.
Yeah, there is that one niche video I was trying to find again. It's about actually I think I know it. The one where the guy talks about like the sun being like unique. It's like a super long video and he shows like so many proofs. It's like the sun's unique to each person.
But you might even be able to find that on our server by searching the keywords. Now, it's a little more strict on the Discord search because it doesn't have a spider crawler, but you have to be a little bit more spelling specific. But yeah, I find a lot of good content by just searching our server database. Just going right in the server, go in the search bar, search what I want. I can usually find it pretty quickly.
I would wager
Especially
that
since a lot of stuff, a lot of content is shadow banned, right? It's not as easy to find it unless your algorithm or links are already there. Sometimes, So we do log a lot of that.
I would say like that's my account is so fucking shadow banned.
Tell you what, bro, why don't you pick a really good content that you like, and we'll dedicate an entire 2-hour show event on this server with a headline with you as the guest taking questions. How about that? You like that? I like that.
I have no desire to be famous. If I wanted to be famous, I could be the most famous person who's ever been, and I'll DM you the proof of that.
Dude, I could care less. No, I didn't say it was about you. That's the problem. You heard about you. I was talking about the people you're going to be interacting with. So if you've got good content to share, I'm offering you a chance to share it.
If you were talking about flat Earth stuff specifically, yeah, I mean, I'm not necessarily trying to convince people anymore that the Earth's flat, or I'm not trying to convince people of anything, and I'm not trying to. I'm just here to, for a bunch of reasons, but to actually prove actively and convince someone. I mean, I will try. Like even Tomato, bro. Like I literally talked to him off stream, and yeah, I mean, he seemed interested. Like that he would actually research certain things.
Okay, so you're declining the opportunity, yes or no?
No. I mean, I haven't got anything interesting to offer. No, I mean, I mean, just I'm not. Yeah, like, bro,
dude, you're missing the point. You're missing the point. You're missing the point, dude.
Anything I've got is just stuff you've already seen. So I'm not really that.
You're missing the whole point, dude. See, dude, here's the problem you keep missing, dude. If I've already seen it and I'm offering you a venue to show it to other people, then obviously I'm not including myself as your target audience, right?
Yeah, but the thing is, I have other stuff I would rather convince people of than Flat Earth.
So why did you come in here today?
Talk about Flat Earth for 2 hours, get people interested in you, specifically with your charisma and persuasiveness and body of knowledge about Flat Earth, and then maybe they'll come to your other channel and you can talk to them about the topics you care about later on. How about that?
Well, like, I mean, honestly, part of the main reason I even came in here was just to check up on, see if, like, the Flat Earth Society have, like, infiltrated even something as good as this, and then, yeah.
Dude, how would you know? How would you know it is or isn't, dude? And if it was, what would you do about it?
I wouldn't necessarily, hadn't gotten that far. Just
yeah, they have. I work for Flat Earth Society. That's right. So your work is done. You can leave now. Thanks for coming
out. Flat Earth Society. Don't you dare call me that. That's disgusting. Those are the worst of the worst. What are you talking about? Don't you call me that. But I can still come in here.
Yeah, you got your answer.
I mean, like that one dude, Sasha. Like he's covering one eye. Like I'm not paranoid, but like that is what all the occult people do. They cover one eye. So I mean, I wouldn't necessarily trust him. But
oh my goodness.
So if I got shot in the face, dude, if I got shot in the face in Iraq and my eye got exploded and I wear an eye patch, does that mean I'm Illuminati?
No, that you've literally just told me that, and that's absolutely fine and honorable. But I don't know about him. His thing is over his glasses. So,
AI, can you allow me to explain the profile picture?
Oh sure. I mean, you don't have to, but if you want to.
Okay, this is this guy is an actor. That what is on the picture. He's taking the goose.
So that's already an actor that would be doing what I'm saying.
Yeah,
for those
I'm telling you.
most likely.
Yeah, but man, listen. This is actor from ex-Yugoslavia, and it's coming from the people. It's called the top list of Nadrealist. And he is making like a singing in that scene, and the scene is taken from the famous movie. And I think, take me for the lie. I think that it was winning on the Cannes Festival. If you know what is Cannes Festival, Europe, that's like an Oscar for America. That's Cannes in Europe, and that has nothing to do with nothing, and it's parody on that movie. that guy is doing. There is a video about that, and I was taking the shot of that guy. But movie, it's very very famous. You know, get a lot of awards.
See, there you
Good,
go,
and
Bob.
like
Flat Earth Society. They're obviously here already. Sasha just exposed that fact. So you don't have to hang out anymore. You got your answer. You can leave.
No. I'm not just here for that. I'm here. I like listening. I like seeing, even if it's not Flat Earth Society. It's interesting to see. Yeah,
and
like I said,
for
you guys
example,
get very.
you spoke
Everyone
about
gangs up on
you
New
spoke
Globalists,
about my
and it's
you spoke about my profile picture. You never asked me, like, for example, what your arguments are about the flat earth, globe earth, because this is this server, and I could tell you about that, and then you can judge about that, for example, not about the profile picture.
No. But the fact it's not you, that's already fine. You want to use some pic of some dude trying to get famous that wants to fit in. That's whatever.
Oh, that wasn't passive aggressive or anything.
Not fired, bro.
The equipotential most famous man in the world right here is so humble. How great we are graced with his presence.
Too humble to be as famous as he humble brags he could be.
Why is everyone so concerned about what 24/7 does? I thought we were insignificant. Weird.
No, right?
You know what's weird, though? Is there's kind of like every so often there's like this insurgence of people who are like self-proclaimed so relevant that they come in to check up on us, make sure we're doing the right thing. Yeah, we've never heard of them before.
Media, pretty much everyone gasses them up, thinking they're, so much above us. And I think they're often a few steps behind.
All right, guys, I have a very important announcement to make. I'm not going back to the Globe today. Okay, it's very important. I just want you to know so nobody's worried. I don't need to go back to the Globe because I found my wood glue, and so Home Depot is not in my list of stops today. That's right, Bob. Earth is like a giant Home Depot. So says Jaren of the Ism.
Did you see the video I sent you then?
You sent a Home Depot video?
No. I just sent you a video that would prove that I could be me. Wow, you can see.
Where you send it? DMs? Oh, okay. Yeah, let me see that too. Wow, that was hot, bro. Oh my goodness.
That is real,
That was
though, by
definitely,
the way.
dude. That was definitely proving there was no globes. There were no globes there. I absolutely agree.
That's for all the stupid monkeys out there that still believe they're on a spinning ball.
The problem is, if I played that for the sight impaired, they would think something else is going on. So, can you convert that to Braille and send me the video?
But in all honesty, AI Overlord, if what I sent you is true and you played it loud enough, I can assure you it's a lot louder in real life. Do you not think that it would be quite easy for that person to be the most famous person who ever existed?
I have a case study for genotypical versus phenotypical variants in mate selection. So,
Thanks.
dude, now everybody's wondering what the heck is in that image, or the evidence, or whatever it was. Oh my goodness, what was it?
A ticket to never having privacy ever again, I guess.
Just make sure you ask for consent before you send it.
I mean, that's why it's unlimited.
So for those of you that are wondering, it was a compromising picture of Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Oh, bro, don't troll, don't troll. You can tell them what it is, but it's just going to make you look stupid. But you can't say that it was stupid, can you?
A lady never tells. The only thing that we need to know is, was it as good for you as it was for me?
I want Bar Grunt on the mic right now.
You should know by now that's not how he rolls. I'm not saying it's right, but it's not how he rolls.
Yeah, he wants to tell me that I'm wrong, that they can't demonstrate their spinning water ball Earth in a vacuum, but they can't. You can't do it. You just can't do it. We can demonstrate an enclosed, stationary flat Earth. We could do that. It'd be like a terrarium. It really would be. If it would fog, it would rain in there, dude. Like, we can actually demonstrate stuff in the real world.
Bro, is wood glue made out of wood?
That's funny.
Yeah, I'll be honest, that got me. Bit low to the ground, but it caught me off guard, so well done.
No, because it's not called wooden glue.
Ah ha ha.
Like Gorilla Glue. Gorilla Glues are made from real gorillas. That's how it's so strong. You guys have Gorilla Glue? What tongue twister? Gorilla Glue? Is that a UK thing?
Dude, I got Gorilla Wood Glue in use at this very second.
Oh no.
It's dripping everywhere, dude. If I water the drips, I might grow a baby gorilla in a few weeks when the sun hits it. Oh crap! Crap! I lost my hammer.
Japan does, however, claim to have wooden satellites in space.
Wait, for real?
What?
Yeah, for real.
Good lord.
Dude, I would totally make a wooden satellite. Cover it in teak oil and turpentine. Make it space proof.
Neither lunar landers anything to go by. If you want something to be space proof, then all you need is, well, yeah, like you said, tin foil and curtain poles.
Yep. So what I'm doing is I'm putting so I got a hollow core door. When you cut the bottoms off to make it fit for spaces, we got to then cut the section out of the bottom that's kind of like a hard piece and put it back into the hollow. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So, the difference between a hollow core door and a solid core door is obviously one's hollow and one's solid, but from the outside they look identical, right? Unless you touch them and feel the weight or tap on them and hear the hollowness, how would you possibly know from visual information alone whether it was a hollow core or solid core? What if I use a spectrometer? If I use a spectrometer on it, could I tell whether it's hollow core or solid core? Any Globers can answer that? Because supposedly the Globers know what everything's made out of by studying the surface light. So the light that comes off the surface tells them everything about it. So they can't even from the Earth tell me whether it's a hollow core or solid core door, just with the light that's coming off of it. Yet they want to tell you what some object is a trillion miles away, what it's made out of. I mean, are you kidding me?
It gets me every time with the whole starlight argument that, oh, well, what you're looking at is a distant sun, trillions and trillions of miles away, and it actually died thousands and thousands of years ago, but you just can't tell yet because the light takes so long to get here. So what you're actually looking at is a dead star. Do you think they think we believe some stupid shit? It's a cool story. Don't get me wrong. It really grabs the imagination, right? But it's ridiculous.
Dude, some might say it's even romantic. In fact, many people do.
Yeah,
they come in here and they talk about the virtues of the romance of the fact that space is so vast and there's so many different worlds that could be discovered. You know, one day I could land on a planet and then I could just pick up a scoop of dirt and there'd just be diamonds in it, just thousands and thousands of diamonds. It'd be so great. And then I'm like, dude, do you not realize that if you find a bajillion, quadrillion diamonds, that makes diamonds worthless? We got your diamonds here. We got your diamonds here. 3 cents, 18 carats.
Probably not far off what the value of diamonds would be here on Earth if not for the fact that the value is being artificially inflated. But yeah, that's a whole other rabbit hole.
Well, so Boss succeeded in making the conversation about him telling us he doesn't want to convince anybody about flat Earth, and then nobody talking about flat Earth. Hooray!
Okay, I would ask you a question. So, how many mods in here are went from being an atheist as a globehead to being even more of an atheist as a flat earther?
Interesting. I actually don't know the answer to that, so hopefully someone will chime up if it fits their criteria. But I'm going to tell you, for me, no. I was a specific theist before I discovered flat Earth. I was still a specific theist.
Yeah, you say you're still an atheist, but would you say you're probably more of a
specific? No, dude. Specific theist.
So, sorry, kind of like
not a general theist. Yeah, not a general theist, but a specific theist. So that means I've identified who the theos is and have a claim about that. Not where I just generally believe in theism. And that hasn't changed at all. None of my views about that has changed at all. Whether the Earth was a globe or flat didn't change my views about that one bit. But that's not relevant to your question because you're asking about atheists. So hopefully...
Okay, I guess that's the wrong question
Somebody
for you. So, do you believe more in actual magic or less in actual magic after finding out about the flat Earth?
Well, dude, I'm a specific theist that believes in the biblical account of the nature of the Creator God, which means that that entity is the eternal source of everything. And so all manifested reality is contingent and created upon that entity, and therefore the idea of magic is superfluous.
Oh, yeah, okay.
I mean, I was an 11 out of 10 atheist when I first started looking into this topic. I'm not now more atheist, which I think was your original question, but I regularly tell people this isn't a Bible thing, or well, people think, people doubt heliocentricity because of the Bible. I was a 10 out of 10 atheist, staunch advocate for atheism. Not sure if magic's the word I'd use, but I'm definitely now more open and receptive to things I wouldn't have been 5 years ago.
Yeah, let's not get it twisted though. Atheism requires a crap ton of magic.
well, yeah, space magic and other things that at the time you don't actually.
And first cause fallacies, et cetera, et cetera. Well, no, that's not true. That's anti-theism. If you're an atheist generally, and you just don't have a specific belief about which, whether theism is true. Right. I mean, it depends on how you define atheism, which I guess you'd have to answer.
Yeah, I guess more the traditional view of what atheism means. So you don't think there's a God, you don't think there's a creator, you believe in the Big Bang. That was me when I first started looking into this. I've said it a few times. It was never, I'm a religious guy and I had a bit of an affinity towards this because it mirrors the Bible.
Gotcha.
It's only since I've been looking into this and researching this that it
since
kind of
I
forced
can't
me to reevaluate. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh yeah, sorry to cut you off. No, just since I can't gauge what it actually does it make people more likely to be fanatical or less likely to be fanatical? And if it's
what?
It's not just that. There's layers to it. It's about religion first of all, but it's like if you just give up.
What's about religion? I
don't know if that's why I don't want to necessarily preach about flat Earth, because if it's getting people to a point where they're like, you know what, I don't know, we know it's flat, but other than that, we don't know anything, and so what, fair enough. Like, I don't know if that's what I'm trying to make the world be.
What I would say on that is there's two angles, just for me personally, right? There's the part of me that's like, right, well, I don't want to speculate too much, depending on the company I'm in, because for people passing through here, you always have to be wary that somebody passing through here for the first time, like we mentioned earlier, right? You come through here, it's your very first time on the topic. Are you ever coming back? So within that, right, somebody comes through at the wrong time, and people are talking about ice walls and giants and Nephilim and ancient floods and other things, which are all very, very interesting, and I spend lots of time looking into and discussing, but not within this specific arena, because the mods are quite. They don't want it to be a speculation channel where people are just throwing out absolute madness because anybody's stumbling across the channel for the first time. Here's some random Johnny first timer waffling on about the Nephilim and other such topics. Might think, oh bloody hell, it's a Bible thing. It's just this giant speculation thing. I would argue, though, just for me personally, the people I've spoke to, I think once people turn onto this topic and start considering this topic, it probably does point them more towards, I would say, more the idea of a creator than religion specifically. I wouldn't class myself as religious, even though I do and would argue for a creator. But I don't know if fanatical is necessarily the term I'd use.
Well, yeah,
I will tell you this. There are plenty of people that I've experienced over the years who become fanatical where flat Earth becomes their ultimate truth, even to the expense of their previous held theologies. In other words, they reinterpret their theology through the lens of flat Earth, and they actually alter the core tenets of their previously held theology. And to an effect of where they're basically committing what would be considered classical heresies in any of their previous worldviews or religious systems. So they essentially abandon their original faith.
Just to go back to the point you were making there earlier as well, the idea of it's flat, that's all we can know, end of story.
No, that's not what I think at all. I just think
No.
that's
I'm not saying that's what you think, but more that line of thinking, that line of discussion. I wasn't saying that's your position, but more that style of discussion around the topic. For me personally, it's like, well, okay, so it's not heliocentric. It's not what I've been told. What next? What is it? Right. So what is it then? And there's hundreds of lines of inquiry that come with that, but that's not for here. Is my understanding. So it's not that the guys here don't have similar questions, similar thought processes. That's just discussed maybe in a different forum.
Oh yeah, no, I was only trying to explain why I don't want to actively be preaching flat Earth. Is because what if the globe is actually just to make people the most fanatical that they could ever be, so that no other religion could ever succeed over them. And then it's like talking about flat Earth is great and everyone should know it, but then what if it just takes people away from the one that's trying to be... In a way, you could say, well, the globe is obviously the worst religion, but to an extent, on some level, you know, if you had to, there's only one religion. Do you know what I mean?
No, there's only 2 religions in the whole world. Only 2. All religions fall into one of those categories. There's one unique religion, and all the other religions fall under the other category. So all the other categories fall under a specific set of things that you must perform for God to accept you, or for you to reach the final stage. You must perform. They all fall under that category, with the exclusion of one religion. And that other religion falls under the category of God did everything for you. And that's the only 2 religions in the world. Either you have to earn it, or God did it for you and offers it as a gift. The only 2 religions that exist.
Yeah, no, I see the globe model as a complete orchestration of all the religions, and they're trying to monopolize the entirety of astral plane and religions. And yeah.
Yeah, to fall under the second excluded category that I told you, which is mankind achieves whatever it is that they need to achieve to attain either acceptance by God or Godhood in itself, or ascendance, or whatever it is. And that encapsulates the universal globe religion quite well. Because rest assured, atheism is not the goal of that religion. Not at all. Atheism is a blip of insignificance on the grand scheme of humanity.
No, because really I was asking, does it make you more religious or less religious? I just worded it like that.
Yeah, but what does being more or less religious mean? In regards to what? In what context?
In regards to, like I said, like he was trying to say as well, like the idea that people just come from the standpoint that you just find out it's flat, and then either way at some point, you're what? Okay, so click your fingers, everyone knows it's flat, boom. Then you're still gonna, on some level, kind of wait for a government to just be like, okay, we're gonna just, oh yeah, we'll go here, we'll tell you about the anomalies and how it just doesn't really add up.
Absolutely. I agree with you. Yeah, I agree with you. If everybody became a flat earther tomorrow, the disproportionate variety of human behavior would still be approximately the same. There'd still be the same amount of assholes, there'd still be the same amount of murders, there'd still be the same amount of rapes, there'd still be the same amount of people cheating on each other. Flat earth doesn't cure the human condition. And by the way, there'd still be just as many sheep who desire a leader to tell them what to do. We already have that in the flat earth community, where there's flat earthers that can't even operate without a leader. They can't. Their entire modus operandi is to parrot, structure, organize everything they do around some charismatic entity that they adhere to as a leader, whether they realize it or not. I have to rebuke people all the time in flat earth for basically being copycats of somebody else and tell them, dude, you're okay to be yourself.
No, but it's not that simple. It's like, if it gets to a point where you really have to choose, there's not like a solid. Yeah, it's like you come in here, and if I even mention blood over intent, instant mute. But like, yeah. At which point you're basically saying you have to just make do with what there is, and it's like.
No, we didn't say that. We said we're not gonna necessarily broadcast that on our broadcast venue, which is about flat Earth. You could talk about that stuff. You could meet flat earthers here and then talk about them with whatever you want to talk about off air, right? Nobody's stopping you from doing that.
Oh yeah, no, I know. I just guess the basic muting scenario always makes me realize that you have to just stay in line with, like, yeah, like I just remember I used to come in here and I even just saying just about like a 4-dimensional flat Earth where like there are no edges and it just works. It just loads up. It loops round magically.
That's not true, dude. I talk about that stuff all the time. You want to know why I get away with it? Because one, I'm the boss, and two, I'm highly respected about my views because I've established that over the years. Okay, I didn't just come in as a stranger and just speak about exotic views in a topical curated channel that's about a specific thing and then stick out like
This
a
is
sore
like
thumb.
2 years ago. I'm talking about like 4 years ago. I'm talking about 4 years ago. Anyway.
Yeah, 4 years ago, you were probably just as unknown.
It's the same thing, bro. It's the same thing.
Yes, I know. Yeah, 4 years ago, you were just as unknown as you are now, dude.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter. People should be able to fucking say some shit, bro. I'm like,
dude, we do allow some of that stuff. In fact, we have an episodic, periodic show called Speculation Sunday, which conveniently enough airs on. Let me find out. Let me look at my calendar. Sundays. Where you could come in and talk about the fourth dimensional quadra-tetrahedron hypersphere all you want.
yeah, no, like I said, I can't actually preach flat Earth because I don't know if it's making people more faithful or less faithful. And if it's making people less faithful and then everyone becomes less faithful and then there's only the most fanatical religions that exist, they're still going to want to take over just as much as before versus like the globe religion. They probably just give up at some point to an extent.
No, I agree. I agree. So you're not sure what your actions implications are going to be, so you're reserving going down certain paths. Nothing wrong with that. However, I would agree that, truth is truth, and it's just truth. And if the truth hurts, then it hurts, right? It's not your responsibility to withhold truth from other people necessarily because you think it's going to hurt them, although sometimes that may be the explicit case in that instance. Like, hey, this person really can't handle this type of truth at this time. So my job isn't to just cram as much truth as I can in their ear hole before I leave them as a victim to what I just did to them, without being there for them to pick up the pieces of the worldview I just shattered for them. So yes, it bears responsibility.
Do you mean like when people say, does this dress make me look fat? And the answer is, no, of course not. Even if it absolutely does.
I don't know. I'm not sure that's at the same level, but I get the sentiment.
I just mean more as in like, the truth is the truth, apart from, explicit cases where maybe you don't want to hurt someone. And that was the cartoonish example off the top of my head. I am with you though, like the truth is the truth. I think there's too much these days of people being able to live within their own kind of constructed realities where they only exclusively hear opinions that they agree with, and the algorithms create these little pods for people to live in. So much so that there are people needing, safe spaces and trigger warnings and signed off work for a month, sick, and you think, oh, what happened to them? Did they break the leg? No, they heard an opinion they didn't agree with. Which sounds like an exaggerated, like, Daily Mail reader response, except this is real life now. The millions.
Well, here's the thing, dude. People are talking about flat Earth, and in the vacuum of sanity, there's insane people taking advantage of the newly disenfranchised. So if you say, I'm very intelligent, I know where things are going, and I'm just going to sit out and let the scrubs run the show and turn everybody into a bunch of mindless sheep for the next regime to take advantage of, go ahead. No worries there. Because rest assured, most people are going to enter a new paradigm where they believe flat Earth and they're still slaves to the system. Because the system isn't going to give up. If flat Earth becomes mainstream, they're just going to adopt flat Earth into mainstream. And then 80%, maybe 90% of people are going to be the same slaves they were to the previous paradigm.
Oh, I mean, I still tell people about flat Earth. Like I said, you don't realize how many times people come in here and then you just shout over them and mute them, and then I try to talk to them just one-on-one, and then I've done that at least 3 times or like more.
Yeah, cool. Well, we're proud to be a consistent supplier of customers for your brand of Interaction. You're welcome.
No. Only about flat Earth. I would never. Anyone that's new to this shit, it's going to be strictly what they fucking talk about flat Earth, and that's it. And I answer their questions. They want to bring up some stupid thing, I'll let them go on a tangent, and then I'll say my tangent stuff that I'm not allowed to say here about moonlight being cold or whatever, and then it interests them or whatever. And it's just, I don't know. Like I said, a lot of stuff gets banned in this Discord.
Yeah, who said that you're not allowed to talk about moonlight being?
It's happened like once.
Yeah, if you got a test or something where you're demonstrating moonlight being cold, I mean, no one's going to shut you down. But if you're just making spurious claims with no evidence and you don't have any evidence to bring or bear, then yeah, you might get shut down and say, hey, why don't you talk about that after you bring your evidence? Or hey, how about let's not speculate, let's demonstrate. Dude, I talk about moonlight being cold all the time. In fact, one of my arguments to Globbers who say no, moonlight can't be cold because light makes heat. I say, well, what's the way we get things the coldest as humans? Light. We use light to get things the coldest. That's the way we know of to make things that we want to test on the coldest possible we can do. We use light. We use lasers, actually. So it's already a known fact that light can make things cold. In fact, there's more advanced physics involved with light, demonstrably so, that can show that there's actually light within shadow. And there's like a whole nother gamut of spectra that comes from the splitting of the split complement. So like if you put a prism, you get the different wavelengths, kind of like the Pink Floyd cover. If you've ever seen that, or if you've ever seen any classical prism test. But there's a way to use a prism where you get shadows, and you can actually use another prism within the shadow and get complementary. Very, very weird. There's all kinds of cool, weird things going on with light that can be demonstrated. So if you can demonstrate that moonlight affecting an object is effectively making it colder. In fact, there was 2 guys, one flat earther, one globe earther, who were going to simulcast this quote-unquote test. Here's what they were going to do. One guy was going to get a magnifying glass. They were both going to have the same setup, but they were going to have a magnifying glass, just regular moonlight, a magnifying glass, different objects that they're using. So the magnifying glass would like focus the moonlight more on the object and make more moonlight hit the object and maybe make it colder. And then they were also going to have a parabolic cooker. And if you know what that is, it's basically a giant satellite dish upside down that's reflective, right? And it's got a rod where you put your food inside the center, and it would get solar energy and heat the center. But if the moon is making it colder, it should magnify the coldness and make the thing in the center colder. So they were going to simulcast this. They never actually got around to it. But heck, if you want to pick up that mantle and actually, get a simulcast of that, we'd be happy to broadcast that. So it's not that we have this penchant for not allowing people to talk about different things. We have this penchant for not allowing people to talk about different things that they can't prove or substantiate or provide any evidence for.
I mean, to also, like, if you come in mid-discussion, right, with that, and it seems really, like, random, that's kind of, like, a little bit rude, you know, and you'd have to wait until it's appropriate to mention, right? Specifically having something to do with the discussion that's being had, you know.
Yeah, not to mention we have those discussions all the time. We got a whole community where people having these types of discussions constantly, hanging out with each other, sharing videos with each other in live chats, talking to each other, showing live videos to each other, thinking about ways they could test these things, et cetera, et cetera. So this idea that you say it's just shut down and that's just the way it is, it's not necessarily true. Not as simple as that. If moonlight is cold, that sends a shot across the bow of the Grover paradigm, right? So that's a valid piece of evidence that would be worth talking about. No different than talking about gas pressure being contained. Gas pressure being contained itself doesn't make the Earth flat or a globe. It actually can't arbitrate that proposition at all. Not relevant. It's only relevant because it's a corollary within a larger matrix of ideas that supposedly supports the heliocentric model. So it's like a fatal blow if you can disprove their claims about the nature of the vacuum of space, right? That's why it's worth talking about. Now, when it comes to gas pressure, you got all kinds of gas law, you got demonstration, you got the definitions, you got all this body of evidence that support it being relevant. And then someone comes in and says, moonlight's cold. Well, what's going to be the first question you think that person would be asked? Why? And then they might say, this is why. And they say, okay, can you show me that? Can you demonstrate that? Can you provide the evidence? And then you might say, yeah, I got it right here. I took an IR thermometer. I did different scenarios at different states of moonlight, and I found consistently that I was reading colder on these objects when the moonlight was on it versus when it was shaded from the moonlight. Right, like that. There you go. That's something to talk about, something to show. And then someone might scrutinize and be like, well, hey, did you consider currents? Did you consider, the radiant heat maintained by the metal, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? And then you might, advance your understanding of what you should do to critique yourself and make your test more honed in.
Okay. Let me ask you this, AI, right? Does moonlight being cold necessarily mean that the moon's light is not a reflection of sunlight?
No, it wouldn't necessarily mean that.
Why would you say that?
For example, the moon could easily be converting the light. So when the sunlight hits the surface of the moon, before it's sent out again, it goes through a process that alters it somewhat. So you couldn't simply say because the moonlight's cold, therefore it's not the light that came from the sun. It wouldn't necessarily follow.
So, Bar, did you hear that? Do you have any disagreement with that statement?
Ba is no longer.
Well, his caricature of what we are and do here and allow was demonstrated to be false, and so he had no point anymore.
He's going to pursue his dreams of being turbo famous. Good luck to him.
Oh, by the way, what he sent me was him clapping his chest like a gorilla. Right, so with that, when he wants to tell you that he's about ready to attack or hump you.
I thought maybe he'd sent you a picture of him in a compromising position with a rather famous lady, maybe. Because that somewhat makes.
No, I said it was a compromising picture of Neil deGrasse Tyson, dude.
Yeah.
Well, dude, all I saw was two big black orbs, and I was like, wait a minute, is this Neil deGrasse Tyson with his shirt off?
Oh, dang.
Hey, Gynomastomia is a son of a gun. Just had to fight the tight shirt.
I always find it funny that he turns down a debate with Eric Dubay because he doesn't have time.
Oh, Tyson?
Tyson, yeah.
Go ahead.
Because, he doesn't have time, right? He doesn't have time to argue with idiot flat earthers, but then does have time to talk about it for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours a year in various kind of, TV specials and all the rest of it. Doesn't have time to have a 2-hour discussion with a prominent flat earther, but does have apparently hundreds of hours to ridicule the topic.
Well, that wasn't his main reason. His main reason was that if he engages with them in that manner, then he's giving them a sense of relevance that they don't deserve. So he's basically upstaging them, and he doesn't want to, give the impression that he takes them seriously.
Yeah, doesn't want to give it air.
Yeah. He doesn't want to give it an air of credibility by being associated with some fat, overweight guy that is an actor in a movie, basically.
That's interesting. But that could actually be a legitimate reason if you like. I mean, because it's basically saying, "Hey, there's no debate," just like we say, right? Sometimes we say there is not a debate. This is objective, right? But he'd have to. But then, how do you demonstrate it without it being a rebuttal or a refutation, right? So you just go about your day and just do what you do, and that should just demonstrate and display the legitimacy and the validity of what you're saying, what you're demonstrating. I guess. Like you could say, I don't have to debate Eric Dubay. Flat Earthers, if you want to see why the Earth's a globe and why it's a spinning globe in outer space, just go and watch my content. Just go and read my papers. Come to one of my lectures, like whatever. You don't need to see a debate with me and Eric Dubay, right?
Or come to my planetarium and stand on the flat floor and see a hemispheric dome display the stars accurately. That's interesting. Uh-oh.
Because you go to the planetarium and you see stars rotating above you, like you say, an accurate depiction, and you think this sure looks similar to what I see in the night sky. I doubt that actually happens though in people's minds, because I think anybody who's in a planetarium is probably by default already so ideologically captured that they're not necessarily making that connection or having that thought while they're in there. It makes sense that they probably should, though. Never thought about it that way before, but yeah, it's interesting.
In the planetarium, they kind of like put images from the ground perspective and they put it on a ceiling screen, and you kind of see a similar idea of what you can see
if you're outside looking at the night sky or whatever? Or is the imagery from the sky, or is it like depictions that they draw on the ceiling, or is it both? I haven't been into one. Not that I remember.
Gonna have to look into YouTube.
I mean, I just looked to make sure. I always assumed it was just a projector, and it is apparently. It's just a projection onto a domed ceiling. Here we go. AI overview. The domed ceiling provides a sense of immersion. It's so sneaky, isn't it? But I like it. Why would a
But
domed
yeah, people
ceiling
can
provide a sense of immersion if the night sky is endless vacuum above them?
it replicates their perspective of the real world.
See, you got.
What's really wild is it's the Las Vegas sphere. If you've ever seen that thing, that thing's crazy. It's where the surface of it is like I don't know what it is, but it's kind of like the whole surface of the screen in itself. So it's not projected onto like it's the source of the light, and they have the inside and the outside that can be displaying a picture. And they can actually display a pretty accurate depiction of a photorealistic exterior where you think you're looking out into like the world. Because no matter which way you look, it's like correct, perspective correct, or something like that. There's actually, if you look it up online, you can find photos of people inside it, and it looks like they're in a regular outside area. But then you look closer, you're like, oh wait a minute, they're inside a building. weird is he never did tell us the truth. You know, he's like, "Oh, I'm afraid flat Earth will distract people from the quote unquote truth," and then he's like, didn't bother to letting us know what it was. I guess he doesn't care that we know it. Like, I got this truth that you need, but I'm just not gonna let you have it, bro. Sorry. You guys remember Soup Nazi from Seinfeld? Where he's like, "No soup for you." Well, this kid was like, "No truth for you."
Still haven't got round to watching Seinfeld, but it's apparently very, very good.
It's a show about nothing, dude.
Wasn't it supposed to? Didn't it begin as a as a show about a guy who wanted to make a show about a guy who wanted to make a show about a guy?
Can't be about nothing. It's got to be about something. Because you can't have nothing, because nothing doesn't exist.
Well, but that was the premise, I think. It was a show about him wanting to approach producers about making a show, right? That's about a guy who wants to. I swear that's the fucking premise.
It's not. It's something like that. But the show itself, that's ultimately going to be done, and at the end of the loop, is a show that's actually not about anything. It's about nothing.
Didn't they actually do it? Didn't they have an episode where they produced a pilot for the series that he wanted to produce, and so they had all the mock up characters of themselves in there.
All right. Got him a half-inch angled artist brush. About to paint some trim. I have to use this brush because I cannot accurately account for the curvature of the Earth without it.
You're choppy, you're cutting out. Barely can comprehend what you're saying at the moment.
Oh, I just put a metal roof on this house. Probably got work signal.
I think it's time to get AK out of the chat.
Is he tech skanking it up, stinking the place up?
Oh, yeah. Big time. Because he doesn't understand what the sun does over a flat earth. He doesn't understand how that happens. He doesn't understand that he can't demonstrate his mind ball in a vacuum.
Can he mic up?
I don't even think he's in the VC, y'all. Nope, not in the VC. So he needs to get the heck out. Time for him to heck and bounce.
Hey guys, what's up?
Hey, buddy. No, don't tell me to shut up in my house. Don't you do that. Don't tell me to shut up in my house. Don't do it.
Oh my god, I met him black.
Of
No evidence. Oh, how?
and because he was.
Well, we can just talk among ourselves. Don't feel like you have to just sit here because there's nobody for the ladies to talk to. So.
I liked your recount of how you got into this. Like that was interesting. It reminded me of, but on Benjamin, like because he was set to debate flat earther, and he was researching, and he was like, "I can't use this shit. This isn't proof." Like, and he's like begging his audience. He did the live stream. He's begging his audience. Anybody out there's got some live evidence? I'm supposed to debate tomorrow. Oh, what's going? It's always crying, you know.
I didn't hear that, but that's interesting because I wish I could remember like one of the first YouTube videos I found that was some kind of one of those like globe promoters. I don't know which one, but I remember like clicking on him like, oh, this guy's gonna show how flat earthers are wrong, how we're on a globe. Oh my gosh! Like 30 seconds into it, I was like, what? This is your proof? Like, it's just propaganda, like zooming in, fancy music, claims, no evidence whatsoever, like making fun of flat earthers, all the stuff they do. I was like, wow, if this is the best they have, like, I'm really in trouble here. This might actually be something to this. Yeah, it's pretty scary. But they appeal to, and I have to try, like, not to, I do try not to be, like, upset with people who are fooled by them because they're designed to fool people, right? Like, if we all have our own life paths, so, like, some of us are more easily fooled than others, and so, like, if somebody's kind of like a naive, gullible person, that wasn't properly educated on how to evaluate claims, wasn't trained in logic, so on and so forth, is used to just accepting spoon-fed propaganda, they're just going to fall for it hook, line, and sinker because that's what it's designed to do. It's designed to appeal to their emotions, for their desire for security, for their desire to make fun of other people, to make themselves feel better, all of those things, and they just fall for it. It's sad.
Right. Yeah, because, like,
told, right? So our evidence is going to be, well, the sun sets behind a geometric earth curve. Well, obviously that's not the case. What about seasons? Well, it's circular logic. If the earth were round, there would be seasons. There are seasons, therefore the earth is round. It's always going to be the same thing. If you want to show me a picture of the earth from space, right, an image, there's purportedly only actually one photograph in all of existence, but an image of a ball, well, then all I would have to do is see that there is no geometric earth curve consistent with the ball that they're showing me on that screen. It's always going to be some kind of circular reasoning, trying to get back to reinforce the story that was told, but in reality, the curvature is not there. The water is flat. Everything is horizontal or measured against a horizontal. So all of our experience in real life, not in textbooks, not in the media of any kind, You know, do we? That's the only evidence there is. In real life, everybody experienced the Earth as horizontal, stationary, and enclosed, but we won't convolute the situation with that.
What does what does convolute mean?
Confuse.
Yes.
We won't complicate it.
I will have to write that down. Although, I mean, all right. So I will say that even though I'm very confused right now, I will have to say that for the most part, you seem to be very well prepared to, yeah, like just in general. I will commend it. It's very commendable. I will not be able to say that about myself.
Well, I'll take my hat off to you just for your demeanor alone, right? As you say, you're very much easier to talk to about this than a lot of other people. So hats off to you for that.
Yeah, you're calm, you're measured, you listen well. That's great, which is more than we can ask for. You know, you could contrast that with Slappy, who was in here and got very excited and very upset very quickly, which is typically our experience. But hats off to you.
Yeah, but Slappy had a good point. Well, not really, but he said, "Look, what you know," which I mean, he was a nut job, so ignore him, I guess, right? But he said, "But look, the horizon is higher," which is a great point. Like you've debunked globe Earth right there. Should be dropping away from you, but he still wanted to argue it. But he saw that. At least he saw that part. Oh, the bot's on now. I have to talk differently.
Yeah, one caveat for that. So he was critiqued for saying the horizon is higher, but the only information he has is a 2D plane, right? So if he says it's higher, then that would be accurate in the image, right? If you're using XY coordinates and standard, you know, Western conventions, left to right, top to bottom, right?
Right.
That's how it's described. That's how it's described in the art. When you're trying to make a horizon line, you either put it higher or lower on the page to indicate whether you're looking up, looking down, whether it's closer, whether it's further, et cetera, et cetera. So it's an appropriate
relative
art
to a frame of view.
Right, and it's actually the truth, because when you look out, right, you can see depth, but when you're looking at an image, you're inferring depth. Right? To be honest with what you're seeing is one of the first steps that you learn in art when you're trying to recreate things, is to draw what you see, not what you know. So, for example, someone might say, "Oh, that boat is farther away than the tree in the image," but on a 2D plane, they're exactly the same depth, right? You say, "I drew this boat smaller and higher up on the page to give the appearance that it's further away, because it mimics what we see." But it's actually not further away. In reality, it's on the same plane of the piece of paper you're drawing on, right?
On the picture, you're talking about the two-dimensional picture, yeah. Yep. And then, yeah, how we do, yeah, the relationship of the depth perception. Sure, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, the y and the z-axis are compounded into one axis, right?
Compounded.
But we're so used to perspective cues, and we're actually designed to understand perspective cues. Even our eyes are gyroscopically adjusting to try to reorient themselves horizontal, unless you really tweak your head. So, like, we're completely designed to operate this way, to understand depth and ascending and descending and navigating three-dimensional space by perspective cues, which is why video games are so cool. You know, when they look real 3D, even though they're 2D. There's actually an old trick. Before they had really 3D video games, one of the old tricks back in the day was you train yourself to have one eye closed, and then your perspective brain takes over and creates the visual illusion that it's 3D. Pretty cool effect. If you've never tried it.
Never even heard of that. No.
Who's hot making?
Says who is.
Oh, says who? You there? Yeah, we can mute you, Mike.
Consolidate.
Yeah, that's why like an unraveling or an unwrapping of perspective and some of the, you know, at least describing some of the effects, it really undoes a lot of the globe, idea. Because it's, it's all about, oh, I should expect to see this based on this, in regards to the globe. Like somebody even stated with Abraham, I think it was DJ. He was saying, well, listen, you experience it flat, but you're inferring that bottom-up obstruction of boats is, I should expect to see that due to Earth curve. But if you bring perspective in, and describe that accurately, then it's explainable simply due to perspective. And some other things, but
do you guys mind me asking you another question?
Shoot, just do it. Yeah.
All right. So, assuming that the Earth is flat, what do you guys think would be a possible explanation for as to why people that are in charge, or like the people in our governments, our teachers, and all the popular scientists are telling us that it's not flat?
I don't know that they are. It's not really. It's not really a something they talk about.
What do you mean?
Scientists.
Yes.
And whatnot.
Well, okay. Thanks. They definitely teach that, though.
Yeah, in school. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, and look, I'll just give you my 2 cents on that, right? They're not lying. Most people are not lying that the Earth's a globe. So to get a position as a teacher or an educator, right, you just have to become very good at regurgitating information from the textbooks, from the mainstream curriculum. Or to get the degree as a scientist, you need to become very good at regurgitating the book on that specific topic. It's not like these people are going out and questioning the core fundamentals of whether the Earth's flat or a globe, right? They're going to university, they get the textbooks on astrophysics or whatever it is that they're studying, right? They memorize, regurgitate the information on their exams, and then they go and teach it to other people, or they do their particular field, right? Most people are not lying, right? It's actually very difficult to think who is actually, lying. And to be able to prove that they're actually lying. Most people just believe that the Earth's a globe.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was saying, DJ, a little bit, was that the scientists, they're not really thinking of the globe. They're just doing like a scientist is just doing some experiment in a lab with some chemicals. They're not really thinking,
right,
I need the Earth to be a globe to do this.
Right. So can I get in for a sec? Look, one sec. Let's slow down. Because there's actually conflict within academia, but it's not really recognized. Okay, so as far as useful information goes, right, that you receive from academia, from school education system, that would be information that you, once you leave school, you take it out into the real world and apply that information and knowledge becomes useful for you to achieve a certain goal, right? Nothing they teach you about the Earth being a globe like nothing you do in practicality will involve the information that you received about the Earth being a spinning ball. Nothing. Actually, the contrary, in certain fields of study, they will teach you that just to treat the Earth as if it is flat and motionless. Right? Hydrostatics teaches you that the surface of liquid at rest is horizontal. Right, so there's these conflicting information from different fields that you will receive in the education system that nobody really thinks about. All this information that you will receive that you will take out into the real world and apply to make it useful information actually conflicts with the idea that the Earth is a globe, but nobody thinks about it. They just go about their day as if it doesn't matter, right?
Yeah. Kind of goes back to like what I said originally to Abraham a while ago, or even I think Says Who was saying it, that everybody here once believed the Earth was a globe, and yeah, the same thing hit me. Like, how did I never realize the Earth's not a spinning globe? I just went about my life. Like, how is that possible? You know, it's the same thing with some of these guys. You're just in it. Yes, it is. Yeah, you're just in it.
Heck yeah, bro. Yeah, like for example, they taught me to train to identify enemy vehicles at range of 20 miles or so. And most of the vehicles at 20 miles would be completely under the curve of the Earth. There's no way I could spot them at that range. Yet I had equipment, and I was told, okay, spot them. You could spot them. And I'm like, didn't think anything of it until I, really heard about flat Earth, started looking back at things I did in the Army. And I was like, wait a minute, that makes no sense if the Earth is a globe. Never dawned on me when I was doing it, though.
No, never. And then, yeah, I mean, if you have more questions, you could go through, like, or you could take the perspective, like DJ or whoever, that there are guys who tried to measure, scientists who tried to measure Michelson, Gail Pearson, Barry's failure, I guess, experiment. There are some guys who tried to do it, and they failed. But you could go look at those guys. Einstein's Lorentz contraction, all these guys.
And the other thing I just want to add in real quick is, it's okay for somebody or even a large number of people to be wrong on a topic. And I would go so far, just to kind of reiterate what Roots was saying earlier, is that so many people are wrong on this topic because they just have blindly taken what they've been told. And that's part of the human experience. We all do that on some level. We have to sometimes at some point say, I can't look into that, so I'm just going to accept it. And so it's unfortunate. A lot of bad ideas spread because of that. And over time, most bad ideas get caught. But unfortunately, this one seems to be pervasive. And but at some point, people like us have shared with enough who've gone out and made their own observations.
Yeah, so is that a decent answer for you, Abraham? Like, most people aren't lying. The globe is what we're taught from a young age. Most people have never questioned it. Most people have never considered any other possibilities. Most people don't even understand the arguments from the flat Earth side. And they think it's ridiculous and they'll never look into it. Right? But once someone actually comes and starts asking questions, they get shown observations. Right? Most people don't even know that much about the globe. It's just something that we're taught from a young age, and it's like a deeply ingrained belief system that people have.
Yeah, there's no way they're lying. There is no way that the teacher is lying about it when they say, all right, class, let me teach you Earth's the globe. All right, it's this big and it's spinning and we're going around the sun. All right, now let's do a project where we use the Earth as stationary and we're going to use these volcanoes and pressure and water to do a demonstration in class. They have no idea that they're contradicting themselves. They're doing it in the same day.
All right, cool. So now's the time to let Abraham respond since he was asked the question. Go ahead, Abraham.
What's the question here?
It's funny, dude.
You asked the question. Yeah, what do you think about the responses to the question that you asked? Right, you asked, why would all the people be lying? And then we've been responding to that. So what do you think?
I mean, it makes a lot of sense actually, because I think that a lot of people just go off of what they have been told and don't necessarily question what they have been told, and just take it as truth. So it does make a lot of sense. If that makes sense. I don't know if I come across as incoherent. If I do, I'm sorry.
No, not at all, brother. No,
you're
not
fine,
at
man.
all.
You're fine.
Yeah, not even in the
I
slightest.
apologize. But if you think a bit more about it, okay, so there are people, right? There's you might say organizations or government agencies which are claiming to practically use the knowledge of the Earth being a ball or a spinning ball, right, for practical use. But it's not something the average person like you and me can do, right? So we're talking about launching rockets into space and deploying satellites and putting them into orbit, right, which then provides a service to either themselves or to the general public, right? And then they'll claim that they have imagery from said place where they have these objects, right, in outer space, and images of the Earth being a sphere. Now, if we can determine from down here that the Earth is not curving and it can't be a ball, like we've already demonstrated, then obviously that imagery is false, and anyone claiming it to be an accurate representation of your reality is lying, right? Unless they themselves are just taking it for granted, and that imagery has been presented to them as being evidence, right? But if someone is saying that they are directly responsible for that imagery and claiming it's direct photography, like the men that were claimed to have left Earth's system and gone to the moon, for example, and taken imagery of the Earth, right? They would have to be lying by necessity, right?
Yes.
Yes. But that doesn't necessarily mean that they understand that the Earth is flat, right? They could still themselves believe that the Earth is a ball, right, and just have been involved in the faking of that trip to the moon, right? There are people that don't believe that people like that there are people like you and me, right? Just ordinary average citizens that don't believe men went to the moon, but they still believe that the Earth is a spinning ball in outer space. So it'd be very difficult to try and identify anybody who is actually like trying to manipulate the population, right, of the Earth into believing it's a ball with the understanding that it's actually flat. Now, that those people could exist. I can't prove they exist, right? I don't think any of us could. But it is possible. That could be, like, there could be people out there who understand that the Earth is flat, but don't want people to realize that. They want them to think they're on a globe, right? Then you could ask the question, why would they want that? Why would they want people to think they live on a globe?
I have a question. Who do you think are those people who know or who are cognizant of like that? The Earth might be, or it might not be spherical, or it might not be round. Who do you think are some of those people?
I'll tell you who, the sheep herders.
That makes sense.
Have you ever heard of this this phrase, white man's burden? You ever heard that phrase before?
I have not, no.
So it was the idea that quote unquote white men were responsible for the quote unquote lesser races, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so because the white man was supposedly, self declared the most intelligent, the most responsible, the most godlike, that it was their responsibility to take care of everyone else. reluctantly or not. It's their duty. Likewise, the same sentiment applies to the sense of the elites, where they know the truth of the horrors of reality, let's say, but they need to placate the masses, and so they contrive a story that keeps everyone as placated as possible, so there's not chaos all the time, right? And it's their burden to bear the truth, but yet deceive everyone else, so that there's peace on earth. And they wear it like a noble badge. Now, you might say that they're evil, but from their point of view, they're doing God's work.
And then comes even more on top of that, right? So with that narrative, right, there comes industry, right? So there's film industry and memorabilia, like T-shirts and coffee cups, billboards, science fiction movies and stories and comic books, right? Plus you have people that are going to university specifically to try and understand the cosmos that they believe they live in, like astronomy, astrophysics, theoretical physics covers all this, right? So there's industry built upon this. So you might say that there's a sunk cost involved, where if they deny all this, that they're throwing away years and time and energy of that's been involved in trying to understand this and to make money, to build a career, right? So there's a lot. It's really, it becomes pretty complex in the end, really.
They have an entire theme park in Disney World dedicated to the globe called Epcot, where there's a giant globe in the middle of the park, and everybody walks around it and they look at it and they go, "Oh my gosh, that's Spaceship Earth! Oh my gosh, that's what Earth looks like!" Like that park alone rakes in millions of dollars a year, if not billions.
Yeah, and that's assuming you're limiting the active agents involved to human actors. For example, the great faiths of the earth that people adhere to, almost every single one of them believes in a great power that rivals God, that's evil and has design on humanity, right? Most people believe that. Yet they scratch their head about why there's this overarching deception in the world. For example, the Bible clearly says that the devil is the god of this world and deceives all the world. He deceives all the entire world.
This is going to sound like it's off track, but it's following your point, Overlord. In Epcot, where they worship the globe, at nighttime, at like around 9 o'clock, there's a fireworks festival where like they light off fireworks, and the festival is called Luminous, Symphony of the Lights. I think you can guess what that refers to. But they do the fireworks and they light up the spinning the globe in the middle, the big Epcot ball, the Spaceship Earth, and everybody sings songs and dances around the little globe. It's a little much, but people don't realize what they're doing because they're just having fun with their families in Epcot.
Yeah, exactly. Like everybody's willing to point fingers at quote unquote satanic imagery in Hollywood and all these other places, right? But then when you say, wait a minute, maybe these globe freaks believe in that crap. We don't even have to posit that the claims within the ancient scriptures are true. We just have to posit that these dudes who have power over entire societies believe it's true and they operate accordingly, right? We're talking about multi-billionaires, even trillionaires, ancient power families who nobody even knows who they are. Like it makes the Rockefellers look like a bunch of chumps. People who don't even operate in money because they're so powerful. In fact, when it comes to religious organizations and philosophies, you can wield power with the promise of having an association with an entity that nobody even knows is real or not. They just believe it. You could say, I represent Cthulhu, the great god of chaos. You will bow to me and make the whole world servile, right? And if they convince all those stupid retards to believe it, and they have power over the masses, then it doesn't matter whether it's real or not. Yeah, so where you live, dude, what the Earth is, how it got here, where it's going, all of those things, those are the part of the great metaphysical question. Who I am, where I'm going, right? And if you could control the structure of somebody's metaphysic, you could control them, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, like for example, most people think that are United States citizens. I'm not sure where you live, but most people in the USA, when they pull out dollar bills out of their pocket, they think that's money. They actually believe they're holding money in their hands rather than fiat debt notes. They don't get it. They're clueless.
Augustine, could you please repeat or reiterate whatever you just said, because I couldn't make out the words.
Well, I disagree.
That makes sense.
You can use the live stream to play it back. We got a pawn in here playing, recording the VC at the moment.
How about this? Is this much better? Or worse?
Sounds about the same to me.
Oh, well. Anyway, I'll sum it up real quick. There's a bunch of crazy people that have power that believe crazy things. They might even believe they're serving God or serving some chaos demon. But they're absolutely out of their minds. And they're power tripping. And they think they're doing it for our benefit. They think they're holy warriors, crusading for the sake of humanity. And everything they do is kind of like a burden. It's like, oh, I have to make the decisions for humanity. Oh, woe is me, I'm so burdened, honey. Can you make me a coffee?
So Abraham, we could speculate all day long about exactly who's pulling the strings, exactly who's lying, what's their motive, why did they lie, blah, 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 right? But the main thing is, if we can test the earth repeatedly, right, and validate that there is actually a lie taking place, that the earth cannot possibly be a globe, right? That's the main thing you need to look at, right? If you think about like a court of law, motive comes second.
Do you think it's a globe or it's flat?
Hold on a second, dude. I'm just talking to Abraham real quick, right? So if you have a court case, right, like a murder case, for example, right, doesn't really matter what the case is. So just say we had all this evidence that this particular person committed the crime, right, beyond a shadow of a doubt. They're not going to get off just because we can't prove what their motive was, right? So this globe model, or whatever you want to call it, the globe system was incorporated into the mainstream education system a long time ago. So it's very difficult to validate or prove motive. But what we can do is we can test the earth over and over again and accumulate evidence and validate that it is actually not a globe. And that's what we've done. So I encourage you to look more at the empirical evidence rather than go into things that can't really be proven at the end of the day, which is, why would they lie? What's the motive? Just prove that they're lying and go with that.
Yes,
If that makes sense, anyway.
It does. It does. Does make a lot of sense.
Yeah, and I get, the essence of validity of, the essence of credibility when someone's telling you something is true or not, right? It lies not in the person that's saying it, but in the content, in the substance of what they're saying, and whether that substance can actually be like DJ was telling you, whether it can be verified or falsified in reality, right? So I wouldn't necessarily just hold someone's word in high regard simply because you seem to think that there's an atmosphere of credibility around them because they have a certain title or a certain degree or whatever, you know what I mean? So
yes,
despite any sort of position of authority that person has, it's always going to come down to whether what they're saying can be tested or not.
That's a good point, honestly. That's a very good point.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Yeah.
So, do you believe the Earth is round or flat?
As of right now, I think that I've been told that the Earth is round.
Same, I think it's round.
Right.
Yeah, look. We would think less of you, right, after this short conversation and the tiny amount of, information you've been presented with. If you turned around and said, "Oh yeah, now I think it's a flat Earth," right? That would be kind of crazy and stupid, right? It's something that would take, tons and tons of research looking into, and then looking for the proof behind the globe and learning all about the globe, and maybe even going and doing some long distance observations yourself. Right. So yeah, we're not trying to convince you of anything. We're just showing some information, that you might not have been aware of. So you can, critically think about it yourself and look further into it if you want to. But yeah, that's about it, dude. We're not trying to convert you into being a flat earther or something like that. A lot of this is just to try to help people think critically as well. It's a big problem with society is people just kind of blindly believe the narrative, kind of like sheep in a way. I'm not saying you're like that, but a lot of people, get into that way of thinking. So, flat Earth.
Wait, but it's not baked a cake.
Yeah,
I'm just kidding.
Well, I definitely would say that I somewhat fall into that category.
So. Sorry, I'm playing chess at the same time as I'm trying to talk, so
nice.
Keep losing my train of thought.
Country multitask.
What's that?
It's a country multitask.
Yeah, I'm trying to do that, bro. I'm failing at it though. But yeah, look, we just encourage people to look into the topic. Oh, that's what I was going to say. I was going to say, look, yeah, it's not necessarily the shape of the Earth or whatever that matters, right? It's the lie. It's the way that the culture is now, and the way that people just blindly believe the mainstream without, thinking for themselves. At this point, they could just tell people pretty much anything, and people would just believe it blindly. If you look into space science claims, right, they'll tell people anything and they'll just blindly believe it. They'll say it rains diamonds on Uranus, right? That's an actual claim. They'll say there are hairy black holes in space and all sorts of crazy stuff. It rains sideways glass rain on some distant exoplanet. And people won't question anything they tell them.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah, I agree. These are just
hold on. What did I just hear,
a
bro?
lot
The
of
fuck?
time they're just exaggerated, you know.
Yeah.
Well, those things that I just said, yeah, they're actual claims that scientists make about
Yeah,
the
and
universe.
they sound stupid, you know.
They definitely do. They definitely do.
Imagine if the globe side wasn't claiming that, and you came into a flat Earth channel, and we were saying, oh, well, according to the flat Earth theory, it rains diamonds on Uranus, and it smells like farts, and it rains also sideways
These are
glass
just
rain,
to
and
make good titles and articles, you know.
what's that?
That's what they are used to make good titles on articles to gain traction and, you know, recognition without any scientific value.
Yeah, quite a lot of what people believe to be science is textbook definition pseudoscience, and it's a big problem in the in the mainstream.
Oh.
Yeah. There's less known, you know, sentiments expressed by some of the most, you know, renowned physicists that have, you know, that the public has met, right, and heard from in times past, right, who adamantly, you know, express that truth through science is determined by observation and experiment, including experiment, not just observing and then saying, well, if we do these calculations, right? No, it has to be hands-on experiment. That's where you get this scientific objective truth from, not from just speculation and then guessing and saying, well, we could be right, we're more than likely right, giving it a percentage of likelihood or possibility. No, or probability. No. When it comes to natural science and determining whether something is a fact or not, it is backed up by repeated experiment. And then you have to also ask the question, is what I'm trying to discover about the natural world, is that in that category where the scientific method can be applied to that question? Because if it can't, then it's not going to be a natural science inquiry, right? So, like, for example, the surface of the Earth, is it curving, is it flat, right? That's a what is question, not a how, why question, where you're observing a phenomena, trying to determine what the cause for that is, formulating a hypothesis, doing some research, and then performing an experiment to try and where you manipulate your presumed cause to produce the effect. So that's the scientific method, what I just detailed, which isn't going to be applied to whether or not the surface of the Earth is curving or not, right? So that would be a category error to say that we're going to use natural science to determine what the Earth is.
I do have another question. Does the flat Earth theory also apply to other planets, or does it only like apply to planet Earth? Makes sense.
Well, we've all been taught, you know, a story that goes along with what you're seeing in the sky, right? So it's fair enough that you have this particular worldview where you think that there's a big giant vacuum, you know, basically an infinite giant vacuum of space up there with these giant spherical balls of gas and planets and whatnot that are, you know, some of them are gas planets and some, you know, this planet's that, right? That's something that goes along with the globe model, like with the heliocentric model. So trying to incorporate the heliocentric worldview into like flat Earth, right? It's not really something that's compatible. being able to validate the story about what we're told about what's going on up in the sky isn't possible, right? You have to kind of believe them, take their word for it. So we don't try to have a replacement for every claim that the globe side makes, right? Because a lot of the claims that the makes are, like I said before, pseudoscience claims. We try to stick with what we can validate, and we can't validate exactly what's going on up in the sky, but we can check the Earth here where we live.
Makes sense. Makes sense to me.
What do you think about Antarctica?
Me or somebody else?
Anyone.
Oh.
Cold.
Yeah, cold as hell. Well, not cold as hell. That doesn't make sense. But yeah, extremely cold. Difficult to explore freely. Even with a permit, difficult to explore. A lot of mysteries.
Why the secrecy?
Yeah, very.
Wait, hold on. I do have I know I could just Google it myself, but I like to kind of interact with people. So, do you know who is controlling the Antarctica? Like who's kind of
who's controlling
ruling over
it?
Yes.
Well, there's a treaty. There's an Antarctic treaty in place since the 50s, signed basically by all the major countries, that no one can, gain control, like military control of Antarctica and whatnot. So the official story is that a bunch of countries basically own little slices of Antarctica. So you could look that up, right? You can look up countries' ownership of Antarctica chart or something, and it'll show you basically kind of like a pie chart, kind of like a pizza slices of this country owns this particular section and that sort of thing.
And I think Godzilla is hibernating behind the ice.
What is?
Godzilla is hibernating beneath the ice. That's why they kept us away from entrance in Antarctica.
Yeah. So Leaf's not a flat earther, by the way. Just to let you know that he's on your team.
Well, I'm being serious.
Yeah, I don't doubt that you are.
Why else would they think they just create this iceberg, giant iceberg? Because they're trying to hide something.
Leaf. What was that?
Do you think the Earth is flat?
Sati. I don't know how to say your name. It's not something I think. Like, we all experience the Earth as flat.
So you believe the Earth is flat?
No. You think it's a globe?
Well, yeah, I do.
Yeah?
All the other planets.
What's this accent you're trying to do? Who is this? Is this Peter or something?
What do you mean?
Your fake accent that you're trying to do right now, it's cringe.
What is accent?
Yeah, it's some fake ass accent. It's annoying. Just talk with your normal voice.
You know what bothers me? When girls talk with this vocal fry, like they really make their voices creak,
Wait, who was it that you thought was putting on a fake accent?
They left. Yeah. Ixati or something.
Oh, okay. Right.
Yeah. Yeah, terrible attempt.
Oh, wow.
Hold on, what? What is he? There.
So, Abraham, did you understand the long distance observation argument?
What was that about again?
Basically, if the Earth, right, they tell us that it's a globe and they tell us the size of the globe. That means that over a certain distance, you would have a certain amount of curvature.
Yes.
Right. So if we go to a large body of water, right, that would be the best place to test for the curvature.
True.
It should be curving. It should be curving at a certain rate.
That's
so,
true.
Yeah, it has to be, right? There's no like some spots, can be flat and some spots curved, right? It all has to curve at a certain rate, right? If you have a 20-mile long lake, for example, it has to have about 280 foot or something like that of curvature over that 20-mile distance.
I mean, would it really have to? I think so.
Yeah, it has to. Yeah, well, that's the claim by the globe side.
Oh.
Yeah, it has to conform to the curvature of the Earth.
Geometrically, it would have to. Yeah, would be an unavoidable consequence.
Yes.
Right, so I can show you a really good long distance observation over a 20-mile lake if you want. This one's a good one. Like it really destroys the globe.
Has to be.
You want to see it, Abraham?
I'm looking at it right now. At the picture.
Oh, I haven't posted it yet.
Oh. Great salt. Does the great salt look like a convex?
Yeah. Yeah, let me present it, right. So this is a bunch of screenshots out of a full high definition video. Okay, so this first one's just to give you an idea of the location. Okay, so this is the lake. It's very, very still conditions on the day that he did this observation. And what you'll be able to see from this first screenshot I took from the video, right? I'll post the full videos as well after. But let me just present it first. Right, first thing that you'll notice is that you have a specular reflection, right? And that means that the surface of the water is flat, like a mirror. And you can see that it's mirroring the mountain in the background. Okay, so to have a specular reflection, you need a flat surface. Otherwise, you'll have kind of like a funhouse mirror, like where everything is distorted that you look in through the mirror. Okay, this is first image is just to give you an idea, right? So this is the Great Salt Lake in Utah. And this observation is over a 21-mile section of the lake. So it's basically from where you can see, roughly in that image, across to the other side there. And there's over on the other side, there's like a little town. It's kind of like a mining town. Okay, so just a moment. I'll bring up the next image. Okay, so this is the camera setup. It's like a super zoom camera. It's a Nikon P1000. And these cameras have amazing zoom capabilities. Right, so he's set his camera up. Yeah, you following?
I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're right.
Sorry.
Yep, so he's set his camera up 5 foot above the surface of the water on one side of the lake. Okay, so now I'm just going to show you a Google Maps screenshot. Right, so have a look in this next image. You'll see the yellow line, right? So he's standing basically on the top, like where you can see the yellow line on the top part of the image. That's where he's standing in that image that you can see above this. And that's a 21-mile distance across that section of the lake to this little town that you can see on the other side. Okay. Right, so in the next shot, this is what's on the other side of the lake, right? So this is the area that he'll be zooming in on. So his friend is over on that side of the lake. And you can see on that side of the lake, you can see like a big giant white tower. Can you see that?
Am I looking at? Yes, I can.
Okay, so that's what it looks like, right? And that's what he does, right? So he's 21 miles away on the other side of the lake.
Yes.
With that camera set up that you can see in the image that I posted above. Okay, so what he's going to do is he's going to zoom across the lake and he's going to see what he can see, right? Work out what he can see. Now, what we need to do is the calculations. If the Earth was a globe, what should he be seeing when he makes this observation? Okay, so we can determine that the distance, if the Earth was a globe to the horizon, would have to be 2.73 miles. So you can take my word for that, or you can jump on Google and you can basically look on any Earth curve calculator, and it will tell you that that's the distance to the horizon from that particular observer height. So in the video, he actually shows you that. He goes on the Earth curve calculator, and I have a screenshot from the video once again, right? So this is the Earth curve calculator, right? So you can see he's put in the target distance. It says 21.03 miles. And the eye height, which is the height of the camera, is 5 feet. And it says there, horizon distance 2.73 miles. Right? So that's where the horizon must be if the Earth's a globe. So anything that's beyond that horizon line would have to start being obstructed behind the curvature of the Earth. You following?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So now I took a little clip out of the video, and I'm going to show you what he sees when he zooms in across the lake. So just a second, I'll just find that quickly. Right, obviously there's much more information in the full video, which I'll post, but this is just like a clip that I took out of the video. Okay, so this is from that camera setup that you saw before. And then you'll see him zoom in, and you can see that that white tower.
Yeah. It's getting a bit blurry. No.
Yeah, well, it's 21 miles away. You got to remember, he's zoomed, like, that's a hell of a long way to be zooming across. Right, so if you remember, we checked the Earth curve calculator, and you would have to have a horizon at a specific distance, which was 2.7 miles. Right now, we can't see any horizon at all anywhere on that surface of water. In fact, we can see the entire tower. We can see the shoreline on the other side. Right, so if you have a look 2 images up, you'll be able to see that close-up view from the other side of the lake is basically what we can see from the zoom location. Now, if you have a look at the Earth curve calculator again, it says from a 5-foot observation height, right, the target hidden distance, or the target hidden height, sorry, is 223 feet. Right, so there should be a horizon at 2.7 miles, and that shoreline on the other side of the lake should be obstructed behind 223 feet. That's like a 22-story building or something like that. That's a huge amount of curvature, basically. And there's zero obstruction, right? There's no horizon, you know, and so these things must be there if the Earth's a globe. Right, there's no getting around it. They tell us the exact size of the Earth. Yeah, did you want to say something?
My brain is melting right now, or like I don't know how to express like what's going on in my, or like inside of my mind.
Yeah. It's a look. Don't worry about it. Look, just so look. This is a really good observation because it's very, very good conditions. You know, it's perfectly still water. There's no curvature over that distance, right? It has to be there if the Earth's a globe. Okay, so not only did they do this observation in the video, right, but the main point of the video was they actually waited for it to get dark, and he had his friend across on the other side of the lake. Right, some guy named John who is I forget what his position is, but anyway, his friend was on the other side of the lake, and they both have high-powered lasers, right? So they wait for it to get dark, and what they're going to do is they're going to shoot the laser across the surface of the water, and see if the person on the other side of the lake can see the laser. So once again, the laser beam shouldn't, you know, be visible from the other side of the lake if the Earth's a globe. It should be
Why not?
Well, because there should be 223 feet of obstruction, right? So the laser, so if they're setting up the laser, when they're shining it across to the guy on the other side of the lake, there's basically like Earth curvature between point A and point B.
How do you know the laser's not curving?
What? Okay, so did you see the first part of the observation?
No.
Okay, so he's already done a long distance observation, and there's zero obstruction over the lake.
Again, I'm asking how you know that the laser.
Well, hold on. Let me. Okay. Right, because we can also see, right, the reflection of the laser beam on the surface of the water, and on the other shoreline of the lake, we can also see the lights from the town that's on the other side of the lake reflecting on the puddles on the shoreline of the other side of the lake.
That doesn't answer my question as to how you know the laser isn't bending.
Proof that it is. It's your claim.
No.
Yeah,
If you're
so
trying
you
to
think-
show
so
the,
yes,
if
yes.
you're trying to show the straightness of something by comparing it to the straightness of another thing, you inherently need to show me that that thing is also
Okay,
straight.
so how is the reflection? How is the reflection on the water visible? 21
How
miles
is
away.
the reflection of the water visible?
The reflection of the laser on the water and the reflection of the lights from the town on the shoreline 21 miles away, how are they also visible?
I don't know.
Right?
Can you tell me?
Yeah, because there's no curvature.
How do you know there's no curvature?
Okay, have a look at I think you missed the whole first half of the presentation. Okay, so if you scroll up a little
I've been
bit.
here many times for this, and I'm just asking you.
DJ, please continue presenting your presentation. This one's here to be a distraction.
Yeah, so. Okay, so what I'm going to do now, Abraham, is I'm just going to post just another screenshot of when they did the laser observation later at night. But you're better off like watching the whole video. It's only like a 13-minute video, so you can see all of the variables, all the details. Right, you'll see them shining the laser at each other, and you can see that they can both see each other's laser beam. So yeah, the other guy's trying to say that somehow the laser beam is curving around the globe 223 feet perfectly around the curvature to be visible on the other side. And the reflection off the water is somehow visible, even though it should be behind, over 200 feet of obstruction. So yeah, it's just a silly claim. We get people come in here super triggered, trying to derail the conversations. Right, so 1 second, I'll just post this last slide, and I'll post the link to the original video as well, so you can check it out yourself. So this is just one of countless amounts of these observations that are being done. Right, so here's the laser beam. Right, so he's shooting a laser beam, and his friend's also shooting a laser beam back at him. Right, so here's the laser beam that his friend's shooting come back at him. And what you'll see is not only can you see the laser beam, which is the top light, you can also see the laser beam reflecting off the surface of the water. And just one last little sort of icing on the cake. Right, he does the long distance observation again at nighttime. So in this last slide that I just put in, once again, he's zoomed across the lake, and you can see that big white tower.
Yes.
Right, but you can see the lights of the town as well, and you can see on the shoreline of the other side of the lake, the reflection of the lights from the buildings in the town. Right, they're glistening off the puddles that are on the shoreline on the other side. So. 1 second. All right. Yeah, I'll just post this image once again. Right. So this is the view during the daytime from that far side of the lake. Right. And you can see the shoreline, and you can see that there's like puddles and, little bits of water on the lake. So you can see when he's zoomed in here on that white tower, you can see the lights from the town also reflecting off the water. So that shoreline should be obstructed behind 223 foot of curvature. And once again, the main point of this observation is testing the horizon that must be there on a globe, right? There has to be a horizon at 2.73 miles, and it's not there at all, right? In fact, there is no horizon anywhere on the surface of the water. It's just a completely flat body of water across the lake. And if you remember that first image I showed you, you can see it's a perfect flat specular reflection. And if you look it up, you'll find that to get a specular reflection, you need a flat mirror-like surface. So yeah, that's a pretty good observation. And there's tons more where that came from as well. So, and now I'll just post the full-length video for you, so you can check it out later if you want to.
Thanks, I will. Oh, yeah, that is true. I didn't even know what the definition of specular reflection was up until now.
It's a lot to take in, isn't it, brother?
It definitely is.
Well, reflection is governed by the law of reflection, which states that the angle of incidence equals the angle of reflection. So the light coming down and hitting the water is at a certain angle, and when it leaves the water to reflect, it's at the inverse to that angle, right?
So it's basically,
so if it comes in at 45 degrees, it's going to go out at 45 degrees. So if it's on the opposite side of a curved surface and it's reflecting 45 degrees off of that surface, and that surface is curved away from you, how is that light getting to you? It makes zero sense.
That is true. That is true. It does make sense.
The more obvious, simplistic answer is that it's just reflecting and going and coming to you, and that's as simple as that.
Yeah, that's why I made a point of mentioning the reflections so much as well, right? Because people want to argue that the laser is bending all the way around the curvature of the Earth, and
how's the laser supposed to be bending?
It's only we got these people, we call them anti-flat earthers, right? And they come in here all the time, super angry, and they'll try to say whatever they can to try to debunk anything we claim. Right, so they'll come up with these excuses to why we have all of these observations. They'll say that every time we do these laser tests, right, the light's perfectly bending around the curvature of the Earth, so it hits the target on the other side. Even if we do, it's a crazy claim. It doesn't make any sense, right?
It doesn't.
So we'll do the laser test. Busing, sorry. Look, so in one laser test, they'll do it over like a frozen lake over 10 miles, right? Then someone else will do another one in a completely different environment, in a different location, 20 miles over a different lake with completely different weather conditions, right? And it's been done over and over again, and the laser's always hitting the target, but they'll use the same excuse every time. Oh, the laser's perfectly bending around the curvature of the Earth, hundreds and hundreds of feet to hit the target. That's why
DJ, and the air was presenting some kind of effect to bend the laser, you'd never be able to line up a target, ever. Because all it would take is one little gust of wind that's the wrong temperature, and it would be bending the wrong way, or bending to the left or right, or all sorts of other weird and wonderful things. You'd never be able to line a target up, ever.
Well, and
exactly.
There is evidence that lasers appear to curve upward, but there's really not evidence of lasers appearing to curve downwards. So, for example, Jenna posted one example of a laser curving upwards. Now, there is a compounding factor that, with perspective, if the laser is curved upwards a little bit, it's going to look even more dramatic. But the point is that if the laser is curving upwards, that's even more deleterious for a globe model. They don't have evidence of their claims that lasers curve around the Earth. They don't have any evidence of that. It's just an excuse. It's like, I need that to happen in order to keep believing the Earth is a globe. Therefore, it must have happened. And then you ask them, well, how did it happen? And they'll say, well, you're not denying that light can be redirected, are you? And then you'll have to be like, no, of course light can be directed. They'll be like, aha, I gotcha. Yet they haven't provided any evidence for their claim.
Right, that's actually occurring. So, but what I like in DJ's example that he presented, right, is and he prefaced this too, right, with the zooming in onto the other side of the lake prior to to nighttime, right? So in the daytime, prior to the laser test. So not only would they be claiming that an emittent light, right, an emitted light from a source, right, is curving around, following the curvature of the Earth, making it appear to be flat, right? They'd be also claiming that every bit of reflected light from sunlight or daylight is also doing the same thing, right, in every direction that that camera is pointed.
I hear what you're saying.
Yeah, that's why I posted the picture of where he shoots the laser across the lake, right? You can see the beams it's not doing anything crazy. But look, that was just the icing on the cake with the laser test at the end. In my opinion, you know, the best part of the evidence is the fact that there's no geometric horizon at all.
You know,
It has
the
to
best
be.
part of the evidence, DJ, is the reflection.
Oh yeah, that's yep.
Because if it was curved, and okay, let's just throw the hypothetical out there. The laser is bent. Right. So we'll just run with that at the moment. The ground is curved, like Overlord pointed out. How would we get a reflection if it's your angle of incidence? Say, pick a number, 45 degrees, light comes in at that, it goes out at that. You wouldn't be seeing the reflection if it was on a curve. Sorry, guys. Even if you've got this bent laser, that's cool, you still wouldn't see that reflection. So, yeah. I think someone worked out with the military one, the tri-band one, the actual separation from the three different colours is something like 7 millimetres at 150 kilometres. But anyways, DJ, yeah, cool presentation. Thank you.
Yeah, no problems. It's a good one. I'll put it together better at some other stage. But yeah, it's definitely a good one.
Right, and you could also ask, like, that person came in saying, how do you know that the laser isn't curving, isn't bent, right? So, well, and then, you know, Banhammer asked, well, how do you know it's not? Like, how do you know it is, right? So, without them appealing to the observation, how are they going to demonstrate that that laser is curving? The only way that they could affirm that a laser is following the curvature of the Earth is to validate the curvature of the Earth. If it was demonstrably, you know, objectively true that the surface of the Earth is curving, then you've got there's got nothing else to concede to except that the laser must be following it.
They'd have to do a lot more than that.
Demonstration.
Nah, they'd have to do a lot more than prove the Earth is curved. They'd have to show light curving. Period.
Light can't curve, does it? Or can?
Not in the Atmo. It's not. I mean, light doesn't curve either.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not curving in the Atmo. No way.
So to specify on the end of that, yeah, light doesn't curve. It would change angles. I posted a picture of a laser going away from the surface of the water, drastically changing its angle from horizontal to, going up. Yeah. Light doesn't curve. It simply changes angles.
Wouldn't help them anyway. It doesn't change horizontally. They peel the density gradients and temperature. Then I asked them, put some temperature in a jar and paint it red. So temperature doesn't do shit. Density, there are no horizontal density gradients. And according to the subject matter expert, let's see what he has to say about this. Andrew Thomas Young. He said, with refraction in the atmo, let me get the whole thing. So, you know, I'm not making it up. One moment.
The discussion wasn't about refraction. We had one
It is now.
numpty come in here and claim that for us to prove that the lasers weren't bent when DJ was
light
doing his
doesn't bend.
presentation.
Okay. Light doesn't bend. Unless they show it. Let's see it. This is very interesting. Andrew Thomas Young. Hopefully this is the right one. Calculating atmospheric refraction from Andrew Thomas Young. This is some dumb shit. All the discussion above deals with plane surfaces. What? But the Earth isn't flat, so nuh-uh. Then why are you dealing with plane surfaces with everything above? Kind of contradicting yourself. To deal with the refraction in the curved atmosphere, what? Gases don't curve, Andrew. You'd fail third grade intro to gas behavior. We have to introduce, so to account for their fairy tale, they have to introduce some geometrical considerations. What the fuck does that mean? What? Huh? Anyway, likewise,
excuses.
Likewise, this is the really important one, the one I got highlighted. Let this sink in. The atmosphere doesn't contain separate layers of different refractive index. Uh-oh. What?
The atmosphere doesn't contain separate layers of difference.
What? What are you mumbling about? Listen,
I was reading.
let that one sink in. Where is Matrix?
The atmosphere doesn't contain layers of differing refractive indexes. Is that what you said?
Yeah. That's what he said. It's right there in chat. I posted it.
Yeah. That's what. Yeah. I missed that bit before.
So did a lot of people. I was cleaning out all everything that I've saved throughout the years. I'm cleaning everything out, and I came on to this one, and I said, wait a friggin' second. I didn't notice it either, right? So I went ahead and saved it and highlighted that part, so I'll never lose it again. So let's continue. So he says, the ray bending produced... See, hey, Gemsy, you're backfeeding. The ray bending produced by a continuous distribution. He can't say the ray bending. He says that rays don't exist in another article. It's called the horizontal ray paradox. So he contradicts him. This whole thing is stupid. But it kills the baltards with their separate layers of different refractive index. It wouldn't matter anyway because they would be going vertically, not horizontally. So the most quote-unquote refraction that doesn't exist that you would see in their paradigm would be like looking up or looking down at a 45-degree angle. Follow? Even given if they had different refractive indices. Yeah. Because you ain't getting horizontal density gradients. Like Swan, when you're looking horizontally, there's no horizontal density gradients.
The ray bending produced by a continuous distribution of density. A continuous distribution of density. Like, is that a changing distribution? Continuous changing
of density, or is he just saying it remains the same density there?
You'd have to go on to another page, but he screwed himself. He screwed himself with the ray bending. It's done. You don't have to go any further. Let me go get it. Let's go get the horizontal ray paradox by Andrew Thomas Young. Our guy, or their guy, that screws him he just contradicts himself so many times. Snell's Law, where'd you go? I'm gonna find you.
Well, he also shoots himself in the foot by saying that rays don't exist, too, doesn't he?
Well, yeah, here, I'm going to show you. So this is another paper by Andrew Thomas Young. And I quote from Andrew Thomas Young, San Diego State University Astronomy Department. Some people have worried about how to apply the refraction law. Yeah, that's Snell's law. Stop laughing. Shut up. To such a horizontal ray of light, because it does not cross any horizontal boundaries between denser and less dense air in a stratified atmosphere. He's telling you there's no horizontal density gradients right there, by the way. In general, in parentheses, in general, the curvature of the ray is different from the curvature of the Earth's surface. Sure. But here we are only concerned with the rays that bend just enough to follow the curve of the Earth. Then he's going to train wreck his whole fucking previous statement. You ready? The simplest solution to the horizontal ray paradox is to remind ourselves that rays are an unrealistic mental construct. In reality, we have always a beam of light. Infinite narrow rays don't really exist. End of citation. Yes, sir. There's another one that train wrecks it again. This is pretty funny. There's another one. Oh, I didn't put that in quotes. I should have done that. So from Andrew Thomas Young again. In the diagrams below, heavy lines represent rays of light. If you are not familiar with this conceptual fiction, please check the Optics for Beginners page before continuing here, ladies and gentlemen. There you go. I don't even have to do anything. I just let him speak for himself, and then he contradicts himself.
Well, I just joined my favourite bit of shit from Andrew Thomas Young.
Look at you. Now you show up. Yeah, this is Adam's favorite, by the way. I should have prefaced it by saying that, but I forgot. My bad.
The easiest way to deal with the paradox is to realise that rays don't actually exist. It's one of the most honest, pertinent lines. It makes me smile.
Did you see the other one, Adam? I found it the other day. If you go up to 1 minute after the hour, I found this in some of my old stuff. I was cleaning out some of my old stuff, getting rid of older crap that I never use, and I found this.
Have I got to look in the room in here?
Yeah, you do. It's in text chat.
I'm not good at that.
You ain't good at that? So what you do, are you on your phone or computer?
I'm on it now.
Okay.
1 minute past. That's 7. Oh yeah, the long bit. Wait there. There's loads, isn't there? Wait there.
No, it's real short.
Well, just read it, for God's sakes.
It's a slide. It says calculating atmospheric refraction. All the discussion above deals with plane surfaces, but the Earth isn't flat. To deal with refraction in a curved atmosphere, we have to introduce some geometrical considerations, which have been put on a separate page. That's pretty funny. This is the really important part, Adam. Listen up. Likewise, the atmosphere doesn't contain separate layers of different refractive index.
And that helps them because
then he says, that's why we went to your favorite. Then he says, the ray bending produced by a continuous distribution of density is discussed on another page. But rays don't exist.
Yeah. That's what I love the most.
Jamesy!
What do you want?
Jamesy! You're back feeding. Did he say, what do you want? All right, Adam, go ahead. Yeah, that rays don't exist, right? That's what he said in another article, so he's contradicted himself.
Yeah, but do you understand by saying that? It's such an indictment of everything he's ever said. It's brilliant.
Yeah, it's constant doublespeak from the expert on fairy tale idiot refraction.
It's disguised honesty, is what I see there.
Is that what you think?
Yeah, yeah. The easiest way to deal with it is to make the realization that rays don't exist. Yeah, do you? It's all a load of shit, is what he's saying.
Just think if he had all this. See, he puts these in separate documents. Just think if he put it all in the same document.
I'm God. Oh, sorry.
It's you can put all the documents aren't the point. It's when he's had half a bottle of whiskey and he's got to know you, and he goes, the reality is, the easiest way is to solve that paradox is to be honest with yourself and admit that rays don't actually exist. Yeah. No, I couldn't put that in a paper because it'd ruin my career. But I'll drop it as a one-liner. You get me? That's why it's powerful to me. It's a man being honest.
Double speaking.
That's not double speak, is it? It's a nudge and a wink to the Masons.
Yeah, it is double speak. No, it is. He said the ray bending produced by a continuous distribution of density. But the rays don't exist, according to him. So that's double speak.
Hey, if the Earth doesn't have a curve, does that mean it's not curved?
What?
Yeah. Okay, wait, let me reword that question. If we can't identify the Earth's curvature, does that mean it's not curved?
Yeah.
So if a tree falls in the woods, but no one saw it, did it fall?
More important question is no. Or the answer to that question is no. But more importantly, there is no fucking tree.
Oh. Interesting.
Oh, someone's been watching The Matrix.
Now somebody's not been watching The Matrix. Somebody's been looking at quantum mechanical experiments. That's what somebody's been doing.
Like I want to believe it's flat or oblique at most, but I have no evidence of either. I see no curve and I see no flatness.
You don't see flatness, really?
I don't. Right. I see mountain ranges.
Oh, are you a bevtard?
No. I'm a flat earther.
He lied. He came in the chat and said that he's a flat earther, and I knew he was lying right off the bat, and he just proved it.
No, bro. I am a flat earther. I don't believe NASA. I believe NASA deceives.
What is horizontal and where do we get it from?
It's a good question.
This looks flat to me. This one right here called Black Swan. That looks flat as shit.
You know, as flat earther, it's okay to challenge your fellow flat earthers. I think it's toxic when we can't do that.
Oh, I challenge.
Did you hear what he said?
I think we need to stop LARPing because we do in fact challenge each other all the time.
No. there was a few points there, but go ahead. What did he say?
He said he accepts without evidence that NASA deceives.
Is that what he said? He said,
Wait,
did he
no.
say he believes?
Well, NASA literally means to deceive, so like there's no line
we
there.
We ain't concerned about that. Little pedantic games.
Yeah, nobody's worried about that, but yeah.
Now, yeah, but you said that you don't see it flat or curved. I'm looking at this black swan photo with your mic back feeding.
But we're not seeing the entire scope of the planet.
This looks flat as shit to me.
Like we use horizons and binoculars to say that the Earth is flat.
What do we use horizons for?
Well, that's the main argument that we use.
Holy
never
shit,
see it
dude! You need to get control of your mic because it's bad, dude.
Really?
Yeah.
Let me see.
I mean, it's hard enough having a simple discussion without the fucking static backfeed coming through.
He should speak to Nathan, Thoth, the god. That
You
he
know
is, of wisdom.
They're doing it again. What you have to do is you have to go on mute and then come off mute to speak and then go back on mute again. That's what you got to do.
Is my mic seriously bad right now?
Your mic's okay, but we're backfeeding through you.
Oh, okay. One more time, exit or?
All right, let's see. Radio check 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Radio check. Lost 1. This is lost 3. Are you lost 2 over? It sounds a little better this time. Okay, go on.
Whew, that was a lot, bro. That was intense. What was he saying about Thoth? I wanted to hear that.
Yeah, that.
Well, saying a god like that, Hermes Trismegistus, incarnate, should surely.
I am God. Your fucking mic is doing the same thing again. Wait, is he trolling us?
I'm trolling him a little bit, but Thoth indeed. You big stalk nose god, you.
Dempsey, you weren't waiting to say shit. You were backfeeding. It was coming in like
no,
that.
bro. Yeah, now it's probably the mic, but I was trying to change to the phone mic like this, and in the middle of that, you say, "Hey, Dempsey, you're home micing," but I actually unmuted to probably say something silly about what you were saying. But not anymore.
I got you. You got some background.
So since you were speaking, I was just waiting for you to stop talking.
You usually don't have to wait long. I'm pretty concise.
No, it's not a big deal. I know the background noise might be an issue for sure. Go ahead.
That sounds good now. And Jetty, we just rumpus the shit. Oh, by the way, Jetty, we did a review video of Adam's performance, and you were on there with your train wreck fucking mic. I gave you a treatment. By the way, just want to let you know, just in case you didn't.
Well, that was the old mic. This is the new mic, so hopefully that won't happen again.
Oh, all right.
That sounds hot. That wasn't the point of the review.
Yeah, baby.
That does sound good, actually. Have you been to Nathan Oakley's eBay shop recently or something?
That's what I was going to ask him. Did you get that off Nathan?
No, not at all. Just a new phone.
You know that son of a bitch today, Adam, after you posted the message that you weren't going to be around in the wrong forum, by the way, he started posting links in the book forum. So I had to go in there. I just had to go in and tell him that you weren't going to show up. So I went in there. That son of a bitch put me on mute to test one of his mics.
Man's got to make a living while we fuck about with his book.
Yeah. Go ahead, Matrix. I interrupted you. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to comment on Jedi's sexy new mic. That was all. And I think the term "nice one, brother." He knows what it's about.
Nice one, brother.
Matrix, you're hot micing, and I think you need a new mic. Just mute yourself. Thank you.
Hey, Jamesy, go fuck your bird.
If anybody does need a new mic, could I just direct them to the Nathan Oakley eBay shop of mics?
Thanks. You never know with Matrix, though. He's like, 1 minute he's loud, 1 minute it's like turning him up.
He's a real butt munch.
Is this quiet again, is it?
It's not too bad.
I was going to say, I haven't touched a freaking thing.
I mean, it's good, right? But it'd be better if you bought a new mic from the Nathan Oakley eBay shop of mics.
He keeps on with it.
It might be the voice refracting through the upside downwards of Australian or New Zealand, wherever he's at. Might be refracting through the globe.
Right. So if you go to the
Hypercardioid.
QA.
Hey, butt munch. Shut up. It's hypercardioid.
No. Go to the Nathan Oakley shop on eBay for mics, and you can get an antipodial filter, and it'll sort everything out.
Mm.
Well, patrons should get one for free.
Jedi still sounds good. Really crisp.
We rumpused him, though. He was trying to get Horizon into the God guy, but he couldn't get through.
Off. Off's gone.
It's a bit of a little bit of tea, but I'll let it slide.
I gave you kudos in my create. Oh, there's a feedback. I gave you kudos in my what was it? The critique on QE Live of me. You're in there, and mate, you're smashing it, mate. There was a point it was like we were double teaming. I said, look, see that?
Oh, awesome stuff.
He was good, but giving you benefit of the doubt. We couldn't fucking hear you.
Fair enough. I'll go back and listen. I'll be the judge of that.
All right.
Well, Jedi, what do we use Horizons for?
To be level in the world and get what horizontal actually is.
Listen, when I call you a dickless butt muncher in there, I meant that in the nicest possible way.
Nah, you always do. It's fine.
No comment from Matrix.
I look at the end of the day, as long as it's shut up, you fucking shut up, listen to me. As long as it's not the argument, then I'm fine. If I've said something wrong, then that's on me. But if it's microphone quality, then yeah, it's not what I've said.
Why don't you spring the 2 celestial points on Adam? We'll see how that goes.
Oh no, let's not.
Yeah, two celestial poles on yeah. Let's see what Adam has to say about that.
What?
Jedi came up with his fucking this argument that he has. He thinks he's a creator of arguments and shit.
Think I'm creating arguments? No.
Yeah, with 2 celestial poles and shit. And I figured, I listened to it one time. I said, "What the fuck?" And then I said, "Boy, Adam, I'd love to hear Adam hear this."
Well, I guess we have to define what a celestial pole even is, right?
Yeah.
We're going to have to conflate, aren't we? Points of dissolution for any kind of rotational point as then a celestial pole. We're going to then strap onto a ball. this is where it's supposed to get. We all see
where's the ball coming to it?
We all see the circles in the sky, right? I would stop there. But with any level of knowing that I can't proceed from seeing circles in the sky, I'd stop there, right? But I recognise there are circles in the sky. If not that I actually observe by myself, obviously. If I set up a camera to do shit, I can make circles in the sky, can't I? Yeah. Right. So proceeding from that point, what was your point, Jedi?
Where did the ball come into it? I'm not interested in the ball. I'm just trying to get to a concession about the amount that there are.
I think I had. What was the Huey? What was the ask Adam about?
Okay. So I ask it like this. I'll ask you. What is a celestial pole, and how many are there?
I only know one, Polaris.
Hey, Polaris isn't a celestial pole, right?
It's not?
No. It's a circumpolar star. Its rotation around that area is very, very small, by about 1 degree.
Yeah. And what? Then why isn't this? Why isn't this that? Now, are we talking in their paradigm or ours?
No paradigm, just what we see. It's okay. Now let me rephrase that. No, this is flat Earth all the way, right? If we're going to be measuring elevation angles to stars, all right? Okay, this is flat Earth all the way.
All right. So why isn't? I didn't catch the part why it wasn't the celestial pole.
Right. So
hold on, Adam. No. I want to give Jedi a point of agreement. Yeah. When I look in my telescope to align my telescope to the coordinate system that I'm going to ascribe to, I do actually in some telescopes have a center point and then that angular adjustment in arc seconds that you described with regards to Polaris, so that whatever I then read aligns to the coordinate system I'm going to use. I would concur with that. And that's what we now use today, that Polaris, the center point of all the origins of the coordinate system, is now disaligned and actually has a point inscribed in the optics of modern telescopes to disalign it. I would agree with that, yes.
Good. So, for example, in the north, we observe the stars that are circumpolar. They rotate around the same area that Polaris does.
Yeah.
Yes. No.
Sorry. Yes. Sorry, I was on mute, Jedi. Yes.
Sorry. Okay. Cool. So, what is a celestial pole? We've defined it: an area of rotation that other stars rotate around. Is that fair? Is that fair?
Say that again.
We've identified, so there's two parts to the question. The first part of the question is, what is a celestial pole? We've identified it as an area that other stars rotate around, including Polaris.
I can't use the word area. It can only be...
Okay, what word can... I want to use the correct word, so what word can we use? I've used point, people don't like it. It's a celestial pole, right? So how would you define it?
A point I'd be happy with, because it's not a real place in space.
Okay, cool. A point.
It's just a point that everything else is relative to.
Cool, awesome. A point in the sky that other stars rotate around. Other part of the question, how many are there?
Stars.
We have one that we call north. So how many are there?
One.
How many celestial poles are there?
One.
Okay. Adam?
That's verifiable, one. That's a point of reference, one. That a grid system is built upon, one.
Okay. So do we not have a southern area of rotation? Like, for example, the Southern Cross rotates around. The Southern Cross, for example, doesn't rotate around the northern central point. It rotates the southern central celestial pole point.
I don't think I'd have a problem with that observation. Yeah.
Cool. Awesome stuff. So we have 2 celestial poles.
Yeah, it's not rotating around anything.
What is it? What do you mean?
It's the Southern Cross.
Yeah, it's not rotating around anything. Yeah, much like Polaris isn't rotating around anything.
Right. So that would be the point of distinction. Are all those 2 patterns commensurate?
How do you mean?
Well, with you to demonstrate, not for me to argue tonight. I agree with what you're saying, and it's a little bit of a point of, what's the name? He's Adam as well, but so he did the star maps. Okay, so there's a point where these things aren't necessarily commensurate with each other in terms of. So look at the population in the north and the south. Look at how long. Yeah, there are certain differences that, like I say, if you were going to draw the conclusion that these things are exactly the same, you would need to show it, other than a time-lapse picture, because we don't, as far as I'm aware, build anything from the south north commensurate. Everything's from the north to the south and adjusted. Now, we can show star rotation and pretty pictures equivalent, but to demonstrate how you would build an equivalent grid system from the south, which is what we have done from the north, to then prove the point that, for me to fully agree with what you're postulating, that would be what I would need to see. I don't think from the planispheres, and like I say, I'm a bit rusty on this, but from my knowledge of that, I don't think you can do the same, even though you can draw similar pictures in the sky.
Okay, so this kind of leads me to the next question. With regards to celestial poles in geographic positions underneath that point of rotation in the sky, geographic north, right? Now, if we have geographical positions underneath stars and areas of this would be the thing. Do we have measurements of the southern pole to give us a geographical position? Is my point.
Do you have GPs in the north? Okay, so I'll refer you to Time Bandits, right? Do you have GPs in the north that are commensurate? I think I shared this the other week. Have I still got it? Yeah, I have. Wait there. So, are the GPs in the north commensurate with the planisphere of Cassini in the 17th century? No, they're not. There are, as we showed in Time Bandits, there's even in the north there are time zones missing. That doesn't make sense. It should be commensurate with the GP positions based on what we see on the road, but they're not. And look at old maps, and these time zones are filled in, like I say, in Cassini's model, which has this huge mass that fills in that gap along the Bering Strait. So this is the trouble with us trying to look at the mugging off ball model, whatever projection of the ball we've been given in the 21st century, and the GP coordinates, how they portray to the almanac. That's the disconnect. They've firmly established the disconnect to the point that they've removed time zones and people don't even notice it. Yeah,
I'd be really interested in seeing that stuff that you said about along the Bering Strait, because that's like the international date line, right? If I'm correct.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
I'd be really interested in seeing that then.
Yeah,
it feels like I've got to this far in my knowledge, and I need to understand this. So yeah, if you got anything that you can throw my way, mate, I'd really appreciate it.
I'll bore you guys one evening with where I'm up to. It's not Time Bandits 2. It is something I've added, which has come out of. I say Neil made me look into the millennial reign of Christ, and in doing so, there's a lot of people out there that I've researched old maps in different ways, and what they've pulled out is these land masses, and it fills in the time zones, and that's what's interesting to me, and it's something we pointed out in Time Bandits. As you look at the equivalent time zones in the north, the equator, and the south, okay, and they vary. They shouldn't, ball or not. Now, Brian points out a separate point in terms of the equivalent land distance for time zones in Australia and North America. They're all disconnects, but like I said, this one is, yeah, I'll bore you one day, Jedi. I'll pull it up, because this is the trouble with using the almanac. The almanac relates to grid positions. Only that's what it does today. It's all it gives you, and you've not got all the grid positions. You've got what they relate to. Yeah,
gotcha. Okay. Yeah, no, you won't bore me, man. I'm looking forward to it already. But yeah, anything you can throw my way in the meantime, I really appreciate it.
Not me. I'd rather watch paint dry.
The application to the grid position to be able to navigate and utilize the celestial north as one of the reference points to triangulate your position on the ground or whatever. That is practically used, but to Jera's point that they're observed 2 rotations on the sky, that doesn't necessarily mean that you are applying the navigation to that observation. It's just, so within the observation of the phenomena of the sky and the phenomena that people observe called sporadic meteors and meteor showers, right? We're not talking in the globe sense. They say meteors, rocks from space or whatever. No. The light, the shooting stars that people observe, they name it different things. That phenomena is very specific within locations in the sky. Like when Jedi say points, one of the points is called the South Toroidal, and that's it's like a circle of the sky, a region of the sky called the South Toroidal. That is one of the radiant sources of the phenomena we call the sporadic meteors. So to see this phenomena and where it's sourced from, one of those points, 6 of them, one is the North Toroidal, another one is the South Toroidal, and that is kind of in reference to what Jera is saying, the observation of these 2 rotational points. The other 4 are the Helion, which is the region of the sky the sun is at. That's another of the sources of the sporadic meteor phenomena. That's where the daily meteor showers come from. And then there is the anti-Helion, which is the opposite side of the sun, at the other side of the sky. And then there is the north apex and the south apex, which is a north in reference like up and down of the celestial equator. So, yeah, just to Jera's point that the observation of the 2 areas of the sky that people call the North Pole or the South Pole, it's some type of phenomena that can be described like that. And there is also the sporadic meteor phenomena that is sourced from these 2 points. Those 2 points out of 6 points in the sky that they come from. So, yeah.
Cool.
Jesus.
Yeah, so one of the problems we've been running in with discussions, yeah, he'll still forgive you, brother. Don't worry. There's still time for you. All right, moving on to less hurt people. One of the problems we run into with these discussions is that there's a unique phenomenon with people that primarily hang over in the FED server, where they have this idea that if you claim there's a second rotation point, even if it's only apparent, that means you're conceding to the globe's axes based on the description of, I see this rotate this way and this rotate that way, apparently, right? Rather than imagine the star field as being not just one thing, right? So they've actually gone so far as to accuse members like that live in Australia of just saying what they see with their own eyes of being liars, because they have this predisposition that every star rotates directly radial relative to Polaris, and there's no other way it could possibly be, which essentially makes a polar coordinate system rotating around Polaris with splayed radials, which is basically identical to an azimuthal equidistant map minus the terrain. If you just took the terrain out, you'd have it, just like that. Which a lot of them claim to have abandoned, while simultaneously calling people's own observations with their own eyeballs liars. Very weird.
Who does that?
Dude, guys from FED servers that make their way out to our forums.
FED
Before you get into that, Kiwi,
hold on. There is no FED server.
I was on a point before this.
Yeah, there is.
Talking to Jedi. I found the map, Jedi.
Okay, dude, hold on a second. Let me screenshot it for you.
Before you get into this, like women's daytime TV gossip stuff, I was talking to Jedi.
That's not what it is at all, dude.
I know, but I was talking to Jedi. I was going to try and share screen, but I don't have the powers, and I'm not asking for the powers, but can I just post this web link for you to share with the room, just to show you the point I'm talking about? Because I think this is really important before you consider anything in terms of interpreting stuff, because these are the most accurate maps based on the almanac which still resides today, and the way they built it based on the almanac based in the 1700s. Look at this map and look at the positioning and the additional and the space in the Bering Strait. I just think it'd be useful for people to look at, just so that there isn't this ideology of how things are positioned. Everything's perverted, and so perverted. And this is one of the greatest examples that not only fill in the problems, but shows the perversion. I'll let me copy it and I'll put it in the.
You should be able to. I just gave a community member role. It should grant you all the perms for the channel.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I don't know why you didn't have it to be already.
I wouldn't expect it. There you go. Let me just show you. So, hopefully you can see that. So that's the map. Let me just give it some provenance. So again, this is a fine example of the Betty will kill me. Van der Aars planisphere, which is based on Cassini's famed massive 8-meter astronomically rendered world map. Yeah. So the ephemeris, where the GP positions of the stars, constructed on the floor of the Paris Observatory at the end of the 17th century. You probably guess it's not there anymore. But the point is, so now look at this map, and all I'm talking about really is the time. Can I make it bigger? Yeah, we go. So we can see everything that's familiar. But when I talked about the Bering Strait, there's that 3-hour time gap, isn't there? And now look at here. I don't want you to care about what it's called, the land of Jesus, but it fills the gap between America America and Russia. And now this is an old map. It's not my claim. I'm just pointing out what it shows. And my claim would be what I pointed out in Time Bandits, that along this line, apparently this landmass and this landmass are separated here by the Diomedes Islands. And one island, Little Diomedes, is 3 hours time difference between big Diomedes. That's what we're told. I don't know. I have. But this is what they thought back then with what they did, with all their accuracy. Everything else is accurate, bar this bit, apparently. The other point I point out what's lit up is what Trump's hunting for right now. All of the land that disappears, other than what Trump's hunting for, is Greenland. And like I said, just a kick in the nuts. Terra di Ieso, Mera di Ieso, land of Jesus, sea of Jesus. I don't know. It's old maps, but it's funny, isn't it? That it fills in that problem that I pointed out in Time Bandits.
Oh.
There you go, guys. That's the best short summary I can give.
Appreciate it, mate. Thank you.
Because what they did with the time zones is they tried to frame it as somehow this is a perfect match for the sun moving across the Earth, and it's not.
It appears to be across the equator. There's no discrepancies there. There's no adjustments given. And these aren't necessarily my claims. They're the Navigator, the Southern Seas World Yacht Race Navigator that makes these claims that kind of got me on this trail. And the diagram you see is basically me colouring in what he's shown works. And it's kind of what's shown, that those time zones. They are geopolitical, some of them, but they're also adjustments with regards to the almanac. Particularly in the south, they're more prominent where half an hour time zones coming in terms of celestial navigation. This is weird and strange. Now, it's not I can't make a claim. I can only point out what navigators are saying. This is how they do it. This is actually the net result. So, like I say, but with that map, I found that one very telling, because all I have ever pointed out was the anomalies and that international dateline, as it's called, in those islands and those 3 hours. And then you've got old maps where these land masses linked to Greenland. Yeah, it's not to invoke anything, but were they that wrong? Are we correct when we have this 3 hour time gap? So we're correct, are we? It's very odd what history shows us, how retarded we've become, what we'll reject. For a ball, obviously, not for anything.
I mean, flat earthers reject observations as well. So, like I was pointing out, there's members of the FED server, which is, by the way, the server where both Nathan's and QE's show is aired from. Which is weird. He doesn't know that, which is weird. But whatever.
Well, which ones? Which ones? Me and QE? Because I think we're the only ones here. Or are you indicting somebody that's absent from the room?
No, dude. There's people that come routinely to our forums to try to get us on these very topics.
There's me and QE.
They seem to have this mentality.
Hold up, pause. Just because I'm losing focus.
Well, here, like
there's me and Q here, QE. I can't say it. QE here that are applicable to your indictment, aren't they? Is your indictment applied to us, or is it to somebody else in the FED arena that isn't here that you're talking about?
Adam, can you hear me okay? Or am I coming through?
I was talking to AI.
Yeah, I know. I wanted to help out because I don't think we want to like name people's names, but there are people who are.
Don't be bitches.
It's not being about bitch. Okay, fine. There's a guy called Wax. Wax comes here all the time. He fancies himself part of your panel or parasocial relationship.
He's not.
And but he thinks he is.
Sorry, slow down, guys. Slow down. I got a bit of motive, and I missed who you indicted. So, who are you talking about?
Vaxi Wax.
Okay, lovely. And so, Vaxi Wax says what? It's not an FED panel. There's no need to introduce it like that. We've got to the crux of the matter. Vaxi, who is it?
Who said that, dude?
Vaxi Wax. I smashed him the other day, man. Remember?
Yeah, how about this, Adam? How about you let people make their own points? How about that, bro? How about you let people make their own points and you don't tell them how to make their points? How about that? Is that fair?
Which one? So,
crap. What, I got to go through an inquisition to make my point here?
I'm a bit slow. I'm old. I'm white.
We know that.
Yeah, I know. So, given that, and your consideration of those factors.
All right. Let me break it down for you real simple.
I'm old. I'm what?
Dude, numerous members beyond just VaxiWax suffer from the same affliction that I'm about to outline.
Moderator, what's going off?
Yeah, that's me, bro.
Behaving like that, dude. Why are you over talking, man?
Yeah, what's going on is I want to be allowed to speak without you rambling through me. Is that okay?
I just want to clarify the point so that what you ramble on.
Holy fuck, dude.
I understand.
Yeah, here, there. Is that clarified enough for you?
Clarify what? Number one, VaxiWax isn't part of FED, the panel. Number two, he was in there the other day, and I straightened his cord out. So you must.
That wasn't my point.
What's your point?
Okay, I'll reiterate. So there's numerous people from the FED server. Notice how it doesn't start with a P or end with an L?
Yep.
Okay, that they hang out there quite often. They attend the shows. They talk over there. And whenever we go over there or they come over here, they start making claims about everything rotates around Polaris, which, may be the case. But they go so far as to say, when somebody from Australia, like